Chapter 6:29. Spring Intoxication Pavilion. Let me introduce him. He's Zhuowen. He's stronger than me, so he's the dark horse of our Muqing County this time. Lve Tao smiled and pointed at Zhuowen as he spoke to Qiu Shaoyan. Nice to meet you, Brother Zhuo. I never thought that Brother Zhuo would be hiding his strength so well. Qiu Shaoyan grinned. Although his attitude was polite, there was no sincerity in it. In his opinion, although the aura emitted from Zhuo, Wen's body was slightly threatening, it was far from being as strong as Lve Tao and Luo Xing. As a result, he believed that Lve Tao was purposely trying to confuse him so that he could not identify the strongest representative of Muqing County. Zhuowen's senses were far sharper than ordinary people's, so he obviously saw the disapproval in Qiu Shaoyun's eyes. However, he did not pursue the matter. Instead, he nodded and smiled at Qiu Shaoyun as a form of greeting. Zhuo Wen's attitude caused Qiu Shaoyun to frown slightly as he felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he quietly chatted with Lve Tao about some trivial matters and did not pay much attention to Zhuowen. In Qiu Shaoyun's opinion, the strongest representative of Muqing County was without a doubt Lve Tao, so he obviously had to establish a good relationship with him. Zhuowen also noticed Qiu Shaoyun's little actions, but he didn't care. He just smirked and silently followed the group. Qiu Chongxing was obviously very familiar with the imperial city. After passing through several streets and alleys, he arrived in front of a rather luxurious loft. Above the loft there was a signboard, and on the signboard were 3 large words: Intoxicated Spring Pavilion. At this moment, the sky had darkened. The sun was setting in the west, and night silently descended. The Spring Intoxication Pavilion was extremely large, spanning over 100 kilometers. There were many pavilions within, and there were many lights. At this moment, there were 2 rows of gorgeously dressed young women standing at the entrance of the Spring Intoxication Pavilion. They winked at the passers-by with every frown and smile, attracting a lot of people. Looking at the overall structure of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen frowned slightly. From the name, this Drunken Spring Pavilion should be a place of romance. Why did Qiu Chongxing bring them here? Qiu Chongxing coughed dryly, as if he had sensed the many astonished gazes behind him. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This intoxicated spring pavilion is not what you think it is. The ladies inside are all courtesans who sell their skills and not their bodies. Moreover, the Drunken Spring Pavilion is also the largest in the imperial capital. There are many rooms inside, and there are many ways to entertain yourself. In the entire imperial capital, it can be considered an extremely famous place. Moreover, many high-ranking officials and dignitaries of the imperial city will come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. If you're lucky, you might be able to get to know quite a few people from the imperial city. At this point, Qiu Chongxing's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. The others also revealed expressions of understanding. So this was Qiu Chongxing's goal. He wanted to use this place to get to know his connections in the imperial city. Although Qiu Chongxing said so, many of the women in the group frowned, and a trace of displeasure appeared on their faces. Good. Brother Qiu, you really know how to pick a place. I like this place the most. Lu Hantian suddenly laughed loudly, causing many people to roll their eyes at him. Let's go in. There are at least 200 people in our group. There aren't many inns in the imperial capital that can accommodate so many people, and this Drunken Spring Pavilion is one of them. Qiu Chongxing smiled and led the group into the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Guests, please. Are you all here to stay? After entering through the door, a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm walked over with a smile while waving a cattail leaf fan. Her rouged face was filled with enthusiasm, especially when she saw the large group of people behind Qiu Chongxing. This middle-aged woman's eyes shone. If so many people stayed, their Drunken Spring Pavilion would be able to earn a large sum of money. Therefore, this middle-aged woman became even more enthusiastic. Help us prepare a room each. Although we have quite a number of people, your drunken spring pavilion isn't small either. You should be able to take out so many rooms, right? Qiu Changxing said with a faint smile. No problem. Sir, you made the right choice by choosing our drunken spring pavilion. In the imperial capital, there aren't many people who don't know the name of the drunken spring pavilion. Men, quickly arrange rooms for this group of gentlemen. The middle-aged woman coquettishly winked at Qiu Changxing, then waved the cattail leaf fan in her right hand. A terrifying force exploded, and the originally tightly shut rooms in the pavilion were instantly opened by this force. Then, one after another, graceful young women walked out of the rooms. This middle-aged woman isn't simple. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura that this middle-aged woman had unintentionally released just now was rather terrifying. It was probably comparable to Su Chang's back then. Clearly, this middle-aged woman should be an ultimate ninth will emperor realm expert. This drunken spring pavilion wasn't simple. Just this madam who welcomed the guests was actually an ultimate ninth will emperor realm expert. He really didn't know how powerful the owner of this drunken spring pavilion was. Hee. All right, mother, we're coming. Yo, there are quite a few guests today, and there are quite a few handsome men among them. The young women who walked out of the rooms all had charming smiles on their faces as they constantly sized up the numerous geniuses behind Qiu Changxing. Many of the young women's eyes were filled with lust, and their words were flirtatious. Many of the young men in the group immediately blushed, causing the women to giggle. Zhuowen couldn't help but look at this group of young women, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. This group of women was quite young, and their cultivation wasn't high either. Perhaps it was because their talent wasn't high that they'd entered the drunken spring pavilion. Although the cultivations of these young women were low, all of them knew how to display their charm and gentleness. Their every frown and smile was just right, causing many men to be unable to help but become absent-minded. Even Lve Tao, who had an indifferent expression, revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Men are all bad. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice slowly sounded out. Zhuowen followed the voice and immediately saw Luo Xing's pretty face covered in frost. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were coldly staring at Zhuowen with a trace of hostility. Zhuowen was startled. He didn't expect Luo Xing's reaction to be so big. Even Qing Lian, who was standing beside Luo Xing, had a trace of hostility in her beautiful eyes at this moment. She similarly stared at Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to be confused. On the other hand, Lve Tao and Qiu Xiaoyun instantly blushed after hearing Luo Xing's words. They turned their faces away and no longer looked at the young women in the pavilion. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and didn't feel anything. He didn't have any improper thoughts in his heart. He clearly knew that these women who had given themselves to a place like the drunken spring pavilion were all pitiful people. Besides admiration, there was also a trace of pity in his eyes. A rare trace of anger surfaced on Luo Xing's pretty face when she saw Zhuowen's indifferent attitude. She coldly snorted in a low voice and was actually sulking. On the other hand, Qing Lian shook her head and didn't say anything. However, one could tell from Qing Lian's expression that she wasn't in a good mood either. Ladies, quickly arrange rooms for these men. Remember, you must arrange for the best rooms. The middle-aged woman looked at the many stunned geniuses in the group and immediately smiled beautifully. The palm leaf fan in her hand continuously waved. Ah! The young women in the pavilion immediately laughed and ran down the pavilion. They all enthusiastically pulled the geniuses in the group and wanted to lead them to the rooms. Hey! Why didn't I bring any girls? This isn't fair. This is blatant discrimination. The young women basically chose the young geniuses. As for Lu Hantian, Lu Nantian, and Qiu Changxing, they were ignored. The three of them were old men and naturally wouldn't be welcomed by these young women. Lu Hantian wasn't happy and boasted shamelessly. With this shout, the young women in the surrounding immediately distanced themselves from him. Lu Hantian's appearance was like an old beggar. Which girl would want to get close to this guy? However, the charming middle-aged woman's beautiful eyes flickered. She could faintly feel the terrifying aura emitted from Lu Hantian's body. She immediately smiled and said, "The three of you can follow me. In any case, the rooms aren't far from here. Then I'll have to trouble you." Changsheng laughed loudly and led Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian to follow behind the middle-aged woman. The group behind them were all led by beauties and followed behind the middle-aged woman. "Young master, can you let my daughter lead you?" A young woman around 15 years old dressed in an emerald green dress came to Zhuowen's side at this moment. Her large watery eyes secretly sized up Zhuowen. Her sparkling cheeks revealed a trace of crimson, but it was more of curiosity. The young man in front of her was carrying a strange green coffin. His temperament was outstanding, and his body revealed traces of mystery. All of these attracted the young woman's gaze. Therefore, she took the initiative to choose Zhuowen to lead him to the rooms. "Yes, then I'll have to trouble you." Zhuowen revealed a trace of a gentle smile and said rather politely, "It's no trouble. Young master can just follow me. My name is Miao Lu. Young master can just call me Lu or Lu." Revealed a trace of a bashful smile and very naturally took Zhuowen's right hand and pulled Zhuowen deeper inside. "Is the way your drunken spring pavilion welcomes guests." Zhuowen was somewhat speechless towards this way of welcoming guests, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Yes, this is the way my mother set up to welcome guests. Because most of the guests who stay in the drunken spring pavilion are male. Female welcoming guests is more attractive. Like us, our only function is to go out and welcome guests and serve them. As long as we serve them well, then we can receive rewards." Lu Ai's personality was rather lively and wasn't afraid of strangers at all. After chatting with Zhuowen for a while, she got along well and even giggled from time to time. "Did you enter the drunken spring pavilion willingly?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he suddenly asked. "Yes, we all did it willingly. Actually, the drunken spring pavilion isn't a place of romance like young master thinks. The women here are all multi-talented and only sell their skills and not their bodies. It's a place of entertainment for many high officials and nobles in the imperial city. Mother said before that since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties. Being able to have the company of beauties while drinking wine and composing poetry naturally adds a great deal of elegance." Luo giggled. Chapter 630. Spirit Stone's The Drunken Spring Pavilion was divided into two areas, named Windflower and Snow Moon. The Windflower area was where the courtesans of the Drunken Spring Pavilion played the zither and sang, providing entertainment for the high officials and dignitaries. The Snow Moon area was made up of many pavilions, specifically for the guests to stay in. Mother Su took the lead and led the mighty group through the Windflower District. It had to be said that the Windflower District was indeed bustling with activity. In the center of the Windflower District stood a huge circular stage. On the stage, graceful figures danced gracefully like butterflies in the depths of the flower bushes. On the other side of the stage were rows of pavilions. There were many figures sitting in the pavilions, drinking fine wine and chatting as they admired the graceful figures of the dancers on the stage. As the two groups passed by, many geniuses looked enviously at the high officials and dignitaries enjoying themselves in the Windflower area. Zhuowen sneered inwardly. He knew that these people who only cared about enjoying themselves were basically second-generation young masters, without the slightest bit of the heart of a powerhouse. If they had the heart of a powerhouse, they wouldn't waste their time on such meaningless enjoyment. After passing through the Windflower District, Mother Su led the group to the Shuiyu District. Unlike the Windflower District, The Shuiyu district was much quieter. There were many pavilions and pavilions in the Shuiyu district. Inside the pavilions, there were many rooms. There were at least 1,000 pavilions. How spectacular! There are actually so many rooms here. Looking at the densely packed pavilions, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Qiu Changsheng was right. There were indeed a lot of rooms in the drunken spring pavilion. There were actually over 1,000 rooms, enough to accommodate 1,000 people. Mother Su, you're still so efficient. This mid-grade spirit stone should be enough to pay for our lodging, right? Qiu Changxing smiled and threw out a palm-sized, sparkling, translucent stone with a threatening spirit qi into Mother Su's hand. Oh, Uncle Qiu is too polite. These mid-grade spirit stones are enough. Daughters, quickly bring your husbands to their rooms. You must serve them well in their daily lives. Holding the mid-grade spirit stones, Mother Su immediately smiled charmingly and hurriedly gave orders to the young girls below. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter will serve you with all her heart. When they finished talking, the young women took their geniuses to the pavilions in the Shuiyu area. They were probably going to pick a pavilion for them. Spirit stones? At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the spirit stone in the woman's hand. His eyes were full of light. The aura emitted by this spirit stone gave Zhuowen a very familiar feeling. This spirit stone actually contains spiritual qi. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen finally realized why the aura of the spirit stone was so familiar. Back when he was at the Zhongling Mountain in the Yuanqi Pagoda, he had absorbed a lot of spirit qi in the Zhongling Mountain and had broken through to the beginner level of the Great Sun Nirvana technique. Spiritual energy was a type of energy that was of a higher grade. He did not expect that the so-called spirit stones would contain this type of spiritual energy. Young master, let me take you to your room. In the future, Lu Er will help you take care of your daily life. Beside him, Lu Er was rather obedient. Since Zhuowen didn't move, she also didn't move. She just quietly stayed by Zhuowen's side. And, Lu Er, do you know what that spirit stone is? Zhuowen suddenly asked. When Lu Er heard this, there was a trace of doubt in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to be surprised that Zhuowen actually didn't know about spirit stones. However, she didn't care too much and said, Spirit stones are the common currency of the imperial capital. These spirit stones are divided into low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and transcendent-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones contain spiritual qi. This spiritual qi is very beneficial to the 4 Venerable Realm experts. It is something that the 4 Venerable Realm experts must have. Perhaps in other counties, spirit stones should be more commonly seen on the 4 Venerable Realm experts. However, the imperial capital is under the jurisdiction of the Qing Emperor. It has long since unified the currency and uses spirit stones for transactions. The value of spirit stones is extremely high. It is said that a low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 imperial essence pills. In the imperial capital, as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can basically buy anything. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded in relief. No wonder he had never heard of spirit stones before. It turned out that only the 4 Venerable Realm experts possessed spirit stones in Muqing County. Only in the imperial capital did spirit stones become a unified currency. Lu Er, do you have any spirit stones on you? Thinking up to here, Zhuowen suddenly asked Lu Er. I do. However, Lu Er doesn't have a lot of spirit stones on me. I only have a total of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Er has saved these spirit stones from last year until now. Lu Er was rather naive and unaffected. She actually didn't hide anything from Zhuowen. This made Zhuowen have a rather good impression of her. Since Lu Er could still maintain such a naive character, this intoxicated spring pavilion probably treated these young girls quite well. With a flip of his right hand, a golden ginseng appeared in Zhuowen's hand. He smiled and said, This is a 3rd-grade spirit medicine, the ginseng treasure fruit. can it be exchanged for the 5 spirit stones in your hand? Zhuowen still decided to study spirit stones. If spirit stones really did contain spiritual qi, perhaps it would be quite beneficial to his great nirvana Sunday. One had to know that his great nirvana son had relied on this spiritual qi to break through to the entry level. 3rd grade spirit medicine. Looking at the ginseng treasure fruit with a threatening medicinal aura in Zhuowen's hand, Luer's beautiful eyes widened. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Young master, a 3rd grade spirit medicine is at least worth 20 low-grade spirit stones. This ginseng treasure fruit of yours has a dense medicinal aura. I'm afraid it's the best among 3rd grade spirit medicines. Its value is even higher. I can't take advantage of you." Hearing this, the smile at the corners of Zhuowen's mouth became even gentler. This Luer's temperament wasn't bad. She actually flatly refused to take advantage of him. Zhuowen's favorable impression of her increased quite a bit. "Don't worry. Being able to casually take out a 3rd grade spirit medicine means that I have quite a few spirit medicines on me. I only want to use spirit stones to study it. Just exchange with me," Zhuowen said sincerely. Luer hesitated for a moment when she heard this, then said, "All right then. Young master, consider this as Luer owing you a favor this time. If young master really needs spirit stones so much, you can totally go to the Imperial Capital's appraiser hall to exchange for spirit stones. As long as it's a treasure, the appraiser hall will accept it. Moreover, the price they offer is also very fair." "Oh, there's such a place in the Imperial Capital. That's fine. Bring me to the appraiser hall to take a look tomorrow. Take this ginseng treasure fruit." Zhuowen smiled lightly and stuffed the spirit medicine into Luer's hand. "Then thank you very much, young master. These are the spirit stones Luer saved up." Luer grinned as she received the spirit medicine, then withdrew 5 spirit stones from the universe pouch at her waist and passed them to Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen also clearly felt that Luer had become much closer to him. Obviously, his gift of the spirit medicine earlier caused Luer's favorable impression of him to greatly increase. "Young master, let's go. I'll bring you to the side room." After the 2 of them finished exchanging spirit stones, Luer pulled Zhuowen into the Snow Moon District. After choosing an elegant side room in one of the pavilions, they were just about to enter the side room when Luo Xing, who had a cold expression, just happened to come out from the room beside Zhuowen's. The 2 of them glanced at each other. Then Luo Xing's beautiful eyes landed on Luer, who was pulling Zhuowen's hand. Her beautiful eyes contained traces of coldness, and with a cold snort, she actually directly brushed past Zhuowen. Sensing Luo Xing's baffling attitude, Zhuowen was somewhat at a loss. He didn't seem to have offended Luo Xing before. So why did this girl seem to be very unhappy with him? Luer, on the other hand, was exceptionally intelligent as she secretly laughed and said, "Young master, that young lady just now was very beautiful. Such a girl is rare even in the Imperial Capital. She's beautiful, but unfortunately she's a rose with thorns." Now her attitude is even a bit baffling. Zhuowen shook his head and said helplessly, "A woman's heart was truly like a needle at the bottom of the ocean." He completely didn't understand. Was that beautiful big sister just now jealous and angry? "I'm afraid that big sister likes you, young master." Luer's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she said with a smile, "Likes me." Zhuowen shook his head and continued, "Luer, I'm afraid that you're thinking too much. Luo Xing isn't the kind of girl that easily likes men. Moreover..." Speaking up to here, Mu Qinxue's alluring face involuntarily surfaced in Zhuowen's mind, and the corners of his mouth revealed a faint smile. Looks like young master's heart already belongs to someone. The one that young master likes is definitely even more beautiful than that big sister just now, right?" Luer suddenly laughed delicately. Hearing this, Zhuan's expression was slightly embarrassed, and he shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time to talk about this. Luer had better hurry up and open this room." Luer giggled and took out the key to open the room door. After that, she lit a candle within the room. Instantly, the originally pitch-black room became brightly lit. Sizing up the room's surroundings, Zhuan nodded slightly. This room was rather spacious, and the furnishings in the surroundings were also extremely elegant and simple. A wisp of delicate fragrance drifted within, and sniffing it carefully, it immediately made one feel relaxed and happy. "Luer, you withdraw first. Come back tomorrow morning and bring me to the treasure appraising pavilion." Looking around the room, Zhuan instructed Luer, and Luer obediently left the room. After Luer left, Zhuan silently sat cross-legged on the bed. He first regulated the aura in his dantian before taking out 5 pieces of sparkling and translucent stones from his spirit ring. They were precisely the spirit stones that he exchanged from Luer. Silently gazing at the 5 spirit stones before him, Zhuan's gaze flickered, and he casually took one of the spirit stones. Instantly, a cool and refreshing energy passed through his palm and bore into his body. It was precisely that familiar spirit energy. This spirit energy passed through Zhuan's meridians and bore into the space between Zhuan's brows, and it actually faintly strengthened the mental energy within his Naiwen palace. There really is spirit energy inside. This spirit energy is even able to nourish the mental energy within my Naiwen palace. After discovering that what the spirit stone contained was indeed spirit energy, Zhuan became rather excited and started to ceaselessly absorb the spirit energy within the spirit stone. Kacha! In a short while, the spirit stone in his hand was completely exhausted, and it transformed into an ordinary stone before shattering into powder in Zhuan's hand. After the spirit stone shattered, Zhuan continued to use the next spirit stone. After roughly the time for half an incense stick to burn, all 5 spirit stones were completely absorbed by Zhuan, but Zhuan's face revealed an expression of wanting more. Chapter 631. Treasure inspecting pavilion early in the morning. A cool breeze brushed past. Warm sunlight penetrated through the clouds and spilled onto the ground, causing the chilly morning to become warm and gentle. Dong dong dong. A clear knocking sound sounded out. Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of light flashed past his eyes as he said in a clear voice, "Come in!" Creak! The door opened, and Luer, who wore a green dress and had a hot figure, entered the room with a basin of hot water. "Young master, wash up. Did you rest well yesterday?" Luer placed the basin on the table and looked at Zhuan with a grin. "Not bad." The corners of Zhuan's mouth curled up slightly. He took the towel that Luer handed over and casually washed up before saying, "Luer, bring me to the treasure inspecting pavilion today. Right now, I'm in need of spirit stones." "Hee. Young master, don't be anxious. Luer will first tidy up your clothes, then bring you to the treasure inspecting pavilion." Luer grinned as she arrived before Zhuan and very carefully tidied up his clothes for Zhuan. Zhuan was slightly stunned, and his face revealed a trace of awkwardness. He was used to being alone and was really not used to the feeling of being served by others. However, he also knew that Luer's job was to serve him, so he did not refuse. "Young master, you seem to be a bit nervous. Have you never been served before?" Luer's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she giggled. Hearing this, Zhuan helplessly shook his head. This Luer really dared to say anything, and was completely without the slightest bit scheming. However, such a lack of scheming caused Zhuan to have a rather good impression of Luer. After tidying up his clothes, Luer brought Zhuan out of the room and walked towards the treasure inspecting pavilion within the imperial capital. The treasure inspecting pavilion was not very far from the drunken spring pavilion. Luer and Zhuan only spent half an incense stick's time to arrive before the treasure inspecting pavilion. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he stared at the enormous tower-like building in front of him. He had heard from Lu Er that the inspection treasure hall had a total of 4 floors. However, he did not expect it to be so majestic. The entrance to the appraiser hall was bustling with people. Most of them were cultivators with powerful auras, and there was no lack of ultimate Emperor Realm experts amongst them. Zhuowen felt as if he was in a dream when he saw so many ultimate Emperor Realm experts around him. It was almost impossible to see so many ultimate Emperor Realm experts in the capital of Muqing County. Moreover, they were all strolling around in groups. Perhaps only the imperial capital of the entire Qingxian Empire would be able to achieve such a scale. At the entrance of the appraiser hall stood 2 burly men who looked like iron towers. The 2 of them stared coldly at the people entering and exiting the hall. "Stop! The appraiser hall isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Little brother, do you have an invitation from the appraiser masters in the appraiser hall?" When Zhuowen arrived at the entrance, a robust man instantly stretched out his hand to stop Zhuowen and asked indifferently, "Must I have an invitation to enter the appraiser hall?" His brows furrowed slightly. He did not expect that an invitation would be required to enter the appraiser hall. This was his first time here, so how could he possibly have an invitation? If you don't have an invitation, you will also have the qualifications to enter as long as your strength has reached the ultimate Emperor Realm or above. "You are so young," the robust man shook his head. When he saw how young Zhuowen was, he subconsciously felt that it was unlikely that Zhuowen had reached the ultimate Emperor Realm. Therefore, he decisively stopped him. Zhuowen was slightly startled when he heard this. No wonder only powerful ultimate Emperor Realm experts entered the appraiser hall. So there was such a rule. Zhuowen shook his head. Just as he was about to reveal the aura within his body, a mocking laughter slowly rang out. "I really don't know where this country boy came from. He doesn't even know the rules of the appraiser hall and dares to come here and make a fool of himself." When this voice rang out, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately turned his head and saw 2 slender and elegant figures appear behind him. One of the figures was about 22 years old. She was dressed in green silk and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her delicate skin was as flawless as snow, and there was a trace of coldness between her brows. She had an unapproachable look on her face. The other figure stood beside the ice-cold woman. She was about the same age as Zhuowen, but her looks were much worse than the ice-cold woman's. Her appearance was rather ordinary. At this moment, the younger woman had a mocking smile on her face as she stared calmly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that the words just now should have been said by this ordinary-looking woman. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that these 2 women were wearing Arcana Master's robes. The ordinary-looking woman had 3 stars embroidered on her chest, indicating that she was a rank 3 Arcana Master. This woman's natural talent wasn't bad. She wasn't even 20 years old, yet her spiritual force was already at the 3rd grade. She could be considered a genius. What surprised Zhuowen was that the woman with an icy expression wore a white robe that was like a flawless white lotus, and there were actually 4 stars embroidered on her chest. This woman was actually a rank 4 Arcana Master. I truly never imagined that Miss Huangfu and Miss Jingyan would actually come to the appraiser hall. It's truly our honor. Ladies, please come in. The 2 robust men that were originally cold and indifferent had a great change in attitude. Their originally cold and indifferent expressions were completely replaced by enthusiasm, and they even revealed a trace of flattering smiles. Huangfu. When she heard the surname Huangfu, Lu Er, who was standing beside Zhuowen, trembled. Zhuowen felt Lu Er's unusual behavior, and his brows knit together slightly as his gaze landed on Lu Er. "Young master, Huangfu is the surname of a direct descendant of the imperial family. I'm afraid that Miss Huangfu is a member of the imperial family. It's best if we try our best not to offend her," Lu Er said somewhat worriedly. The 2 women slowly walked past Zhuowen. The woman with an icy expression didn't even look at Zhuowen from beginning to end. Perhaps in her opinion, Zhuowen wasn't even worthy of her attention. "Ladies, please come in." The two robust men hurriedly and enthusiastically gestured for them to enter. Their attitudes were extremely respectful and submissive. "I say, the two of them don't have an invitation letter, nor have they reached the pinnacle of the five-wheel emperor realm, right? Are you going to let them in just like that? Then wouldn't the appraiser hall's rules exist in name only?" Just as the two women were about to enter, Zhuowen's unhurried voice rang out, causing the two women's movements to stiffen. Their beautiful eyes simultaneously focused on the indifferent young man who was carrying a green coffin on his back. As expected of an ignorant brat, the ordinary-looking woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Zhuowen mockingly, as if she was waiting to watch a good show. As for the indifferent woman, she watched coldly from the sidelines. A hint of mockery also appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Brat, you better watch your mouth. How can you compare to Miss Huangfu and Miss Jingyan? Both of them are geniuses of the Imperial Capital's Arcane Guild. Also, I forgot to tell you, Arcanists can freely enter the appraiser hall. Tell me, firstly, your cultivation isn't high enough. Secondly, you don't have an invitation letter. Thirdly, you're not an Arcanist. Do you think you have the qualifications to enter the appraiser hall? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to suffer, get lost as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The two robust men immediately glared at Zhuowen fiercely. In their hearts, they secretly thought that this young man really didn't know what was good for him. Must he suffer a little before he is satisfied? At this moment, Luer, who was standing beside Zhuowen, was trembling slightly. She hugged Zhuowen's arm tightly and hid behind him. The two robust men looked ferocious. Since Luer was still young, she naturally felt terrified. "My cultivation isn't high enough? I'm not an Arcanist? Which dog eye of yours saw that I don't have the qualifications to enter? Or are both of your dog eyes blind? You think I don't have the qualifications to enter without being verified?" Zhuowen straightened his back and spoke coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the two robust men were stunned. Then they revealed furious expressions. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Both of them were actually five-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. "Brat, if you're here to cause trouble in the appraiser hall, let me give you a piece of advice. Otherwise, the two of us really won't be polite. At that time, you'll regret it." The two robust men glared coldly at Zhuowen with sinister gazes. "Regret?" Zhuowen sneered repeatedly. He lightly patted the green coffin with his right hand. Instantly, the coffin lid opened a crack. A terrifying pressure descended at the entrance of the appraiser hall like a towering mountain. The surrounding air instantly froze. Plop! The ferocious expressions on the two robust men's faces had long been restrained. Instead, they were replaced by terrified expressions. Under this pressure, they directly knelt on the ground. They struggled with all their might, but were unable to break free. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying pressure? What cultivation level does this brat have? The two burly men kneeling on the ground were filled with fear and remorse. They could not imagine that Zhuowen was able to release such a terrifying pressure. The expressions of the two women standing behind the burly man finally changed. Although the pressure was not directed at them, even the aftermath of the pressure was enough to make the two women shudder in fear. This was especially so for the ordinary-looking woman. At this moment, her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. She actually couldn't stand steadily and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, the cold-looking woman acted in time and completely stabilized the woman's body. "Tell me, do you think I have the qualifications to enter the appraiser hall now?" Zhuowen's foot stomped on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he asked indifferently. At this moment, the two robust men were barely able to support their bodies. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. With great difficulty they said, "Sir, we were blind just now. We didn't know that you were hiding your strength. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Please let us go." Hearing this, Zhuowen coldly snorted. He lightly patted his right hand, and the slit in the green coffin behind him slowly closed. The terrifying pressure also completely disappeared. Only after the pressure disappeared did the two robust men let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, they hurriedly lowered their heads and made an inviting gesture. The young man in front of them was too terrifying. Just the pressure that he released actually made them feel suffocated. At this moment, Lu Er, who was beside Zhuowen, stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Although she knew that Zhuowen was a genius young man who came from another region and was definitely not weak, she didn't expect him to be powerful to such an extent. She had heard that the two robust men guarding the appraiser hall were powerful ultimate five-wheel Emperor Realm cultivators. She didn't expect that they wouldn't even dare to move under Zhuowen's pressure just now. Chapter 632. Three-colored spirit, fruit shaking his head helplessly. Zhuowen also understood the cruelty of this world where the strong reigned supreme when he sensed the change in attitude of the two burly men. If you didn't have strength, you wouldn't be respected at all. Bringing Lu Er along, Zhuowen directly brushed past the two women beside him and instantly entered the inspection treasure hall. The cold woman's willowy brows knitted slightly. Zhuowen's disregard made her feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. As for the ordinary-looking woman standing beside her, her beautiful eyes flickered, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to stop Zhuowen. The pressure that Zhuowen released earlier was extremely terrifying. She was very clear that with her strength, she was simply no match for Zhuowen. Senior Huang Fu. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dares to look down on you. Are we going to let him off just like that? The ordinary-looking woman was still somewhat unwilling and whispered to the cold woman. The cold woman shook her head and said, "This time we came to the inspection treasure hall for the auction on the 4th floor. There's no need to cause unnecessary trouble." Hearing this, the ordinary-looking woman could only nod her head. The status of the cold woman in front of her was much higher than hers. Moreover, the cold woman's talent was also much more outstanding than hers, so she didn't dare to disobey the orders of the cold woman. "Let's go. That kid is just a small fry. There's no need to take him to heart." The cold woman shook her head and immediately led the ordinary-looking woman into the inspection treasure hall. The inspection treasure hall was extremely large. After entering through the door, there was a passageway that was like a long snake. After walking out of the passageway, what appeared in front of Zhuowen was an extremely large hall. At this moment, the hall was bustling with people. At a glance, it was filled with people. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that other than cultivators, there were also many arcanists wearing long robes. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. It seems that the scale of the arcane guild in the imperial capital is quite large. Just the number of arcanists here has already surpassed the arcane guild in Broken Rock City. I wonder where Master Karaki and the others have gone. At this point, a trace of doubt appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. Before the destruction of Broken Rock City, the arcane guild in Broken Rock City had already moved out of the city, and Master Karaki had naturally left with the arcane guild. Until now, Zhuowen had not heard any news about Master Karaki. Speaking of which, Master Karaki could be considered as Zhuowen's half-master. Back then, it was Karaki who introduced Zhuowen to the field of psychic power and discovered Zhuowen's talent in psychic power. "Lu Er, do you know where the Spirit Stone exchange area is?" Zhuowen knew nothing about the appraiser hall and could only seek help from Lu Er. Lu Er isn't too sure either. "Young master, go ask the staff at the counter." Lu Er scratched her head and said somewhat embarrassedly. She was only a little servant girl in the drunken spring pavilion and did not have the qualifications to enter a place like the appraiser hall. How could she be familiar with the things in the appraiser hall? Nodding, Zhuowen walked straight to a counter. There was an old man with white hair and beard leaning against the counter. He had an indifferent attitude towards the cultivators looking at the items in front of the counter. Zhuowen's arrival did not attract the old man's attention. He only casually glanced at Zhuowen before his eyes became misty, looking as if he had not yet woken up. The old man's attitude caused Zhuowen to be somewhat speechless. In the end, he could only lightly knock on the table and ask, "May I ask if I need to exchange for spirit stones, or can I exchange spirit stones in the inspection hall?" The old man turned his head slightly and stared at Zhuowen with slight astonishment. He said indifferently, "Are the treasures on you valuable enough? The appraiser hall has a requirement. Only treasures with a value of 50 low-grade spirit stones and above are qualified to exchange for spirit stones. Otherwise, everything is off the table." "Oh, I see. This should be enough to prove that I have the qualifications to exchange for spirit stones, right?" Nodding, Zhuowen took out a palm-sized fruit from his spirit ring. It had 3 colors that constantly alternated with each other. A fragrance similar to that of orchids, and musk slowly drifted out from the fruit. A 5th-grade elixir, the 3-colored spirit fruit. Looking at the 3-colored spirit fruit in Zhuowen's hand, the old man suddenly stood up. His originally indifferent expression had long disappeared and was replaced by a dignified expression. He did not expect that this young man in front of him would actually be able to take out a 5th-grade elixir. Moreover, it was one of the rarer 5th-grade elixirs. "Put away the 3-colored spirit fruit first. Then follow me to the inner room." The old man's face was as calm as water. He stood up and led Zhuowen to the inner room behind the counter. A 5th-grade elixir was very rare. He did not expect that this young man in front of him would actually possess such an elixir. How could the old man not treat it seriously? The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Zhuowen had obtained countless resources from the blood demon inheritance. Back then, even a high-grade Qinkuan bag could not contain them. Although he had left most of his resources to the Zhuo family, Zhuowen still had a lot of resources on him. At this moment, it was just right to put them to good use. The furnishings of the inner room were similar to a study room. A refreshing sandalwood fragrance slowly drifted in the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. The two of them casually sat opposite each other in the middle, while Lu stood obediently beside Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. When Zhuowen took out a 5th-grade elixir, she was also inexplicably shocked. "Little friend, can you let me take a look at the 3-colored spirit fruit? I am one of the appraisers in the appraisal pavilion." At this moment, the old man's face was much more amiable and enthusiastic. Nodding his head, Zhuowen passed the 3-colored spirit fruit to the old man. After the old man received the fruit, he carefully held it in his palm and carefully examined it. His turbid eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. "Little friend, the quality of your 3-colored spirit fruit is excellent. I will not let you suffer a loss. How about 30 mid-grade spirit stones?" After pondering for a moment, the old man named a price. 30 mid-grade spirit stones? Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head in satisfaction. Spirit stones were divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The exchange rate for each grade was 100. For example, a mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. A high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. And so on. It was said that supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Even if one used 100 high-grade spirit stones to exchange, no one would be willing to exchange it, unless one used rare treasures to exchange for supreme-grade spirit stones. This old man was indeed generous. According to the market price, the 3-colored spirit fruit was about 30 mid-grade spirit stones. The old man did not deliberately lower the price. Instead, he was just stating the facts. "Okay." Zhuowen nodded his head. The old man revealed a smile and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, 30 crystal-clear spirit stones appeared on the table in front of the two. Here are 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Little friend, you must keep them well. The old man smiled and said. His right hand touched the spirit stones on the table. With a thought, the spirit stones immediately entered the spiritual ring, leaving only one mid-grade spirit stone lying quietly in Zhuan's palm. Feeling the spirit energy coming from the spirit stone in his palm, Zhuan's face revealed a joyful expression as he said to himself, "It is indeed a mid-grade spirit stone. The spirit energy inside is much richer than that of a low-grade spirit stone." Little friend, do you have anything else you want to exchange for spirit stones? This old man can appraise them for you one by one. The price will definitely not let you suffer a loss. The old man grinned. He knew that since Zhuowen could take out a grade 5 spirit medicine, then he probably had other good things on him. This young man before him was a big customer, so he naturally would not let him go easily. "And I still have some things that I don't need to exchange for spirit stones." Nodding his head, Zhuowen bent his finger and tapped. Instantly, the remaining resources in the spiritual ring were all piled up on the table between the two of them. Soon, they piled up into a small mountain. Most of them were grade 3 and 4 spirit medicines, as well as some armor skills of a lower grade. There was also a small amount of earth-rank spirit treasures. Looking at the small mountain of resources on the table, the old man and Lu Er were both stunned. Their faces revealed astonishment. They did not expect that Zhuowen actually had so many resources on him. The old man's eyes instantly revealed a trace of brilliance. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was staring at a pie. He really did not expect that this young man before him actually had so many resources on him. With so many resources, the old man could earn quite a bit just from the commission alone. Therefore, the old man's expression was even more enthusiastic at this moment. For hours later, Zhuowen and Lu Er walked out of the inner room under the old man's enthusiastic lead. Zhuowen took out too many resources. Even the old man spent 4 hours to appraise them. Zhuowen's harvest this time was not bad. After exchanging all the resources on him, he obtained a total of 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Due to the appraiser hall's regulations, the highest amount of spirit stones that could be exchanged could only be mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, Zhuowen would have exchanged all the mid-grade spirit stones on him for high-grade spirit stones. Little friend, if you have anything that you need to exchange for spirit stones in the future, feel free to look for this old man. This old man will definitely give you a fair price, the old man said to Zhuowen rather enthusiastically. Nodding his head, Zhuowen said indifferently, "Don't worry. If I really need to exchange for spirit stones in the future, I will definitely look for you." As he spoke, Zhuowen was about to leave the appraiser hall with Lu Er. However, just as he was about to step out of the appraiser hall's door, a burst of noise suddenly came from the depths of the hall. "Let's go quickly. This time, the appraiser hall's 4th floor will be auctioning the Greater Infinity sword formation. You have to know that this is a grade 5 origin formation. Although its power is greatly reduced due to the lack of a portion, its power is far more powerful than an ordinary grade 4 origin formation. I'm afraid that many Arcana Masters will come to bid for this Greater Infinity sword formation this time." 2 people passed by and were discussing matters regarding the Greater Infinity sword formation. This caused Zhuowen's eyebrows to slightly raise. He did not expect that the appraiser hall would actually auction a grade 5 origin formation. This caused Zhuowen to be rather curious. Just as Zhuowen was pondering about the Greater Infinity sword formation, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Zhuowen, you really came to the Imperial capital. Haha, I knew you would come." Chapter 633. Greater Infinity Sword Formation. Zhuowen turned around and saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion wearing an arcanist's robe. When Zhuowen saw the old man, he was startled at first, but then a hint of surprise appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old Sangmu, I didn't expect you to be in the Imperial City too. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. This figure was Master Sangmu, whom he had not seen for a long time. Chiu Cho had told him that the Arcane Guild in Broken Rock City had moved, but he did not know where. Now it seemed that they had moved to the Imperial City. Master Sangmu's face was full of smiles. He came to Zhuowen and said with a smile, I knew it. With your talent, it's not a problem for you to enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle. Now that you've appeared in the Imperial City, you must be preparing to participate in the upcoming Battle of the 9 Counties, right? Master Sangmu had moved to the Imperial City early, so he had not heard of Zhuowen's terrifying achievements in the Vitality Tower battle. He only thought that Zhuowen had entered the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle. Zhuowen smiled and nodded. He said, Old Sangmu, why did the Arcane Guild in Broken Rock City move to the Imperial City? Aren't you all doing well in Broken Rock City? It's a long story. The headquarters of the Arcane Guild in the Imperial City summoned all of our branches back. As for what exactly happened, I'm not very sure. Master Sangmu shook his head and said with some confusion, Old Sangmu, it seems that you're doing well too. Your mental strength has broken through to the 4th level. Zhuowen quickly noticed the 4 stars on Master Sangmu's chest and said with a smile, It's just a lucky breakthrough. But with my talent, I'm afraid I can only stay at the level of the 4th level small success. On the other hand, when you were in Broken Rock City, your mental strength was already at the 3rd level large success. Now that almost 2 years have passed, I'm afraid you've already become a 4th level arcanist. Master Sangmu stared at Zhuowen with bright eyes. He knew that with Zhuowen's mental strength talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a 4th level arcanist. Now that 2 years had passed, Zhuowen's mental strength was likely to reach the 4th level. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said coolly and more or less, Sai, I didn't misjudge you back then. Grandmaster Kuraki's face twitched. He was more than 40 years older than Zhuowen, but Zhuowen's spiritual energy cultivation was on par with his. This made Grandmaster Kuraki feel bitter. It seemed that he couldn't compare with a monster like Zhuowen. Otherwise, it would be too much of a blow to his confidence. Hearing the conversation between Zhuowen and Grandmaster Kuraki, Lu was shocked once again. What exactly is the background of this young master beside me? Not only was his aura enough to intimidate the 2 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the Praiser Hall, but this rank 4 Arcana Master in front of him seemed to be so cordial towards this young man. Moreover, this young man seemed to be a rank 4 Arcana Master himself. Old Man Sangmu, the appraisal hall seems rather lively today. Do you know what's going on? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Oh, are you talking about the auction for the Greater Limitless Sword Formation? That thing is indeed going to be auctioned today. Grandmaster Kuraki nodded. Earlier, I heard that the Greater Limitless Sword Formation is a rank 5 origin formation. A rank 5 origin formation is extremely precious. The appraisal hall is actually willing to auction it. Zhuowen was slightly puzzled. The might of a rank 5 origin formation was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than a rank 4 origin formation. Normally, origin formations of this rank wouldn't be auctioned because they were too rare. This was also what Zhuowen was puzzled about. Grandmaster Kuraki shook his head and said, the Greater Limitless Sword Formation is indeed a rank 5 origin formation, but it's a damaged rank 5 origin formation. It's said that the Greater Limitless Sword Formation has a total of 5 small sword formations, and the 5 small sword formations are arranged in 5 different directions. However, the Greater Limitless Sword Formation that the appraisal hall is auctioning is missing a small sword formation. It's precisely because it's missing a small sword formation that the might of the Greater Limitless Sword Formation is greatly reduced. Although it's inferior to an ordinary rank 5 origin formation, it's still much stronger than most rank 4 origin formations. A damaged rank 5 origin formation. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze slightly focused, and he was slightly excited in his heart. He had never seen a rank 5 origin formation, and he would be able to experience it this time. What? Zhuowen, could it be that you're interested in the greater limitless sword formation as well? Grandmaster Kuraki grinned. I'm indeed somewhat interested. Why don't we go to the 4th floor and take a look? Zhuowen smiled. I'm also preparing to head to the 4th floor of the appraisal hall. But I still need to wait for a few friends. Why don't we wait for a while? Grandmaster Kuraki nodded. Since they're your friends, there's no harm in waiting. Zhuowen didn't refuse. The two of them didn't wait for too long before a group of people walked over from the other side of the hall. Grandmaster Kuraki saw the group of people with a glance and hurriedly went over to greet them. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the group of people, he was first stunned, and then he frowned slightly because he realized that he actually saw 2 familiar faces in the group. There were a total of 4 people in the group, 2 men and 2 women. Among them, the 2 women were none other than the cold-looking woman with the surname Huangfu and the ordinary-looking woman called Jingyan that Zhuowen met when he first entered the appraisal hall. Standing beside the 2 women was an old man and a young man. One of them was dressed in a gray robe, and there was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen also knew this person. He was the president of the Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild, Master Kuya. The other person's age was similar to the cold-looking woman's. This person's hair was tied into a crown, and he was handsome and elegant. When he opened and closed his eyes, they shone with a sharp aura. This young man was handsome and elegant, and when he smiled, he was extremely good-looking. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be an idol-level existence. At this moment, this young man's gaze was gentle as he looked at the cold-looking woman. His face was full of tenderness, and even a fool could tell that this young man probably liked this cold-looking woman. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were affectionate, but the flowing water was heartless. The woman with the surname Huangfu completely ignored this young man and treated him as air. As for the ordinary-looking woman standing beside the woman with the surname Huangfu, her gaze was firmly fixed on the young man. Perhaps she found that the young man's gaze was completely occupied by the woman with the surname Huangfu, so she was quite jealous and sulking at the side. Kuraki, you've come quite early. It seems that you've specially come to wait for us. Master Ku, you looked at Master Kuraki, who had come over, and immediately gave him a bear hug. Master Kuya, actually, I've also just arrived. Master, Kuraki smiled slightly, and at the same time he cupped his hands towards the 3 people behind Master Kuya and said, I really didn't expect that even Miss Huangfu, young Master Feng, and Miss Jingyan would also come. The woman with the surname Huangfu, the handsome young man, and Jingyan also politely returned greeting. After all, Master Kuraki was also a grade 4 arcanist. His status was not low, so they would naturally give him some face. As Master Kuraki spoke, he pulled Master Kuya and the others to Zhuowen and said, Master Kuya, Zhuowen has also come to the imperial capital. Oh, it's really you, Zhuowen. When our arcane guild moved to the imperial capital, we wanted to bring you along, but unfortunately, you had already entered the Vitality Tower at that time. Since you've come to the imperial capital, it means that your results in the Vitality Tower battle are pretty good. Master Kuya rather enthusiastically patted Zhuowen's shoulder, and his eyes were full of gratification. Zhuowen's performance in Broken Rock City back then was extremely good, especially when he defeated the geniuses of Yang City and Anding City for their Broken Rock City Arcane Guild. He had won a lot of face for their Arcane Guild. So Master Ku, you naturally had a very good impression of Zhuowen. It's you. Suddenly, 2 voices spoke in unison behind Master Kuya. Master Ku, you couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and said to the 2 people behind him, Do you know each other? The two people who spoke in unison were the women with the surname Huangfu and the name Jingyan. However, the two women's expressions were not particularly good. Obviously, they were recalling the incident at the entrance of the inspection treasure pavilion. Haha, I don't know each other. Maybe these two have mistaken me for someone else. Zhuowen smiled indifferently. He completely ignored the two women behind Master Kuya and continued to chat cheerfully with Master Kuraki. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these two women who felt good about themselves. Of course, he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Zhuowen's disregard immediately made Jing Yun angry out of humiliation. She coldly shouted, "What an arrogant brat! Are you planning to escape by ignoring us? Coward! You're still pretending to be virtuous." The woman with the surname Huangfu's expression was somewhat unsightly. When had she ever been disregarded like this? Since she was young, she had always been the moon surrounded by the stars, who dared to treat her with disdain. However, not only did the young man before her ignore her, he even ignored her twice. This caused a trace of anger to appear on the originally arrogant woman with the surname Huangfu's charming face. Perhaps sensing the abnormality of the woman with the surname Huangfu, the gentle-looking and dignified young man finally shifted his gaze away from her and landed on Zhuowen. The gentleness in his eyes was gradually replaced by coldness. "I'll give you a chance now. Come here, kneel down, and apologize to Zixia. Otherwise, it's unlikely that you'll be able to leave the inspection treasure pavilion alive." The young man raised his head and puffed out his chest as he looked down at Zhuowen. It was as if in his eyes, Zhuowen was as insignificant as an ant. "Oh, you want me to go over, kneel down, and apologize?" Zhuowen's words paused. Shortly after, he turned his head and stared at the arrogant young man with a cold smile on his face. Isn't this young man too full of himself? Zhuowen didn't provoke him, yet he directly asked me to kneel down and apologize. Where did this young man get his confidence from? That's right, you only have one chance. Come here at once, kneel down, and apologize. Zixia was frightened because of you just now, so you must bear the consequences. The young man remained arrogant as he spoke in a righteous tone. You're really out of your mind. Since you want to show off in front of Zixia, can you not act so retarded? Or do you think you're very handsome now? However, in my opinion, you're just a lunatic. If you want to show off in front of a beauty, you must first choose the right target. Once you choose the wrong one, the consequences will be severe. Celestial Spirit, Chapter 634. Auction. What did you just say? The handsome young man's face darkened. Zhuowen was too presumptuous. He dared to insult him in front of him. How could he not be angry? Haha, you're just a guy with a brain full of lust. Zhuowen shook his head. He could not be bothered with this arrogant young man. The handsome young man finally could not take it anymore. He stomped his foot and a terrifying aura surged out. The gentleness on his face was replaced by murderous intent. Zhuowen had completely angered him. Peak of the ultimate five-wheel emperor stage? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He was quite surprised. This young man who looked like a playboy was actually not weak. He had reached the peak of the ultimate five-wheel emperor stage. It seemed that this person's background was not ordinary. Master Ku Ye's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying mental energy shot out and filled the space between the young man and Zhuowen. The handsome young man, who originally had an imposing aura, had a slight change in expression. His aura was also pulled back under the pressure of the mental energy. Master Kuya, what do you mean? The young man stared at Master Kuya with fear and said coldly, After all, Master Kuya was once the president of the Arcane Guild branch in Broken Rock City. Now that he had returned to the headquarters, his status had risen. His status was much higher than most arcanists. Moreover, Master Kuya's mind power had reached the peak of the 4th grade. He was only one step away from becoming a legendary 5th great arcanist. Even the power behind the handsome young man would not offend Master Kuya too much over such a trivial matter. Master Kuya, do you have to interfere in this matter? Although your status in the Arcane Guild is not low, our Feng family is not an ordinary power. There is no benefit in offending us. The young man narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Master Kuya shook his head and said indifferently, Young Master Feng, Zhuo Wen is this old man's junior. I hope you can give this old man some face. The young man's face turned ugly. He knew that if Master Kuya really interfered, he would not have the chance to touch Zhuowen. The woman surnamed Huangfu couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise when she saw Master Kuya protecting Zhuowen. She knew that Master Kuya was willing to offend the young man surnamed Feng to protect Zhuowen. Clearly, Zhuowen was very important to him. Humph. Then I'll give Master Kuya face and spare your life today. However, the Imperial City is not a particularly safe place. Others can protect you for a while, but they can't protect you forever. In the future, you'd better be careful in the Imperial City. Otherwise, you won't even know if you lose your life. The young man with the family name Feng snorted coldly and slowly withdrew the aura that erupted from his body. He indifferently glanced at Zhuowen, and his gaze turned much colder. There was even a trace of murderous intent. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This youth surnamed Feng was clearly threatening him, but Zhuowen was not afraid. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm, and he was not weak. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was not someone to be trifled with either. Haha, let's go. The auction on the 4th floor of the appraiser hall is about to begin. This time, besides the infinite sword formation, there are still many good things for sale. Seeing that the young man surnamed Feng had stopped attacking, Master Kuya hurriedly laughed and said with a smile. The young man surnamed Feng snorted coldly and took the lead to walk towards the 4th floor of the appraiser hall. Then Huangfu Zixia and Jingyan followed closely behind and ascended to the appraiser hall. Zhuowen, these 3 people have extraordinary identities. Among them, the man is a direct descendant of the Feng family, one of the 7 great families of the Imperial City. His name is Feng Xiang. The woman with the cold expression is a member of the Imperial family. Her name is Huangfu Zixia, and she is the direct disciple of an elder in the Arcane Guild's headquarters. Her talent is extremely terrifying, and she is the focus of the guild's nurturing. As for Jingyan, who is by Huangfu Zixia's side, she is also a member of the Imperial City. However, she isn't of the Imperial family's bloodline, but the descendant of a high official and noble in the Imperial City. Although her status can't compare to the Imperial family and the Feng family, she can still be considered to have some influence in the Imperial City. At this moment, Master Kuya's expression became extremely solemn. He was very clear about the backgrounds of those 3 people from before. On the other hand, Zhuowen had no background. If he offended the 3 of them, then Zhuowen would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. He didn't expect that those 3 people had such prominent identities, especially Huangfu Zixia. Not only was she a member of the Imperial family, but she was also the direct disciple of an elder in the Imperial City's Arcane Guild. Because the members of the Arcane Guild were all gathered in the Imperial City, the Arcane Guild in the Imperial City was undoubtedly the only and largest arcane guild in the entire Qingxian Empire. The cultivation of the elders in the Arcane Guild was unfathomable. It wasn't so easy to become the direct disciple of an elder in the Arcane Guild. If one's talent wasn't outstanding, then it would be impossible to be chosen by those picky elders. Let's go. The 4th floor isn't just auctioning the ultimate sword formation this time. There are other treasures being auctioned as well. Let's go up as well. After Master Kuya finished speaking, he led Songmu and Zhuowen up the stairs. The stairs of the appraiser hall were in a roundabout manner, like a whirlwind that spiraled upwards. Not long after, Master Kuya and the other two ascended to the fourth floor of the appraiser hall. It was a space slightly smaller than the first floor. There was a circle of seating platforms around it. At this moment, the seating platforms were already filled with a large number of people. Above the seating platforms were rows of private rooms. There were many figures inside, and there should be quite a number of people seated there. In the middle of the seating area, there was a huge platform. At this moment, an old man in a black robe with sharp eyes stood quietly on the platform. This old man's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura. He should not be a weakling. As soon as Master Kuya and the other two entered the fourth floor, a slender and elegant maidservant welcomed them with a bright smile, especially when she saw the 4 stars on Master Kuya and Master Tsangmu's chests. The smile on her face became even more radiant. "My lords, please enter the VIP seats." The maidservant was extremely enthusiastic. She hurriedly invited Master Kuya into one of the private rooms above the seating platforms. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 grade 4 Arcana Masters. Their statuses were noble, and she couldn't afford to neglect them. The private room was quite spacious. It could easily accommodate 20 people. At this moment, there were still a few people standing in the private room. They were Feng Xiang, Huang Fuzixia, and Jing Yin, who had arrived earlier than Master Kuya and the other 2. Perhaps they had noticed the movement of the private room's door, but the 3 of them turned around and saw Master Kuya and the other 2. After casually greeting them, their gazes were fixed on the high platform in the middle of the seating platforms below. As for Zhuowen, he was completely ignored by them. In Feng Xiang's opinion, Zhuowen was already a dead man. As soon as this auction ended, he would definitely capture Zhuowen alive and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone in the private room took their seats. Not long after, the long-robed old man on the high platform below finally opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "Thank you for coming to the appraiser hall's auction this time. Although this old man knows the purpose of everyone's visit, the auction should be done one by one. The good things should naturally be left for the finale. This old man won't waste any more words. Let's start with the first treasure." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand. A groove immediately appeared on the high platform below his feet. Soon after, a black brocade box slowly floated up and landed in the old man's palm. Patter! The old man immediately opened the brocade box. A fragrance similar to orchids and musk wafted out, causing the expressions of many people on the high platform to change. Quietly lying inside the brocade box was an oval-shaped fruit. The strange thing was that the surface of the fruit was surrounded by white foam. The old man looked around and said indifferently, "Grade 4 spirit herb, snake saliva fruit. It's a fruit born from the saliva of a 1,000-year-old snake demon. It's quite effective for cultivators. The starting price is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now." Many people on the high platform became restless. It was obvious that the snake saliva fruit was quite attractive to them. 15 mid-grade spirit stones. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Bids rose and fell on the high platform. Soon, the price of the snake saliva fruit was raised to 80 mid-grade spirit stones. It was won by an ultimate Emperor Realm, 3-wheeled cultivator on the high platform below. That cultivator was quite cautious. After bidding for the snake saliva fruit, he quietly left his seat, intending to leave the appraiser hall. However, the moment that cultivator left, a few cultivators on the high platform below followed closely behind him. It was likely that the cultivator was in a bad situation. Of course, the appraiser hall wouldn't care about this kind of thing. The appraiser hall only forbade fighting within the hall. However, once outside the appraiser hall wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Although the imperial capital was a famous big city in the Qing Xian Empire, it was far more chaotic than other places. There were too many martial artists gathered here. Friction and brawls were a common occurrence. Even robberies were common occurrences. Although the imperial guards were in charge of the imperial capital was too big. The imperial guards couldn't cover every corner. This was also the reason why other cultivators in the imperial capital took advantage of the situation and caused chaos. Zhuowen naturally saw the situation below, but he shook his head and ignored it. He wouldn't meddle in the fate of that cultivator. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. If one wanted to obtain a treasure, one had to have the strength to protect it. Otherwise, it would only be an illusion in the end. The auction continued in an orderly manner. The old man on the high platform continuously took out one item after another, causing commotion on the high platform. The items were also auctioned off one after another. The next item to be auctioned is a little special. Everyone, please wait and see. Suddenly, the old man said in a solemn voice, causing the eyes of many people on the high platform to light up. If the old man, who had always been as calm as water, was so serious, then the item to be auctioned this time must be extraordinary. Whoosh! Below the high platform, a large groove appeared once again. Soon after, a transparent glass box, half the height of a person, slowly floated up and finally appeared above the high platform. At the same time, the temperature around the high platform rose sharply. It was like a furnace, causing many cultivators to frown. What a terrifying temperature! What exactly is this thing? Chapter 635. Firebird Plume Feather Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless gazes gathered on the high platform. A fiery red plume feather lay quietly in the glass box beside the elder. The color of the flame was exceptionally dazzling. What was even more frightening was that the terrifying temperature from earlier had come from this plume feather. Although the temperature was far from the earth fire, it was still not to be underestimated. This is a plume feather from the ancient demonic beast, the firebird. This plume feather was accidentally obtained by an expert of our pavilion in a ruin. Although the firebird cannot be compared to the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, its body contains a trace of the phoenix bloodline. The plume feather on its body is also not to be underestimated. The starting price of the firebird plume feather is 50 mid-grade spirit stones. With a shake of his sleeve, the elder gently patted the glass box beside him. His clear voice reverberated around the entire seating area. So it is the firebird plume feather. I thought it was the phoenix plume feather. Although the firebird has the phoenix bloodline in its body, it is a pity that the bloodline is too rare. It was not a powerful demonic beast in the ancient era. The plume feather on its body is not of much use. If it was the phoenix plume feather, there would be demand for it. However, forget about the firebird plume feather. Moreover, the starting price is too high. A firebird plume feather is simply not worth this price. The originally expectant crowd shook their heads in disappointment after hearing the elder's introduction. It was obvious that the firebird plume feather was not of much use to them. The elder also sensed the deep feelings of the surrounding cultivators, and his old face was a little embarrassed. The firebird plume feather was indeed not of much use to cultivators. Only arcana masters could use the firebird plume feather to refine yuan crystals. When arcana masters refined yuan crystals, there was a chance of failure. There was only one firebird plume feather, and its starting price was so high that it instantly caused some of the arcana masters who wanted to bid for it to give up. In the private room, Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed as he stared straight at the firebird's tail feather on the high platform. When the firebird's tail feather had appeared, the acupuncture points in his body that had been opened by the great Nirvana sun had actually faintly trembled. This was a trembling of excitement. Could it be that this firebird's plume feather is beneficial to the cultivation of great sun nirvana? Feeling the acupoints in his body trembling, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He knew that this firebird plume feather was definitely related to the nirvana of the great sun. I must obtain this firebird's plume feather. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he clenched his fist. The moment the old man's words sounded, not a single person in the entire seating area actually opened their mouths to bid. The surroundings appeared to be extremely quiet, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. This caused the old man to be rather embarrassed, and a helpless expression appeared on his old face. This firebird plume feather was indeed obtained by an expert in their pavilion, but that expert had entrusted it to them for auction. A portion of the spirit stones from the auction would be given to that expert. Of course, if the price of the firebird plume feather had been a little lower, there might have been quite a few arcana masters interested in buying it. However, that expert was very stubborn and insisted on setting the starting price at 50 mid-grade spirit stones. With such a high starting price, it was only natural that fewer people would buy it. After waiting for a while, the old man saw that no one had opened their mouths and sighed softly. Just as he was about to withdraw the firebird plume feather, a voice suddenly rang out. 50 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll take this firebird plume feather. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of people on the seating area immediately followed the sound of the voice. Soon after, they discovered that the owner of the voice had come from the box at the very top. At the window of the box was a handsome and graceful young man. The corners of his mouth were curled upwards, and his gaze was gentle. This person was Feng Xiang. Who is this person? This firebird plume feather is completely useless. Is he going to buy it as an ornament? That person is Feng Xiang, a direct descendant of the Feng clan. In the Feng clan, he can be considered an outstanding genius. You'd better keep your voice down. The Feng clan is not to be trifled with. So it's someone from the Feng clan. With the Feng clan's background, a mere 50 mid-grade spirit stones is really a small amount. Sitting on the stage, someone immediately recognized Feng Xiang. The others also revealed expressions of relief. With the Feng clan's background, even if they spent 50 mid-grade spirit stones to buy something useless, they probably wouldn't even frown. This was the benefit of a large clan. They had a deep background. At this moment, within the box, Feng Xiang was elegant and valiant. His gaze was gentle as he stared at Huangfu Zixia. He gently said, "Zixia, I'll buy this firebird plume feather for you. When I go back and make it into a hairpin, I'll personally give it to you. What do you think?" As soon as Feng Xiang's words came out, Zhuowen, who was beside him, immediately shook his head. This was indeed a prodigal son. Spending 50 mid-grade spirit stones to buy the firebird plume feather was actually just to make it into a hairpin as a gift. Zhuowen didn't know what to say. At this moment, Jingyun, who was beside Huangfu Zixia, had an expression of envy on her face. Actually, she'd always liked Feng Xiang in her heart, especially the unique temperament on Feng Xiang's body and his handsome and valiant appearance. All of these had deeply attracted Jingyun. Unfortunately, Feng Xiang didn't take a fancy to Jingyun at all. From the beginning until the end, his gaze had been placed on Huangfu Zixia. He'd even spent 50 mid-grade spirit stones to buy the firebird plume feather for Huangfu Zixia, with the sole purpose of making it into a hairpin as a gift for Huangfu Zixia. However, Huangfu Zixia merely glanced coldly at Feng Xiang and said indifferently, "Young Master Feng, Zixia appreciates your good intentions. I don't need this firebird plume feather. If young Master Feng wants to give it to someone, then give it to Jingyun." Feng Xiang's face slightly stiffened when he heard this. He rubbed his head and could only force a smile. "Since Zixia doesn't like it, then I won't give it to you." As he spoke, Feng Xiang's gaze suddenly turned towards Jingyun, who was beside Huangfu Zixia, and his gaze was still gentle as he said, "Then Jingyun, do you want this firebird plume feather? If you want it, I can also make it into a hairpin for you." In the Arcane Arts Guild, Huangfu Zixia and Jingyun had the best relationship. Feng Xiang obviously intended to pursue Huangfu Zixia, so naturally he had to build a good relationship with Jingyun. Jingyun was stunned, and immediately a trace of shyness appeared on her face. She lowered her head and said softly, "Since young Master Feng is so polite, Jingyun naturally won't refuse." Don't worry. This firebird plume feather will definitely suit you very well. It will definitely look good on you. Feng Xiang smiled faintly. If young Master Feng says it looks good, then it will definitely look good. Jingyan had the posture of a little girl as she said shyly. Looking at Jingyan's shy posture, Zhuowen's face twitched. What a stupid woman. Feng Xiang's attitude was so perfunctory, yet she couldn't see through it. She thought that Feng Xiang was good to her. Shaking his head, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to Jingyun and Feng Xiang, and said loudly, 55 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. The smile on Feng Xiang's face stiffened, and his eyes turned slightly, staring coldly at the young man with the green coffin on his back. The other people in the room also looked at Zhuowen. They also didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually bid against Feng Xiang. Was he planning to go against Feng Xiang? Someone actually bid again. I really don't know what he's thinking. This firebird plume feather isn't worth this price. The person who bid seems to be in the same room as Feng Xiang. Could it be that the two of them know each other? Sitting on the stage, many people looked at the room above in surprise because they found that the two bidding voices came from the same room. How dare you compete with me? Feng Xiang's eyes were extremely cold as he stared straight at Zhuowen. Why wouldn't I dare? Could it be that after you bid, others can't bid? Or is this appraisal hall opened by your Feng family? Zhuowen slowly turned his head, glanced indifferently at Feng Xiang, and spoke without any courtesy. Zhuowen, you little bastard, what qualifications do you have to compete with Big Brother Feng? Jingyun coldly glared at Zhuowen. The firebird plume feather was given to her by Feng Xiang, and this Zhuowen actually dared to bid. Otherwise, she would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Qualifications are not given by you. This bidding is a fair competition. If Feng Xiang wants this firebird plume feather, he can bid against me. You don't have to bark like a dog. Zhuowen coldly replied. You. Jingyan was furious. She originally wanted to go up and teach Zhuowen a lesson, but when she recalled the terrifying pressure that Zhuowen released at the entrance of the appraisal hall, she stopped in her tracks. Her expression was uncertain. Feng Xiang frowned. Originally, he wanted to give this firebird plume feather to Huangfu Zixia. Unfortunately, Huangfu Zixia didn't accept it, so his desire to bid for this firebird plume feather was not high. However, Zhuowen's bid still made Feng Xiang extremely angry. This despicable guy who came out of nowhere actually dared to contradict him time and time again. He didn't want to show weakness because of this. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Feng Xiang coldly snorted. As soon as these words came out, the people sitting on the stage immediately went into an uproar. This firebird plume feather that no one was interested in actually had someone offer 100 mid-grade spirit stones. This was far beyond the value of the firebird plume feather itself. 101. Zhuowen said indifferently. Feng Xiang's pupils constricted as he coldly shouted again, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. 201. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. 301. Every time Feng Xiang increased the price, Zhuowen would add one more spirit stone to the original price. In the end, the price of the firebird plume feather was forcefully raised by the two of them to 900 mid-grade spirit stones. 901 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhuowen continued to speak indifferently, his voice as calm as an ancient well. Instantly, the other people in the room all looked at Zhuowen with astonished gazes. They did not expect that Zhuowen would actually be so wealthy. Even Huangfu Zixia, who had an icy cold expression, could not help but take another look at Zhuowen. Feng Xiang's eyes narrowed as he secretly thought that Zhuowen was an idiot. This time, he planned to give up after increasing the price to 1,000 spirit stones. After all, the firebird plume feather was only a gift to Jingyan, so he didn't particularly care about it. This time, Feng Xiang's goal of increasing the price to 1,000 spirit stones was to make the young man in front of him bleed. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiang's gaze converged on Zhuowen, full of ridicule and provocation. He knew that Zhuowen would definitely follow, and when the time came he would withdraw in time, and this Zhuowen would definitely bleed. Chapter 636. A snowy day. At this moment, the old man on the high platform had an excited expression on his face. Originally, he did not have much hope for the Firebird Plume Feather, but he did not expect Feng Xiang and Zhuowen to raise the price to 1,000 spiritual stones. This was already considered a sky-high price. Haha, is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? This Firebird Plume Feather is quite effective. The old man revealed a sly smile as he looked around the platform, hoping that someone would raise the price again. Of course, the old man was basically ignored by everyone. No one had bought the Firebird Plume Feather for 50 medium spiritual stones. Now that the price had been raised to 1,000 spiritual stones, how could anyone raise the price? However, the gazes of everyone on the viewing platform were focused on Zhuowen's private room. The one who had raised the price of the Firebird Plume Feather to such a high level was the two people in this private room. The one who wanted to bid was the other person in this private room. At this moment, Zhuowen indifferently glanced at the provocative Feng Xiang. His face darkened as he coldly said, 1,001 mid-grade spirit stones. If you continue to raise the price, then I won't follow. I'll let you have this Firebird Feather so that you can make it into a hairpin and give it to someone. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen deliberately glanced at Jingyan, who was behind Feng Xiang. At this moment, Jingyan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Feng Xiang had raised the price of the Firebird Plume Feather to more than 1,000 spiritual stones, which made her happy. Now, she was very much looking forward to Feng Xiang continuing to raise the price for her. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Zhuowen's words could be said to be poisonous. It was obvious that he was trying to trap Feng Xiang. If Feng Xiang continued to increase the price, it would not be worth it to obtain the Firebird's Plume Feather. If he did not increase the price, it would probably cause Jingyan's hopes to be dashed. This was clearly an open scheme against Feng Xiang. Zhuowen is not simple. Sangmu and Kuya, who were standing to the side, looked at each other. Zhuowen's words had hit the nail on the head. Feng Xiang could neither advance nor retreat. Feeling Jingyan's expectant gaze, Feng Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The Firebird Plume Feather is only worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. I don't need to go crazy with you. If you want it, then take it. I won't be like an idiot and spend over 1,000 spirit stones to buy it." Haha, it seems that all your promises are bullshit. You just said that you would make the Firebird's Plume Feather into a hairpin as a gift, but now you choose to give up the Firebird's Plume Feather in front of others. You really are a two-faced person. In my opinion, your promise isn't even worth shit. Zhuowen said with a face full of ridicule. Bastard, watch your mouth. Big Brother Feng is not the kind of person you say he is. You were the one who insisted on competing with Big Brother Feng. If it wasn't for you, Big Brother Feng would have gotten this Firebird's Plume Feather long ago. Although Jingyan's face was a little gloomy, when she saw Zhuowen mocking Feng Xiang, she immediately pointed the spearhead at Zhuowen. Her tone wasn't polite at all, and she sided with Feng Xiang. Jingyun, no. Why do we need to lower ourselves to his level? There's still a lot of things to be auctioned. When the time comes, I will buy another one for you. Feng Xiang extended his hand to stop Jingyan. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen became increasingly sinister and cold. Zhuowen, this little bastard, had repeatedly disobeyed him and had long since aroused Feng Xiang's killing intent. He had already decided that after this auction ended, he would make this little bastard disappear from this world forever. The bidding between Zhuowen and Feng Xiang was just a small disturbance. The auction continued in an orderly manner. Treasures were auctioned off one by one. During this time, Feng Xiang kept his promise and bought another treasure for Jingyun. Because of this, Jingyun's face was filled with sweetness. She looked at Feng Xiang with a burning gaze. The next item is quite precious. Let's wait and see. Suddenly, the old man on the high platform shouted again, attracting the attention of the audience. A groove appeared on the high platform. Then, a crystal-clear long sword appeared in the old man's hand. A faint chill pervaded the entire high platform. This sword is called Ice Frost Heaven. It is a top Earth rank spiritual treasure. It was forged from the Earth rank Ice Frost Heaven. With a swing, it can create a terrifying ice frost heaven that revolves around the body. Its power is extremely terrifying. Ordinary earth fire can't even break through the ice frost heaven's defense. The old man's indifferent voice slowly sounded. When the sword appeared, the audience on the high platform looked at it with burning eyes. They didn't expect the ice frost heaven to be a top earth rank spiritual treasure. This kind of spiritual treasure was rare. Feeling the burning eyes of the audience, the old man looked proud. He knew that the ice frost heaven would be auctioned for a good price. The starting price is 100 medium spiritual stones. Each bid must be at least 10 spiritual stones. When the old man finished speaking, many people on the high platform couldn't wait to bid. 150 spiritual stones! 200 spiritual stones, 300 spiritual stones. The price quickly rose to 800 spiritual stones. The speed at which it rose made people speechless. It seemed that this top earth rank spiritual treasure was really popular. Within the private room, Huangfu Zixia, who originally had an ice-cold expression, revealed a trace of desire when she saw the ice and snow. Huangfu Zixia was originally an ice-cold woman. No matter if it was her appearance or personality, she was like a world of ice and snow. She was extremely cold and unapproachable. This ice frost heaven was extremely compatible with her. It was no wonder that Huangfu Zixia was moved. Feng Xiang's attention had always been on Huangfu Zixia. When he saw Huangfu Zixia's face reveal interest, his eyes immediately revealed joy. He knew that the time for him to perform had arrived. Zixia, if you want this ice frost heaven, how about I bid for it for you? Feng Xiang said eagerly, No need, I'll bid for it myself. Huangfu Zixia replied coldly. Then she opened her cherry lips and said in a voice as cold as ice, 1,000 spiritual stones. Feng Xiang's face was embarrassed. He could only smile embarrassedly. However, he was a little angry in his heart. He thought to himself, what an arrogant woman. However, the more arrogant you are, the more I, Feng Xiang, want to get you. Thinking of the scene of such an ice-cold yet beautiful woman falling under his crotch, a perverted smile appeared on Feng Xiang's handsome face. The bidding continued. At this moment, the price had already risen to 2,000 spirit stones. Huangfu Zixia, who was originally still bidding, frowned slightly. She didn't have enough spirit stones on her. She only had 2,500 spirit stones on her. Although Huangfu Zixia was a member of the imperial family, she didn't bring many spiritual stones with her this time. Clenching her teeth, Huangfu Zixia bid again. 2,500 spiritual stones. Instantly, the entire seating area became quiet. Everyone's gazes converged on the box where Huangfu Zixia was. This person had suddenly raised the price of the ice frost heaven from 2,000 to 2,500, so it naturally attracted everyone's attention. It's that box again. Looks like the person in that box isn't simple. Although the ice frost heaven isn't bad, it's only worth around 2,000 spiritual stones. There's no need to continue bidding. After Huangfu Zixia shouted out the price, many people in the seating area quieted down. The price of 2,500 spiritual stones was too high. There was no need to waste it on this spiritual treasure. Looking at the seating area that had suddenly quieted down, Huangfu Zixia let out a light breath. The corners of her mouth revealed a faint smile. This ice frost heaven was to her liking. Moreover, the range of the ice frost heaven released when she waved it could envelop her and form a defense. It was the most suitable for an arcana master like her. Zixia, congratulations! You've obtained the spiritual treasure you like. Feng Xiang's face revealed a gentle smile, giving people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. The corners of Huangfu Zixia's mouth rose. She really did like the ice frost heaven. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent all her savings to bid for this spiritual treasure. 2,501 spirit stones. A calm voice slowly rang out, instantly causing the smiles on Huangfu Zixia's and Feng Xiang's faces to freeze. Huangfu Zixia's long, shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her gaze was ice-cold as she stared at the young man who was sitting to the side with his legs crossed and a green coffin on his back. She knew that this young man was purely causing trouble at this moment. This caused Huangfu Zixia to be filled with disgust toward Zhuowen. The smile on Feng Xiang's face also faded a lot. His gaze was cold as he stared at Zhuowen. He also knew that Zhuowen was simply causing trouble. This ice frost heaven doesn't seem to be of any use to you, right? Why are you bidding? Or are you purely causing trouble? Feng Xiang said indifferently. What? You're not even allowing me to bid? Is it wrong for me to bid fairly? Zhuowen still crossed his legs and said coldly, Humph. Feng Xiang coldly snorted. Soon after, he said to Huangfu Zixia, Zixia, if you want this ice frost heaven, I can bid for it for you. How about it? Huangfu Zixia's charming face was slightly hesitant. She really did like the ice frost heaven. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough spiritual stones. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. Feng Xiang's face was filled with joy. At this moment, it was finally time for him to perform. It had to be said that Zhuowen's actions could be considered as giving him a chance to perform. 3,000 spirit stones. Feng Xiang shouted in high spirits. 3,001 spirit stones. Zhuowen continued. 4,000 spiritual stones. Feng Xiang frowned slightly. He didn't expect Zhuowen to actually have so many spiritual stones on him. Thus, he added another 1,000. 4,001 spiritual stones. The two of them competed with each other. Very quickly, the price rose to 8,000 spiritual stones. This price completely caused a stir among the people on the viewing platform. 9,000 spiritual stones. Feng Xiang's face became extremely unsightly as he coldly shouted. At this moment, Feng Xiang had the intention to kill someone. This brat in front of him was too hateful. He actually forcibly raised the price of the ice frost heaven to 9,000 spiritual stones. This was almost the limit of the spiritual stones he had on him. 9,001 spirit stones, Zhuowen said in a calm voice. Crack! The veins on Feng Xiang's forehead bulged. He crushed the armrest beside him. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen as he said word by word. 10,000 spiritual stones. If you can continue to bid, then I don't want this ice frost heaven. I'll give it to you. Young Master Feng is indeed a member of the Feng family. Your wealth is indeed not low. I'll give you face and stop competing. You can have this ice frost heaven. Chapter 637. Grandmaster Flame according to the market price. The price of a top-grade Earth-rank spirit treasure should be around 2,000 spirit stones, and because of the Earth-rank cold energy contained within the Ice Sky Cold Sky, its price would be slightly higher, but it wouldn't exceed 2,500 spirit stones. But now, the price of the Ice Sky Cold Sky had been forcefully raised to 10,000 spirit stones. This was absolutely a sky-high price, and the gazes of many people on the platform became extremely strange. At this moment, the old man on the platform was smiling crookedly. The price of the Ice Sky Cold Sky had instantly quadrupled, and he was able to obtain an extremely generous commission from it. When he thought up to here, the old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Zhuowen, who was bidding. At this moment, within the room, Feng Xiang's expression was extremely unsightly. Because of buying the Ice Sky Cold Sky this time, he'd practically used up almost a quarter of his savings, and his heart faintly ached. Although the Feng family was large, and he could be considered a rather famous genius of the Feng family, he didn't possess that many spirit stones on him. After all, the Feng family was so large, and there were even more geniuses, so the average amount of spirit stones would naturally not be too much. Feng Xiang naturally wouldn't express the thoughts in his heart on his face. His expression was still indifferent, and his gaze was gentle. In front of Huangfu Zixia, he appeared extremely calm, as if he didn't care about these 10,000 spirit stones at all. After a short while, the Ice Sky Cold Sky was brought up by a slender and elegant attendant. After receiving the Ice Sky Cold Sky, the smile on the corners of Feng Xiang's mouth gradually became wider, and he passed it over to Huangfu Zixia. Zixia, I'll give this Ice Sky Cold Sky to you, don't refuse. Feng Xiang's expression was warm, and he smiled warmly as he spoke. Then thank you, young Master Feng. Huangfu Zixia lightly opened her cherry lips, and the icy expression on her face slightly faded. She gracefully bowed, then received the Ice Sky Cold Sky and waved the sword in her jade-like hand. Instantly, cold energy was awe-inspiring and coldness suffused the air, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop extremely. As expected of a spirit treasure made from earth-rank cold energy, the Ice Sky Cold Sky is able to release such terrifying coldness just by waving it. Zixia, this Ice Sky Cold Sky is truly too compatible with you. Feng Xiang couldn't help but praise. Young Master Feng, Zixia owes you a favor this time. Huangfu Zixia's pretty face revealed a touch of joy. She flicked her right hand, and the long sword immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the spirit ring on her finger. The smile on Feng Xiang's face gradually deepened. He knew that this was a pretty good start. Since Huangfu Zixia had already accepted his first gift, she would definitely accept a second one in the future. At that time, this woman would definitely be conquered by him. The auction continued to heat up. One item after another was bought by the numerous cultivators on the stage. For a time, the entire stage was filled with joy and sorrow. Finally, the old man on the stage became extremely solemn, and his gaze also became serious. The auction is about to come to an end. The next item is the finale of this auction. I'm sure that most of the guests who have come to participate in this auction are here for this item. The old man's voice was solemn and dignified, instantly drawing everyone's interest. Everyone stared at the platform with burning gazes. Just as the old man had said, the majority of the people here had come for the final item. Creak! Suddenly, the old man's right hand turned into a claw and fiercely clawed at his feet. A terrifying power erupted, and in an instant, the huge platform was shattered by the old man's power. The platform shattered, and from the empty space below, streaks of soul-stirring cold light swept out. The sound of metal clashing resounded around the entire platform. Everyone focused their gazes and discovered that the streaks of cold light were actually cold long swords. Moreover, the aura of each of the long swords was extremely strong. They formed a rather large sword array above the platform. If one was attentive, they would discover that this huge sword array was divided into 5 positions. 4 of the positions had a small sword array, and the remaining position was empty for some unknown reason. Ultimate sword array. On the stage, everyone's gazes were focused on this huge sword array. Their gazes were filled with burning gazes. This was a 5th grade origin array. Although it was not as powerful as an ordinary 5th grade origin array because it was missing a small sword array, it was definitely much more powerful than an ordinary 4th grade origin array. This sword array is known as the ultimate sword array. I'm sure everyone has heard of it before. The ultimate sword array is a 5th grade origin array. Originally, a 5th grade origin array was extremely precious, and it was impossible for our appraiser hall to auction it off. However, as everyone can see, this sword array is incomplete. The greater everlasting sword formation is formed from 5 small sword formations. The 5 small sword formations form this greater everlasting sword formation with boundless might. Unfortunately, this sword formation just so happens to be missing a small sword formation, causing its might to greatly decrease. However, its might still far surpasses a grade 4 origin formation. This origin array might not be of much use to a 5th grade Arcana Master, but it's extremely useful to a 4th grade Arcana Master. Although a 4th grade Arcana Master is unable to unleash its full power, the power it can unleash still surpasses that of many 4th grade origin arrays. I'm sure many masters want to obtain this sword array. At this point, the breathing of many Arcana Masters became hurried. It was precisely because the appraiser hall was auctioning the ultimate sword array that most of the Arcana Masters gathered here. Moreover, most of them were 4th grade Arcana Masters. This was also the reason why Master Tsangmu and Master Ku came to the appraiser hall together. Inside the box, Master Tsangmu, Master Kuya, and Huang Fuzisha's eyes were filled with a trace of fervor. This ultimate sword array was too important to a 4th grade Arcana Master. Its power surpassing that of a 4th grade origin array was enough to greatly increase their strength. Zhuowen's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. He could faintly feel that the sword array in the ultimate sword array's missing position had a trace of compatibility with the ultimate sword aura on his body. Moreover, the moment the ultimate sword array appeared, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the ultimate sword aura in his spiritual ring actually let out a sword cry. It was extremely excited. Could it be that the small sword formation that was missing from the greater limitless sword formation was really the limitless sword aura? Feeling the strange movement of the limitless sword aura in the spirit ring, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly. The greater limitless sword formation was a genuine tier 5 origin array. Even if it was incomplete now, its power was far beyond an ordinary tier 4 origin array. If it was a complete greater limitless sword formation, its power would reach the terrifying power of a genuine tier 5 origin array. Even if Zhuowen met Elder Shur of the Grand Family again, he was confident that he could kill him. I must obtain this ultimate sword array. Squinting his eyes, Zhuowen secretly made up his mind. Right now, he had 50,000 spiritual stones on him, so he was qualified to compete for this ultimate sword array. No matter how much it cost, Zhuowen had to obtain this ultimate sword array. Because he possessed the ultimate sword aura, he had the possibility of repairing the ultimate sword array. Once it was repaired, it would be a genuine 5th grade origin array. It would be an explosive increase to Zhuowen's strength. I won't waste any more words. Let's start the bidding now. The ultimate sword array's base price is 5,000 spiritual stones. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people on the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. Just the base price was 5,000 spiritual stones. Such a terrifying price was enough to make most of the people on the stage give up. 6,000 spiritual stones. After a moment of silence, someone in a private room above the stage finally called out a price. Everyone on the stage shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They knew that this ultimate sword array was not something they could compete for. The only people who could afford this sword array were the big shots in the VIP seats above. 7,000 spiritual stones. Another private room called out. 8,000 spiritual stones. Inside the box, Master Ku also yelled out. His eyes were filled with a burning desire. As for Master Karaki, he shook his head helplessly. He only had 8,000 spiritual stones on him. so he didn't have the ability to bid at all. He could only watch others bid. 10,000 spiritual stones. The bidding price rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had risen to 20,000 spiritual stones. In the private room, Master Kuya smiled bitterly. He didn't continue bidding. Although he had some status in the Arcane Guild, he didn't have many spiritual stones on him. 20,000 spiritual stones was his limit. Young Master Feng, how many spiritual stones do you have? At this moment, Huangfu Zixia suddenly looked at Feng Xiang and asked. When Feng Xiang heard this, the corners of his mouth rose. He quickly smiled and said, I still have 30,000 spiritual stones. If Zixia wants to bid, I'll give them all to you. You don't have to give them to me. You just need to lend them to me. When this auction is over, I'll return them to you, Huangfu Zixia replied faintly. I'm honored. The smile on Feng Xiang's face widened as he said, repeatedly, 25,000 spiritual stones. Huangfu Zixia nodded and opened her cherry lips slightly. Her clear voice was heard again, causing the surrounding private rooms to fall silent. Huangfu Zixia's courage to raise 5,000 spiritual stones in one go was quite impressive. Many people were stunned. 26,000 spiritual stones. Suddenly, an aged voice came from the private room opposite them. Huangfu Zixia frowned slightly and said in a clear voice, 30,000 spiritual stones. What great courage! She actually raised another 5,000 spiritual stones. Many people in the seats shook their heads and sighed. The people in the VIP seats were indeed big shots. They actually raised the price so high in one go. A displeased snort suddenly came from the private room opposite them. He called out again, 35,000 spiritual stones. I'm Master Yanhua. I hope the friend opposite us will give me some face and let me have the ultimate sword formation. As soon as this was said, many people in the seats were surprised. Even Huangfu, Zixia, Kuya, and the others in the private room had a change in expression. It's actually Master Yanhua. The temptation of this ultimate sword formation is really strong. Even Master Yan Hua has come to bid for it. Master Kuya frowned slightly. Huangfu Zixia's beautiful face was indeterminate and hesitant. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of Master Yanhua. After pondering for a while, she finally sighed and said, Since it's Master Yanhua, then I'm Huangfu Zixia. I'll give Master Yan her face and give up this bid. Chapter 638. The Furious Feng Xiang. Oh, so you're Zixia, little girl. I owe you a favor this time. Next time, if you need anything, feel free to come to the Arcane Guild to find me. I will do my best to help you. In the opposite room, Grandmaster Yanhua's tone became much gentler after he heard Huangfu Zixia's words. After all, Huangfu Zixia was a member of the imperial family, and she was also the disciple of Elder Qinyu, one of the 9 great elders of the Arcane Guild's headquarters. Her status was extremely noble. Grandmaster Yan, who wasn't a blindly arrogant person. Since Huangfu Zixia was giving him face, he naturally wouldn't neglect it. A smile immediately appeared on Huangfu Zixia's pretty face. She knew very well that although Grandmaster Yanhua's spiritual energy wasn't very strong, his father's position in the Arcane Guild was extremely high. He was the son of Elder Lu Li, who was ranked second among the 9 great elders in the guild. Although Huangfu Zixia's teacher, Grandmaster Qinyu, was one of the 9 elders, he was only ranked 8th. His status and strength were much lower than Elder Lu Li's. This was also the reason why Huangfu Zixia was afraid of Grandmaster Yanhua. After all, although the imperial capital's Arcane Guild couldn't compare to the imperial family and the Blue Dragon Hall, its influence was extremely great. Moreover, Arcanists were able to refine origin crystals and origin formations that some cultivators liked. So Arcanists had many powerful friends behind them. If the Arcane Guild were to gather those experts and friends, it would be enough to shake the power of the imperial family in the imperial capital. This was also why the Arcane Guild's status in the imperial capital was so high that even the imperial family did not dare to offend the Arcane Guild. From the whispers around him, Zhuowen naturally knew about Master Yanhua's background. He didn't expect Master Yanhua to be the son of Elder Liuli, who was ranked second among the 9 great elders of the Arcane Guild. He was also a perfect grade 4 arcanist and held an extremely high position in the Arcane Guild. The old man on the high platform was originally hoping that someone would bid and raise the price a little. Now that he saw that Grandmaster Yanhua had actually revealed his identity, the old man's eyes were immediately filled with disappointment. He knew that since Grandmaster Yanhua had revealed his identity, it meant that he was determined to obtain the greater infinite sword formation. As for the others present, it was unlikely that they would be able to compete with Grandmaster Yanhua. 35,000 spirit stones. Although I didn't reach my target, it's still not bad. The old man could only console himself like this. He was just about to finalize the ultimate sword formation when a clear and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out from above. 36,000 spirit stones. The moment this voice rang out, everyone on the viewing platform fell into silence. They were all too familiar with this voice. Wasn't this the young man who had raised the price with Feng Xiang at the beginning? Originally, Grandmaster Yanhua had revealed his identity in order to prevent others from competing with him. However, even though this young man knew this, he still continued to bid. It was obvious that he did not place Grandmaster Yanhua in his eyes. There were 3 people in the room across from him. All 3 of them were dressed in long gray robes, and there were 4 stars embroidered on their chests. Clearly, all 3 of them were rank 4 Arcana Masters. The person in the middle was about 40 years old. He had a protruding forehead and a white beard at his temples. When his eyes opened and closed, there was always a trace of light. This person was Grandmaster Yanhua. Beside Grandmaster Yan Huo were 2 old men in their 70s. These 2 old men stood quietly behind Grandmaster Yanhua. They had the attitude of obeying orders at any time. They should be Grandmaster Yan Hua's subordinates. Crack! Grandmaster Yan Hua's hands clenched, and the armrests beside his hands were instantly crushed. His eyes narrowed, containing a bone-chilling coldness. Through the window of the room, he coldly stared at the room across from him. Li Hu, go and find out who is bidding with me in the room across from us. Grandmaster Yan Hu coldly snorted. Yes, this subordinate will go and find out. The old man on Grandmaster Yan was left nodded respectfully, then silently left the room. Li Long, how many spirit stones do we have left? Grandmaster Yan was said to the old man on his right. This time we only brought 40,000 spirit stones, Li Long said in a low voice. Humph, I'd like to see who it is. He actually dares to challenge me. In the Imperial City, there aren't many people who dare to provoke me, Yanhua. As Grandmaster Yanhua spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his face. 40,000 spirit stones. I'll give you one last chance. Give up immediately. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Grandmaster Yan Hua's loud voice rang out once again. His tone faintly revealed a trace of hostility and coldness. Zhuowen, don't compete with Grandmaster Yanhua. His position in the Arcane Guild isn't low. If you bid with him, you'll lose more than you gain. In the room, Grandmaster Kuya hurriedly spoke up. There was a trace of deep worry on his face. He also didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually dare to compete with Grandmaster Yanhua. At the same time, he was also shocked by Zhuowen's wealth. He was actually able to bid 36,000 spirit stones. That's right. Grandmaster Yan Hua's background is very strong. Zhuowen, you'll lose more than you gain by provoking him. Give up the bid. Grandmaster Crocky also advised. As for Feng Xiang and Jingyan, they stood to the side and sneered again and again. Their faces were filled with gloating expressions. As for Huangfu Zixia, her expression was still cold, but her gaze was on Zhuowen. The young man in front of her had really exceeded her expectations. He clearly didn't look like a genius from the imperial capital, but he actually had such a rich background. Moreover, the terrifying pressure he released at the entrance of the appraiser hall was still deeply etched in Huangfu Zixia's memory. In addition, Zhuowen clearly knew about Grandmaster Yan Hu's background, yet he still dared to bid. Moreover, he didn't seem to be worried at all. In her eyes, Zhuowen became even more mysterious. Grandmaster Kuya, Old Man Kuraki, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Zhuowen smiled faintly. Soon after, he opened his mouth again and said in a clear voice, 41,000 spirit stones. Crack. In the opposite booth, Grandmaster Yanhua smashed the chair he was sitting on. He said each word coldly. Good job. He actually dares to snatch something from me, Yanhua. Is he tired of living? Grandmaster Yanhua, do you want me to help you get rid of this person? Li Long's sinister voice sounded from behind. No need. The appraiser hall doesn't allow fighting. We can't break the rules. Let's find out the identity of the person who made the bid first. Once he leaves the appraiser hall, the infinite sword formation will still fall into our hands. Of course, that fellow will pay the price in blood. At this point, Grandmaster Yan Hu's gaze became much colder and crueler. The surrounding atmosphere became extremely heavy. The old man on the high platform had a smile on his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. The gratitude he felt for Zhuowen was like a torrential river. The infinite sword formation was auctioned off for 41,000 spirit stones. He had achieved his goal. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old man laughed mischievously. His gaze landed on Grandmaster Yan Hu's room, and he raised his voice. He was now looking forward to Grandmaster Yan Hu raising the price again. However, after waiting for a long time, Grandmaster Yan Hu still remained silent. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Yan Hu probably only had 40,000 spirit stones on him. A trace of disappointment appeared on the old man's face. He waved his sleeves, and the infinite sword formation in the sky instantly turned into rays of sword light. The old man had unknowingly dragged a huge metal box in his hand. Numerous long swords were all placed inside the metal box. Soon after, the metal box slowly closed. Since no one wants to bid, then the infinite sword formation will belong to this customer. The old man was full of smiles as he pointed at Zhuowen's room. Zhuowen, you have offended Grandmaster Yan Hu this time. I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Grandmaster Kuraki and Grandmaster Kuya both sighed at the same time. Both of them were arcanists from the Arcane Guild. They were very clear about Grandmaster Yan Hu's background. Zhuowen had offended someone he shouldn't have. However, Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. He definitely had to get the infinite sword formation. Because he had the infinite sword intent, he had the possibility of repairing the infinite sword formation. Once the infinite sword formation was repaired, it would be a grade 5 origin formation. Its power would probably become extremely terrifying. When that time came, Zhuowen would be able to kill a 7-wheel ultimate emperor. This thing would be of great help to him in the battle of the 9 counties. He wouldn't give it up. As for Grandmaster Yanhua, Zhuowen didn't believe that this guy would privately use the Arcane Guild's power to deal with him. After all, Grandmaster Yan Hu didn't have the final say in the Arcane Guild. Moreover, Zhuowen was a grade 4 arcanist. His talent and mental strength were both top-notch. Zhuowen believed that as long as he registered as a grade 4 arcanist in the Arcane Guild, Grandmaster Yan Hu wouldn't dare to deal with him openly. As for secretly dealing with him, Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. What a reckless little bastard. You're dead for offending Grandmaster Yanhua. No one can save you. Jingyan, who was standing beside Feng Xiang, suddenly sneered at Zhuowen. She stared at Zhuowen as if she was looking at a dead man. Shut your dog mouth. If you continue to talk, don't blame me for being impolite. Jing Yin had insulted Zhuowen time and time again. This had already made Zhuowen extremely unhappy. At this moment, he turned his head and stared coldly at Jing Yin. Jing Yin was startled by Zhuowen's words. Although she was afraid of Zhuowen's strength, when she thought of Feng Xiang beside her, her courage rose. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to shut up? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're stronger than me? Let me tell you, Brother Feng can crush you to death with one finger. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this room. Jing Yin said coldly. Crush me to death with one finger? Just based on the trash beside you? Slowly turning around, Zhuowen glanced coldly at Jing Yin. Soon after, his gaze landed on Feng Xiang beside her, and he sneered without any trace of politeness. Feng Xiang, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, Who did you just call trash? I dare you to say it again. Oh, so you're saying that you admit that you're trash? Zhuowen said with a smirk. Chapter 639. Attack! Boom! A terrifying aura surged out. Feng Xiang's body moved without any wind, and his hair danced in the wind. His gaze was bone-chilling as he stared coldly at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, Little bastard! Aren't you a little too arrogant? How dare you call me trash? I'll give you a chance now. Slap yourself, kneel down, and cripple your cultivation. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Oh, so you're the only one allowed to call me a bastard, but I'm not allowed to call you trash? Feng Xiang, you sure have a lot of face. I didn't provoke you at first, but you used me as a stepping stone to show off in front of Huang Fuzixia. Do you really think you're qualified? Turning around, Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as water. He looked at Feng Xiang as if he was looking at a clown. I'm a direct descendant of the Feng clan. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly person from Muqing County. How dare you compare yourself to me? You should feel honored that I called you a bastard. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with a lowly person like you. Calling you a bastard is your honor. Feng Xiang raised his head slightly and looked down at Zhuowen. His expression was full of arrogance. He was a direct descendant of the Feng clan. Although he wasn't ranked very high in the Feng clan, he was still considered a genius. There were very few people in the imperial capital who dared to provoke him. As for Zhuowen, judging from his relationship with Master Kuya and Master Crocky, Zhuowen should also be a genius from the imperial capital from Muqing County. Muqing County was ranked second last in the previous battle of the 9 counties. It was far inferior to the Feng clan, so Feng Xiang looked down on it. What a hopeless idiot. Your fart stinks. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a mocking expression. Seeing Zhuowen's unrestrained words, Jing Yin sneered. Huang Fuzixia shook her head and thought that Zhuowen was simply courting death. Feng Xiang was considered a genius with some fame in the Feng clan. After all, he was at the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. He was an expert who had the strength to enter the Azure Emperor ranking. Although Zhuowen's performance at the entrance of the Court of Treasures was impressive, the guards at the entrance were only at the initial stage of the ultimate emperor realm. The difference between them and Feng Xiang was too great. If Feng Xiang were to face off against those 2 burly men, he would be able to crush them. The expressions of Master Kuya and Master Kuraki changed slightly. At the same time, the bitterness on their faces intensified. The 2 of them didn't expect Zhuowen's ability to stir up trouble to become even more profound after not seeing him for a few years. First, he offended Master Yanhua. Now he even angered Feng Xiang. Young Lord Feng, Kuya and Kuraki, Master Kuraki, and Master Kuraki, Kuya, Feng, Kuraki, Lu Kuya, and Kuraki Master translations Master. I've already given this bastard a chance. If it weren't for the 2 Grandmasters' face, this Feng would have already crippled this little bastard. Unfortunately, this bastard doesn't know his place and has contradicted me many times. How can I tolerate that? Feng Xiang said coldly. Kuya and Karaki were in a difficult position. They couldn't offend Feng Xiang, but they didn't want Zhuowen to be hurt either. Hence, they hesitated. Master Kuya, old man Karaki, step aside. This trash can't hurt me. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, Crack. Feng Xiang clenched his fist so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. Zhuowen's repeated words of trash had already infuriated him. Even if he had to violate the rules of the appraiser hall, he would still cripple this little bastard before him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Die! Feng Xiang shouted angrily and moved his feet. He passed by Kuya and Master Karaki in an instant and rushed toward Zhuowen. His right hand formed a palm and a terrifying power erupted, aiming for Zhuowen's forehead. This bastard is dead. With Brother Feng's help, he will be crippled even if he doesn't die. Jing Yun sneered. It was as if she could see the scene of Zhuowen being killed. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Even though Feng Xiang's cultivation had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm, Zhuowen didn't take him seriously at all. After all, he had once fought against an early-stage ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was at least undefeatable. Zhuowen only lightly punched upwards. Golden light sprinkled down like a curtain of rain, instantly exploding on Feng Xiang's palm. A terrifying power exploded, forming balls of qi waves between the two of them. Feng Xiang's face froze, and his gaze froze. Then he felt a piercing pain in his right palm. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Feng Xiang's eyes were filled with terror. Like a withered leaf, he flew backward and smashed out of the box. His figure landed on the seats below in a sorry state. What's going on? Is there a fight in the room? The inspection treasure hall has a rule that no fighting is allowed inside. Who is so bold to ignore the rules? That must be Feng Xiang from the Feng family. He was thrown out of the room. Who is so arrogant to hit Feng Xiang? Everyone on the seats immediately noticed that the person who flew out of the room and landed miserably on the seats was the handsome young man, Feng Xiang. Then everyone looked up and noticed a young man carrying a green coffin on his back, slowly stepping out of the broken box. He stood high above and looked down at Feng Xiang, who was in a sorry state. You can't even take a single move from me. Tell me, are you trash or not? Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly rang out. There was a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Feng Xiang stood up in a miserable manner at this moment. Fury attacked his heart when he heard Zhuowen's words. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with shock and fury while his heart churned like a storm. How could this young man be so powerful? He was at the peak of the five-wheel ultimate emperor realm, but he was defeated in one blow. Feng Xiang's face burned as he felt everyone's gazes on him. Being defeated in one move in front of so many people, Feng Xiang's face was completely lost. What? Feng Xiang couldn't even take one blow from this person? How is that possible? Everyone on the seats was in an uproar. Feng Xiang was a well-known genius in the Feng family. He was at the peak of the five-wheel ultimate emperor realm, but he couldn't even take one blow from this unfamiliar young man. Wasn't this too terrifying? Inside the room, Master Kuya and Master Karaki were stunned. They stared blankly at Zhuowen's back. They didn't expect Feng Xiang to be defeated so easily by Zhuowen. Although they were confident in Zhuowen's talent, they only thought that Zhuowen was at the peak of the four-wheel ultimate emperor realm. After all, Zhuowen was only a half-step ultimate emperor realm cultivator before he participated in the battle for the Vitality Tower. It was impossible for his cultivation to improve so quickly in just 1 year. However, when they saw Feng Xiang in such a sorry state and Zhuowen standing straight, Master Kuya and Master Karaki exchanged glances. They knew that they had completely underestimated Zhuowen's strength. What, Brother Feng lost? He lost in one blow. Jing Yan's cold smile froze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Feng Xiang, who was like a god in her heart, had been defeated so thoroughly and cleanly. What an arrogant little bastard. You actually dared to fight in the appraiser hall. Today, this seat will teach you a lesson on behalf of the appraiser hall. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the room opposite them. A terrifying mental energy spread out, causing the room to shatter. 3 figures slowly floated in the air with the help of mental energy. The person in the lead was around 40 years old. He had a protruding forehead and a white beard at his temples. When he opened and closed his eyes, they would always reveal traces of light. This person was Master Yanhua. Grandmaster Yanhua's cold gaze slowly focused on Zhuowen, who was carrying the green coffin on his back. Just now, Li Hu had already secretly investigated. The person who had bid against him for the greater, limitless sword formation was this brat in front of him. Therefore, when Zhuowen made his move, he immediately came out. The appraiser hall had a rule that prohibited private fights. Master Yanhua had originally planned to wait for Zhuowen to leave the appraiser hall before making his move. But since Zhuowen was the first to break the rule, Master Yanhua naturally didn't have any scruples. Your Master Yanhua? You speak with a dignified name, but your actual goal should be to snatch the greater infinity sword formation, right? Zhuowen's gaze shifted as he stared at Master Yanhua. Master Yanhua's gaze gradually turned gloomy. Zhuowen's words weren't polite at all, causing him to feel extremely displeased. With his status, when had he ever received such an attitude? Haha, the appraiser hall doesn't allow private fights. You clearly know that you're breaking the rules. If I don't capture you, how can I convince everyone? As for the greater infinity sword formation in your hands, that thing isn't something a bastard like you can possess, Master Yanhua said indifferently. Then a bastard like you is qualified to possess it? Zhuowen coldly replied. What did you say? You actually dare to call me a bastard? Are you courting death? Master Yanhua's face twitched. The mental energy within his body uncontrollably surged out, forming a mental energy sea around him. As expected of Master Yanhua, his mental energy is actually so powerful. I'm afraid that he'll soon break through to become a 5th grade Arcana Master. Sensing the terrifying mental energy around Master Yanhua, the expressions of many people in the surroundings changed. Their gazes towards Master Yanhua were filled with reverence. Below the stage, Feng Xiang slowly stood up. His gaze was filled with hatred as he loudly said, Master Yanhua, the one who bid against you for the greater infinity sword formation is this bastard. He doesn't even put you in his eyes. I originally wanted to persuade him to give up, but this bastard ambushed me. This kid is arrogant and shameless to the extreme. You can't let him off. If we're talking about shamelessness, then Feng Xiang, you're the most shameless. Inverting right and wrong, can your face be any thicker? Zhuowen coldly said, Don't quibble. You really did ambush Feng Xiang, causing him to lose. Moreover, you disregarded the appraiser hall's rules. A shameless and shameless bastard like you must be eliminated today. Grandmaster Yanhua's sinister voice rang out. Shortly after, the mental energy around him started to boil. Black flames started to rise and revolved around Grandmaster Yanhua. In an instant, the temperature of the entire seating area became extremely terrifying. Many weaker warriors quickly retreated. Master Yanhua, this is the appraiser hall, not your arcane guild. If you want to fight, you'd better leave the appraiser hall first. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Chapter 640. Repairing the greater infinity sword formation, the voice caused Master Yanhua, who was about to make a move, to freeze. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the auctioneer on the stage. Elder Zhou, are you trying to stop me? I'm not trying to stop you, but this is the appraisal hall. Master Yanhua should know that private fights are not allowed here, so I'm just following the rules of the appraisal hall. Elder Zhou slowly raised his head with a calm gaze. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Instantly, the air on the fourth floor froze. What a terrifying aura. This auctioneer is not simple. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and focused on Elder Zhou. The aura this old man emitted was much stronger than Elder Shi from the Grand Family. His cultivation was definitely above the ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm. Grandmaster Yanhua's face was extremely gloomy. Old man Zhou was one of the higher-ups of the appraiser hall and was slightly stronger than him. If Grandmaster Yanhua really made a move on Zhuowen in front of this old man, Grandmaster Yanhua would probably suffer. This little bastard made a move on Fengxiang. I think Elder Zhou has always been impartial. This little bastard should be punished properly. Master Yanhua snorted coldly and did not make a move in the end. His cold gaze focused on Zhuowen as he spoke sinisterly. This is the first time this little brother has come to the appraisal hall. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. I'll let him off this time, but there won't be a next time. Elder Zhou glanced at Zhuowen. Hearing this, Master Yanhua's face darkened. Now, even an idiot could see that Master Yanhua was trying to save Zhuowen's life. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. This Elder Zhou was obviously biased towards him. However, when he thought about how Elder Zhou had helped to bid for the items in the auction, and how Zhuowen had spent a large sum of money to buy the Greater Infinity Sword Formation, Zhuowen felt relieved. What? Does Master Yanhua still want to cause trouble? Although our appraisal hall is not comparable to the Arcane Guild, it's not enough for you to do whatever you want in our appraisal hall. Elder Zhou's gaze became sharper, and his aura became more terrifying. It was like a 10,000 zhang long mountain that suddenly covered the surrounding space, causing Master Yanhua's face to turn even darker. Elder Zhou, you must be joking. Since Elder Zhou has stepped forward, Yanhua, I will naturally give you face. We won't cause a ruckus in the appraisal hall. However, if this little bastard leaves the appraisal hall, Elder Zhou, please don't stop us. Grandmaster Yanhua's words were filled with deep meaning, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow. This Grandmaster Yanhua actually dared to threaten him in such a blatant manner. Clearly, this fellow was planning to rob the appraiser hall by force. Of course, the appraiser hall is only in charge of the internal affairs of the appraiser hall. As for matters outside the appraiser hall, this old man naturally won't meddle in other people's business, Elder Zhou said calmly. If that's the case, that's good. Grandmaster Yanhua let out a sigh of relief. His gaze gathered on Zhuowen as he coldly said, Little bastard, I will be waiting for you outside the appraiser hall. Come out if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Zhuowen sneered and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll go out just because you want me to? Grandmaster Yanhua's expression froze as the veins on his forehead bulged. This little bastard before him was getting more and more arrogant. He actually dared to speak in such a manner in front of him. He must be tired of living. Humph. If you have the guts, then stay inside for the rest of your life. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted before leaving the appraisal hall with Li Hu and Li Long. As for Fengxiang, he also glared at Zhuowen before leaving with his tail between his legs. It was too embarrassing just now. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he was defeated by a nameless Zhuowen in one move. How could he still have the face to stay here? Senior, thank you for your help this time. Zhuowen arrived in front of Elder Zhou and cupped his hands respectfully. No need to thank me. This old man is only protecting the interests of the customer. Since you have won the Greater Infinity Sword Formation, this old man will not let anything happen to you before you obtain it. Take it. This is the Greater Infinity Sword Formation. Speaking until here, Elder Zhou waved his sleeve and a metal box that was half a man's height appeared beside Zhuowen's feet. The heavy weight actually caused a crack to appear on the ground. Looking at the metal box, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a wave of his right hand, the metal box was instantly stored in his spiritual ring. Young friend, you must be an arcana master as well. If you refine this greater infinity sword formation, your strength will definitely increase by a level. Young friend, you can stay in the appraisal hall for a few more days. You can leave after you refine this greater infinity sword formation. Old man Zhou spoke in a meaningful tone before he left the place. The other people seated on the stage also scattered. After the auction ended, there was naturally no reason for them to remain here. However, the people on the stage were not in a hurry to leave the appraisal hall. Instead, they gathered at the entrance of the appraisal hall. They remembered that Grand Master Yanhua was waiting for Zhuowen at the entrance of the appraisal hall. They wanted to see if Zhuowen would dare to leave the appraisal hall with Grandmaster Yanhua around. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the entrance of the appraisal hall. In the middle of these people, there are 4 figures quietly waiting at the entrance. These 4 people were Grandmaster Yanhua, and Feng Xiang. Grandmaster Yanhua, that kid is not simple. When he leaves the appraisal hall, you must not be careless. Feng Xiang respectfully said to Grandmaster Yanhua. Feng Xiang had suffered at the hands of Zhuowen before. He knew that Zhuowen was not weak. If he was careless, he might be able to escape. Even if that little bastard is not simple, this time I will make him bleed and live a life worse than death. Thinking about Zhuowen's rude words, Grandmaster Yanhua's anger surged. He wished that he could tear apart Zhuowen's bones and pull out his tendons. Hearing this, Feng Xiang's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. He knew that with Grandmaster Yanhua and the others around, once Zhuowen stepped out of the appraisal hall, he would definitely die. In the crowd, Huangfu Zixia and Jing Yin silently stood together. Their gazes were also focused on Feng Xiang, Grandmaster Yanhua, and the others. That Zhuowen is dead meat. Although his strength is not bad, he is brainless. He even dared to offend Grandmaster Yanhua. When he comes out, I wonder how he will die. Jing Yin said with a cold smile. Huangfu Zixia's beautiful eyes flickered as she shook her head. Clearly, she did not believe that Zhuowen could escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and the others after leaving the appraisal hall. Inside the appraisal hall, Elder Zhou arranged a quiet room for Zhuowen. On the other hand, Kuya and Songmu left the appraisal hall under Zhuowen's persuasion. Zhuowen knew that Grandmaster Yanhua's strength was stronger than Songmu and Kuya. Even if the 2 of them stayed by his side, they would not be of any help. Instead, they would offend Grandmaster Yanhua. Because of him, the gains did not make up for the losses. As for Lu, she also left the appraisal hall and returned to the intoxicated spring pavilion under Zhuowen's orders. Zhuowen quietly sat cross-legged on the futon in the room. With a wave of his right hand, a large metal box appeared before him. Shortly after, the metal box opened. Rays of cold light flickered as a huge sword array revolved around Zhuowen's body. It was the greater infinity sword array. The moment the greater infinity sword array appeared, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, the infinity sword aura in his spiritual ring turned into a stream of light and appeared before him. Buzz! 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 Sword cries resounded. The moment the infinity sword array appeared, the originally quiet greater infinity sword array actually trembled as if it was excited and longing for it. The infinity sword aura is indeed an incomplete, small sword array of the greater infinity sword array. Sensing the abnormality of the greater infinity sword array, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was even more certain that the infinity sword aura was an incomplete, small sword array of the greater infinity sword array. Thinking about how he could completely restore the greater infinity sword array, Zhuowen was abnormally excited. This was a true 5th grade origin array. Its might was absolutely beyond his expectations. Let's try to merge the infinity sword aura into the greater infinity sword array first. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen began to control the Infinity Sword aura in his hand and slowly approached the damaged part of the greater Infinity Sword array. Whoosh! What surprised Zhuowen was that the greater Infinity Sword array did not resist at all. The damaged part did not obstruct the entry of the Infinity Sword aura at all. The two fused together very well. Moreover, the degree of compatibility was constantly increasing as time passed. At this speed, it should be able to completely fuse together in 3 days. At that time, the greater Infinity Sword array will be completely restored and become a complete 5th grade origin array. Looking at the greater Infinity Sword array and the Infinity Sword aura that were slowly fusing together, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. He did not expect that he, Zhuowen, would actually possess a 5th grade origin array. Although his mental strength was only at the 4th grade advanced realm and could not unleash the full power of the 5th grade origin array, even if it was only a portion of its power, the greater Infinity Sword array was still superior to many 4th grade origin arrays. Its power was comparable to an ordinary heaven rank soul treasure. If Zhuowen's mental strength reached the 5th grade, he would be able to unleash the full power of the greater Infinity Sword array. At that time, the greater Infinity Sword array would be truly terrifying. There are still 3 days. I can refine this firebird's plume feather first. With a flick of his finger, a blazing red plume feather suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's palm. This plume feather was the firebird's plume feather that Zhuowen had bid for. Because the nirvana of the great sun reacted to the firebird's plume feather, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and bid for it. Boom! When the firebird's plume feather laid quietly in his palm, all the acupuncture points in Zhuowen's body trembled involuntarily. Following that, a golden torrent gushed out from the acupuncture points in his body. After this golden torrent appeared outside of Zhuowen's body, it actually turned into a dazzling golden flame. The moment the golden flame appeared, the temperature of the entire room skyrocketed by several times. Traces of cracks even appeared on the ground. Chapter 641. Phoenix Blood Essence Boom. The firebird feather finally disintegrated, leaving behind a drop of golden liquid. However, the moment this drop of golden liquid appeared, an extremely terrifying pressure was released from the liquid without any warning. A clear cry rang out. Following that, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that above the liquid, a shadow that was born from fire spread its wings and flew towards the sky. The divine beast phoenix, Nirvana Rebirth. This shadow was actually a phoenix. The terrifying pressure from its body poured down. Zhuowen couldn't help but let out a groan as he slowly retreated a dozen steps. Instead of being shocked, his eyes were filled with joy. It is said that the firebird possesses the phoenix bloodline of the ancient divine beast. Could this drop of golden liquid be the phoenix blood? Looking at the golden liquid that was quietly floating in the air, Zhuowen's smile widened. No wonder the nirvana of the great sun in his body had such a huge reaction. It turned out that this firebird feather actually contained a drop of phoenix blood essence. Although it was only a drop, the phoenix was an ancient divine beast. It was an existence that surpassed all living creatures. Even within the dragon clan, only the top dragon clan could be compared to the phoenix. It was an existence that truly stood at the peak. One could imagine how rare a drop of phoenix blood essence was. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a stroke of his right hand, he carefully stored the drop of phoenix blood essence into his spirit ring. The phoenix blood essence should be extremely beneficial to Zhuowen's nirvana of the great sun. However, he also knew that it wasn't easy to absorb this drop of phoenix blood essence. This place was the appraisal hall, not a safe place. Zhuowen didn't plan to absorb the phoenix blood essence here. Furthermore, Zhuowen didn't know if absorbing the phoenix blood essence would have any side effects. Therefore, Zhuowen wouldn't do it so easily. It would be great if Xiao He woke up now. With that fellow's knowledge, he should know how to use this drop of phoenix blood essence. At this moment, Zhuowen missed the days when Xiao He was still around. Xiao He's knowledge was much more than his. She would definitely know how to use this drop of phoenix blood essence. Let's put the phoenix blood essence aside for now. There's still more than 2 days left. I can use the spirit stones to increase my mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the spirit stones in the spirit ring. Because he had bought the fire bird plume feather and the greater infinite sword formation, Zhuowen only had about 8,000 spirit stones left. However, they were all mid-grade spirit stones, and the spirit chi they contained was much denser than low-grade spirit stones. Spiritual chi was extremely beneficial to the growth of mental strength. 8,000 medium spiritual stones were enough to allow Zhuowen's mental strength to reach the level of complete grade 4. Once Zhuowen's mental power reaches the 4th grade great perfection, coupled with the ultimate sword formation, even if the outside world's master Yanhua was waiting for him, Zhuowen would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his right hand. Suddenly, pieces of sparkling and translucent spirit stones piled up in front of him, almost forming a small mountain. A fierce spirit chi rushed towards him. Boom! With a thought, the mental strength in Zhuowen's Naiwen palace swept out like a hurricane, enveloping all the spirit stones in front of him. Waves of dense spirit chi followed this mental strength and endlessly drilled into the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Following the influx of spirit energy, Zhuowen could clearly feel the mental energy contained in his Naiwen palace. Just like a healthy baby, it was continuously growing stronger and more solid. Time gradually passed. Outside the entrance of the inspection treasure hall, Master Yanhua, Feng Xiang, and the other 3 people were still waiting. However, the 4 of them did not look too good. Almost 3 days had passed, but Zhuowen still had not come out. Looks like this little bastard is afraid of you, Master Yanhua. It has almost been 3 days, but this kid still hasn't come out. I'm afraid he doesn't plan to come out. Feng Xiang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His expression was somewhat irritated. The reason why he had followed behind Grandmaster Yanhua was because he wanted to see Zhuowen get beaten up by Grandmaster Yanhua. If Zhuowen did not come out, wouldn't his waiting be in vain? Humph. Didn't you say that this kid is a genius from Muqing County? Since he came to the imperial capital this time, he probably wants to participate in the upcoming War of the 9 Counties. There is less than a month left until the War of the 9 Counties. If this kid doesn't want to miss it, he will definitely come out within a month. At that time, I will have the opportunity to capture him. After saying this, the corners of Master Yanhua's mouth curled up. His gaze became gloomy and cruel. He was very patient and could continue waiting. However, Zhuowen did not have that much time. Yes, that's true. The War of the 9 Counties is about to begin. This kid will not give up this opportunity. He will definitely come out within a month. Feng Xiang nodded in agreement. Senior Huangfu, I'm afraid that Zhuowen is afraid. Almost 3 days have passed. This kid simply doesn't have the guts to face Grandmaster Yanhua and the others. Jing Yin stood beside Huangfu Zixia, and the corners of her mouth curled into a sneer as she spoke. Yes, 3 level 4 Arcana Masters and Feng Xiang. That Zhuowen won't have the slightest chance of escaping from such a lineup. It's reasonable that he doesn't come out. Huangfu Zixia nodded. Her voice was extremely cold from beginning to end. Boom! In a room in the inspection hall, a terrifying mind energy overflowed, causing the surrounding air to freeze. This mind energy had the momentum to soar into the sky. It was vast and unrestrained, and it was as vast as an abyss. When this terrifying mind energy reached a critical point, a muffled sound suddenly burst out. Zhuowen's aura reached its peak. The mind energy around him converged like a tide, and everything returned to normal. Crack! At the same time, the small mountain of spiritual stones piled in front of Zhuowen turned into ordinary stones. Inch by inch, they crumbled into fine powder. Just like that, 8,000 medium spiritual stones turned into useless fine powder. My complete fourth grade mind energy has finally reached it. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly stood up. His eyes were as dazzling as the blazing sun. The spiritual energy of 8,000 medium spiritual stones had finally pushed his mind energy to the complete fourth grade. This time, Zhuowen could rely on the spiritual energy of the medium spiritual stones to break through to the complete fourth grade in one fell swoop. The main reason was that his realm had already reached the complete fourth grade, but his mind energy had yet to reach the complete fourth grade. Zhuowen's mind energy had reached the complete fourth grade for some time. Moreover, he cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, a top-grade secret spirit skill. The cultivation speed of his mind energy was much faster than that of ordinary arcana masters. It was not surprising that his realm had reached the complete fourth grade long ago. Now, with the help of the medium spiritual stones, it was reasonable for his mind energy to reach the complete fourth grade. Ding! 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 The crisp sound of swords suddenly rang out. The fusion of the ultimate sword formation and the ultimate sword aura, which were suspended in midair, had finally reached the final moment. When the sound of the swords reached the highest pitch, the ultimate sword formation and the ultimate sword aura finally merged completely. A shocking aura suddenly burst out. Boom! The entire room shook a few times, and Zhuowen retreated continuously under this aura. In the end, he used the nirvana of the great sun to barely stabilize his body. As expected of a fifth-grade origin formation, just this aura alone is enough to make me retreat. Looking at the complete ultimate sword formation in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes were full of excitement. This ultimate sword formation was extremely extraordinary. It was probably a powerful existence among the fifth-grade origin formations. A man's wealth is his own ruin. This complete ultimate sword formation cannot be easily shown to others. Looking at the extremely extraordinary ultimate sword formation in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. If the ultimate sword formation was incomplete, it would be useless to a fifth-grade arcana master. It would only be of great help to a fourth-grade arcana master. If people were to know that Zhuowen possessed the complete Greater Infinity Sword Array, perhaps the rank 5 arcanists of the Arcane Guild would become restless. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't try to steal it from him. In the future, I will use the incomplete ultimate sword formation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use the complete ultimate sword formation. With a wave of his right hand, the ultimate sword formation in front of Zhuowen immediately obediently came to Zhuowen. With Zhuowen as the center, it slowly rotated with a cold light. At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and fiercely grabbed the ultimate sword aura. Instantly, the sound of a sword rang out, and the ultimate sword aura was caught by Zhuowen. The ultimate sword formation once again became incomplete, and its aura was much weaker than before. Since the limitless sword aura had already perfectly merged with the greater limitless sword formation, if Zhuowen wanted to use the limitless sword aura to form the greater limitless sword formation, it wouldn't be as troublesome as today. It would take a long time to form the complete greater limitless sword formation in an instant. Collect! With a grab of his right hand, the long swords in the ultimate sword formation were all collected into Zhuowen's spiritual ring like flowing light. When he was refining the ultimate sword formation, Zhuowen naturally discovered that there were 5 great sword moves in the ultimate sword formation. Moreover, the power of these 5 great sword moves was even more terrifying than the sword moves in the ultimate sword aura. The 5 great sword moves were the blood-weeping style, the yin-yang style, the sky-breaking style, the thousand-sword style, and the flowing sword style. Each move was more terrifying than the previous one. Of course, it was also more difficult to master each move. Now that Zhuowen had just obtained the ultimate sword formation, It was naturally impossible for him to master these 5 great sword moves. He only knew how to use them, crudely. However, even with the crudely used method, the power he could unleash was still very terrifying. It should be time to leave the appraisal pavilion. I wonder if Grandmaster Yanhua and the others are still waiting outside. After putting away the ultimate sword formation, Zhuowen thought of the ruthless words that Grandmaster Yanhua had said 3 days ago. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. If it was 3 days ago, Zhuowen might have been afraid of Grandmaster Yanhua. But now, Zhuowen's mental energy had broken through to the rank 4 great perfection, and he had mastered the ultimate sword formation. Even if he could not defeat Grandmaster Yanhua, it was more than enough for him to escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and the other 2. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked towards the entrance of the appraisal pavilion. At this moment, there were still many people gathered at the entrance. Grandmaster Yanhua, Feng Xiang, and the other 3 stood in the middle of the entrance. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the appraisal pavilion. The surrounding people were also looking at the entrance. Deng deng deng. Chapter 642. Severed arm following which. A slender young man carrying a green coffin appeared before everyone's eyes. This young man was Zhuowen. This person has guts. He knows that Master Yanhua is waiting at the entrance, yet he still dares to come out. He must be tired of living. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve and thinks that he can escape from Master Yanhua. That's why he's so confident. When Zhuowen finally arrived at the entrance of the inspection treasure pavilion, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. Many people even looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at a fool. This person knows that there are tigers in the mountain, yet he still dares to go there. They don't know if they should call him courageous or stupid. Grandmaster Yanhua narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he said, "I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You actually dared to come out. I can't help but admire your courage." "Hee. Zhuowen, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over your spiritual ring, sever your arms, cripple your cultivation, and kneel before me. Perhaps I'll plead with Master Yanhua to spare your worthless life." Feng Xiang stared at Zhuowen with hatred. "What an idiot. Cripple your cultivation and sever your own arms. I'm afraid that only an idiot like you can think of such a stupid method. Do you really think that you can take revenge just because you're related to Master Yanhua? What a laughable idiot." Zhuowen glanced at Feng Xiang as if he was looking at a clown. He shook his head and ignored Feng Xiang. Instead, he looked at Master Yanhua and the other 2 who were not far away. This was especially true for Master Yanhua. Although Master Yanhua's mental strength was the same as his, the black flames that he released last time were extremely terrifying. Master Yanhua had used some kind of secret technique to turn his mental strength into black flames. In Zhuowen's opinion, Grandmaster Pyrotechnic was much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary grade 4 Great Perfection Arcana Master. Therefore, even Zhuowen would not be careless. Zhuowen's disregard immediately caused Feng Xiang's expression to turn ugly as he flew into a rage. However, he did not dare to step forward and teach Zhuowen a lesson. After experiencing Zhuowen's strength, he clearly understood that he was no match for Zhuowen and would only be beaten up if he stepped forward. Grandmaster Yanhua glanced at Feng Xiang and snorted coldly at Zhuowen. "I gave you a chance in the appraiser hall. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. So, you won't have the chance to live today. You didn't give me the opportunity. I created it myself. Don't put yourself on a pedestal, as if everything is in your hands. You don't know that in my eyes, you are no different from a monkey performing on the street." Zhuowen sneered. "I think you are courting death. Li Long, Li Hu, kill this arrogant brat on the spot and take the spiritual ring from this little bastard." Grandmaster Yanhua's expression was gloomy as he snorted coldly. Yes, Li Long and Li Hu both responded. Instantly, 2 terrifying mental energies burst out from their bodies. At the same time, the two of them took out a roulette at the same time. Grade 4 Origin Array, Polar Domain. Grade 4 Origin Array, Lava Domain. The two of them shouted at the same time. Instantly, the two roulette in their hands flew out. One of the roulette exploded and countless icy chi gushed out, turning into a frost domain that was dozens of feet wide. The other roulette exploded and countless hot magma gushed out, spreading dozens of feet wide. The polar domain enveloped Joie when from above, while the lava domain corroded the soles of Joie when's feet from below. They were actually planning to seal Joie when in between the two domains. The moment the extreme cold and extreme heat energy came into contact, a terrifying, explosive energy was formed. Without a doubt, if Zhuowen was completely trapped in these two domains, he would definitely die. Boom! In an instant, the two domains closed and Zhuowen's figure was completely engulfed by the two domains, disappearing from sight. Hee hee, arrogant little bastard. Do you really think that you are invincible? You deserve to die now. Feng Xiang's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction as he grinned. Grandmaster Yanhua narrowed his eyes. He could faintly feel that Zhuowen was not that simple. However, he did not expect that he would be trapped by Li Long and Li Hu's origin array. The polar domain and the lava domain were both grade 4 origin arrays. The combination of the two could unleash an extremely terrifying power. Once one was trapped within it, only death awaited them. Even Grandmaster Yen, who would have to put in a lot of effort to escape from it if he was trapped within it. The instant Zhuowen's figure was engulfed, the surrounding people revealed a disappointed expression. They originally thought that the young man who dared to talk back to Grandmaster Yanhua would be a powerful expert. They did not expect him to be so useless, overestimating himself. In the crowd, Jing Yin narrowed her eyes and sneered. On the other hand, Huangfu Zixia's beautiful face was still indifferent. Even when Zhuowen was trapped in the polar domain and lava domain, she was still not moved in the slightest. She only thought that Zhuowen was a boorish fellow who did not know when to stop. He is indeed a piece of trash. He actually dared to defy Grandmaster Yanhua's orders. He deserves to die. Li Long and Li, who looked at each other as they sneered. However, a clear voice rang out, causing the sneers on Li Long and Li Hu's faces to gradually freeze. Don't you find it laughable to play with fire and ice in front of me? Boom! The moment these words left his mouth, the polar domain and the lava domain, which were originally showing signs of merging, suddenly burst apart. A figure slowly walked out. What caused everyone to be shocked was that wherever this person passed, the polar domain and the lava domain seemed to kneel on the ground as though they were worshipping their king. When Li Long and Li, who saw this scene, their brows slightly furrowed. However, their hearts were filled with shock. They tried their best to activate their respective yuan arrays, but there was no reaction at all. You want to withdraw these 2 yuan arrays? Since you want them, I'll give them to you. Zhuowen sneered as he waved his hands. Instantly, the 2 domains that were wrapped in a terrifying might suddenly flew towards Li Long and Li Hu. The speed was so fast that even the 2 of them were caught off guard. Boom! A huge explosion accompanied by shrill screams rang out. The terrifying explosion formed by the combination of the 2 domains of ice and fire directly engulfed Li Long and Li Hu. In the time of 2 breaths, the screams weakened. In the end, there was no sign of life. Li Long and Li Hu had died under the explosion. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. The young man in front of them had hidden his strength well. His strength was actually so terrifying. From the time Zhuowen escaped to the death of Li Long and Li Hu, it was only a blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Master Yanhua couldn't react in time. Then they were killed by Zhuowen just like that. Feng Xiang's face was a little stiff. Although Li Long and Li Hu were only grade 4 lower-tier arcanists and were much weaker than Master Yanhua, Feng Xiang might not be a match for the 2 of them when they joined forces. However, Zhuowen had killed the 2 of them so easily. Feng Xiang faintly felt a little uneasy in his heart. You killed them. Master Yanhua's pupils shrank as he said word by word in a suppressed voice. Oh, are your dog eyes blind? Did you turn a blind eye to the scene just now? Zhuowen grinned and revealed a cold smile. How dare you kill the people of my arcane guild? You must die. Master Yanhua flew into a rage. Li Long and Li, who were his right-hand men and were also his confidants, they were completely loyal to him. Now that they were killed by Zhuowen, how could Master Yanhua not be furious? Die. The one who died wasn't me but you. Zhuowen said sarcastically. Boom! Grandmaster Yanhua let out a low roar. His terrifying mental energy spread out and turned into strange black flames in the surroundings. Countless black flames circled around, and the surrounding temperature soared to the extreme. This caused the surrounding crowd to involuntarily retreat. You will pay the price for what you've done. Die. With a low roar, Master Yanhua's right hand formed into a claw and pressed down on the void. The countless black flames around him condensed into a huge black flame claw and crushed down on Zhuowen. Zhuowen snorted coldly. With a shake of his sleeve, a dazzling golden light filled the surface of his body. Zhuowen bent down and took a step forward. His right fist, which was ready to strike, punched out and the golden light exploded. Nirvana of the great sun! Nirvana! With a low roar, the golden light from his right fist soared into the sky, almost piercing through the sky. A terrifying golden giant that was close to 1,000 feet tall suddenly stepped out from the depths of the void. It stepped on the golden flames and slammed its huge palm against the black flame claw. Boom! 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 The golden light and the black flame clashed and burst out layers of air waves, causing the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the golden light and black flame disappeared into the void at the same time. This kid is terrifying. He actually managed to block Master Yanhua's black flame claw. Master Yanhua used a secret technique to transform his mental strength into black flames. Its might is even above ordinary earth flames. Even an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might not be able to block it. After Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame claw was broken, the surrounding uproar became even noisier. Everyone knew that the reason why this young man, who was carrying a green coffin, dared to act so arrogantly in the inspection treasure hall and did not give Grandmaster Yanhua any face was not because he was arrogant. Instead, it was because he had the confidence to do so. Master Yanhua's face was extremely gloomy, but his heart was also in turmoil. Even he didn't expect Zhuowen to be able to break his black flame claw. Whoosh! Zhuowen slowly walked over. With a clench of his right hand, a bone spear that was 3 feet long appeared in his palm. Following that, Zhuowen took a step forward and charged towards Master Yanhua without slowing down. Humph! The contempt in Master Yanhua's eyes disappeared. This Zhuowen was enough for him to take him seriously. Therefore, when Zhuowen charged over, he immediately controlled the black flame around him and formed a thick and terrifying wall of fire around him. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen was like a fluttering butterfly as he flew over. When Zhuowen was only 5 meters away from Grandmaster Yanhua, the gazes of the surrounding people were gathered at this place. They wanted to see exactly what would happen when the two of them collided. Idiot! A mocking voice slowly sounded in Master Yanhua's ears. Following that, Zhuowen turned his spear around in disbelief and charged towards Feng Xiang. Pucci! Chapter 643. Black flames exploding sky. Ah! A miserable howl rang out as blood spurted out. A severed arm soared into the sky. Everyone's gazes converged on Feng Xiang, who was currently holding his right arm with his left hand. His right arm was empty, and there was only a bloody wound with blood gushing out from it. Zhuowen's figure flashed. and he was like a fluttering butterfly as he slowly descended. He held the bone spear in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the spear. Blood slowly dripped down, drenching the ground. "This arm is your compensation for speaking rudely to me. I'll let you off this time. If you use your superior attitude to face me again, I won't let you off so easily like today." Zhuowen's cold voice rang out as he glanced at Grandmaster Yanhua with fear. This Grandmaster Yanhua shouldn't be as simple as he had imagined. It wasn't worth it to fight to the death with such a person. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his figure was like lightning as he dashed out of the crowd. "Little bastard, let's see where you can escape to. Die!" Grandmaster Yanhua was currently holding back his anger. Li Hu and Li Long were killed in front of him, and Feng Xiang even had an arm severed beside him. He had lost all his face. If he were to let Zhuowen leave this place like this, where would he put his face? Boom! Grandmaster Yanhua let out a furious roar. Countless black flames surged around him and condensed into countless black flame arrows. They formed a curtain and shot towards Zhuowen's back. The might of this attack was extremely spectacular. It was as if this part of the world was shrouded in darkness. All that could be seen was the countless black flames. Black flames exploding sky? I didn't expect Grandmaster Yanhua to use such a terrifying secret skill like black flames exploding sky. Huangfu Zixia, who originally had a cold expression, had a shocked expression on her face at this moment. She was very clear about black flames exploding sky. It was a terrifying secret spirit skill, and it was the unique skill of the Arcane Guild's second elder, Elder Luli. Black Flame Skyburst was actually using a secret technique to conjure black flames using mental strength. Then, with a terrifying pressure, these black flames would be compressed into countless black flame arrows. Borrowing this pressure, these black flame arrows would obtain an extremely terrifying penetrative power. Grandmaster Yen had once relied on this secret technique to severely injure a seven-wheel Emperor initial stage practitioner. It was precisely because of this unique secret technique that Grandmaster Yen, whose reputation was so resounding in the imperial capital. Coupled with the reputation of his father, Elder Luli, there were not many who did not dare to give Grandmaster Yanhua face. Once Zhuowen's words left her mouth, the surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. They had naturally heard of the name of Black Flame, Sky Bursting. Because they had heard of it, the gazes that everyone looked at Zhuowen with became a bit of pity. Zhuowen's strength was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Yanhua had even used a terrifying secret technique like Black Flame Skyburst that could severely injure a seven-wheel Emperor ultimate stage practitioner. This Zhuowen did not have to die for sure. Even if he did not die, he was basically not far from death. At this moment, Zhuowen also felt the terrifying power behind him. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Looking at the terrifying black flame arrows behind him that were like a curtain of rain, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. I really didn't expect Grandmaster Yen would still have this up his sleeve. The mighty black flame arrows behind him almost covered the sky like a dark cloud. He knew that with such a wide range of black flame arrows, even if he opened up 3 pairs of lightning wings, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape from the range of the black flame arrows. Looks like I can only brace myself and fight. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen twisted his waist. His robes fluttered as he held the bone spear in his hand. His gaze was like a torch. This spear has a soul. It's called spear intent. A faintly discernible voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. At this moment, Zhuowen was slowly waving the bone spear. His entire body seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. His entire body was erratic. With a swing of the bone spear, a mysterious concept rippled out and spread out. Wave after wave of blue water droplets slowly condensed in the air, covering Zhuowen's entire body and hair. The cold blue color actually caused Jua Wen's long hair to faintly reveal a faint dark blue color, which was demonic and unique. Jua Wen had pushed his spear intent to the limit. At this moment, it was as if he was the heavens and earth. Every move of his could trigger the power of the heavens and earth. When the blue water droplets condensed to the limit, Jua Wen made his move. His movement was very simple, but also very profound. With a shake of the bone spear, the cold spear tip pierced through space and froze time. Boom! 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 Instantly, a rain of blue spear shadows gushed out from Jua Wen like a wave. Layer upon layer, they were densely packed and took up almost half of the area. There was actually a faint trend of them contending with the black flame arrow. Bang! When the terrifying spear shadows and the black flame arrow collided, the heavens and earth fell silent. Shortly after, an earth-shattering explosion surged out from the void. It was as terrifying as a tsunami. For a moment, the blue spear shadow and the black flame arrow were in a stalemate. However, the stalemate did not last long. Both of them exploded at the same time. The blue spear shadow was finally annihilated. However, the black flame arrow had also reached the point where it was about to die. Pucci! Jua Wen's complexion was deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This Grandmaster Yen, whose black-scorched sky explosion was truly formidable. Even though he had pushed his spear intent to the limit, it was still broken. Whoosh! 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 The few remaining black flame arrows pierced through space and flew towards Jua Wen. Their might was unstoppable. Jua Wen's face changed slightly. He waved his right hand, and the greater everlasting sword formation turned into a cold light that revolved around his body. When the black flame arrows flew over and collided with the sword formation, it immediately caused an intense tremor. Humph! 3 pairs of lightning wings opened for me. Looking at the few remaining black flame arrows, Jua Wen snorted coldly and immediately unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings. With the lightning wings unfurled, he turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the few remaining black flame arrows. After a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Grandmaster Yanhua, I'll remember today's enmity. I'll definitely pay you a visit in the future. As the lightning flashed, Jua Wen's thunderous voice pierced through the clouds and rolled down. This caused Grandmaster Yanhua's face to twitch. Just now, was that concept energy? At this moment, Huangfu Zixia could no longer remain calm. Her originally cold and indifferent face was now filled with shock. She wasn't shocked by Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion, because that was the secret technique that made Grandmaster Yanhua famous. She was shocked because the young man with the azure coffin on his back had actually blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion. Furthermore, she couldn't erase the brilliant spear strike that blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion from her mind. She couldn't have sensed wrongly. That brilliant spear strike contained a terrifying concept energy. Furthermore, it was a concept energy that wasn't of a low level. What that young man used just now was definitely spear intent. Only spear intent could allow an ordinary move to display such terrifying might. Even Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion was nearly blocked. This kid is terrifying. That kid isn't even 20 years old. He actually comprehended the concept energy that cultivators yearn for. This kid's talent is monstrous. Instantly, the surrounding people sobered up from the wonderful spear attack just now. They all had expressions of admiration on their faces. They knew that only the power of conception could unleash such terrifying power. Although this place was the imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, there were still very few cultivators who could comprehend the concept energy. They could be considered as 1 in 10,000. This kid was able to comprehend the concept energy at such a young age. He could definitely be considered a monstrous genius. Grandmaster Yanhuan narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Zhuowen, who he didn't take seriously, was actually a genius who had comprehended the concept energy. As an upper echelon of the Arcane Guild, he clearly knew how terrifying a cultivator who had comprehended the concept energy was. As long as he was given a certain amount of time to grow, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Feng Xiang, didn't you say that Zhuowen was just a lowly disciple from Muqing County? How could the lowly disciple that you spoke of not only cut off one of your arms, but also comprehend the legendary spear intent? Now that Zhuowen had left this place, and Li Long and Li Hu had both died because of this, Grandmaster Yanhua's heart was filled with rage, and he vented it all on Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang was holding his right arm that had been cut off. When he heard Grandmaster Yanhua's stern questioning, he only lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with deep resentment. As a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he was defeated by Zhuowen the first time and had his arm cut off by Zhuowen the second time. Now he was being questioned by Grandmaster Yanhua in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to say anything. It could be said that he was extremely cowardly. At this moment, Feng Xiang's hatred for Zhuowen had reached a monstrous level. If he didn't get his revenge, he would never give up. Humph! What a piece of trash! What Zhuowen said was right. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted when he saw Feng Xiang lowering his head and not saying anything. He flicked his sleeves and left the appraiser hall. The surrounding crowd all stared at Feng Xiang with mocking gazes. The sounds of discussion were like a barrage of cannons, causing Feng Xiang to no longer have the face to stay. Like a stray dog, he fled without a trace. Seeing Feng Xiang's miserable appearance, the crowd instantly burst into laughter. Jingyan, who was in the crowd, quietly looked at Feng Xiang's miserable appearance. The infatuation in her eyes slowly faded and became much fainter. Compared to Zhuowen, the Feng Xiang that she was infatuated with was like heaven and earth. Thinking about how she had targeted Zhuowen for Feng Xiang, Jingyan suddenly felt a flush of shame. Perhaps Zhuowen simply didn't put her in his eyes at that time. Jingyan, let's return to the imperial city. Huangfu Zixia once again raised her head and gazed in the direction that Zhuowen had disappeared. Her pretty face once again regained its coldness as she spoke to Jingyan, who was beside her. Jingyan nodded her head and obediently followed Huangfu Zixia out of this place. Lightning flashed and Zhuowen stopped in a quiet alley. His breathing was hurried and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Yanhua was indeed not simple, especially that final black flame sky explosion. Its power was too terrifying. Even when Zhuowen used his spear intent and the greater everlasting sword formation, he could only barely block it. After resting for around 4 hours in the secluded alley, Zhuo Zheng's internal injuries began to recover, and his pale complexion began to regain some color. Chapter 644. Vermilion, Bird the Noise was like a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the core of the imperial capital was not far away from him. At this moment, many ancient martial art practitioners had gathered around the imperial capital. These ancient martial art practitioners were all looking up at the sky with curious expressions. Zhuowen followed the crowd's gaze and also looked up at the sky. In the sky above the imperial capital, a huge bird covered in flames was flying over. Its beautiful wings were filled with terrifying flames as it soared through the air like a small sun. Vermilion bird. Looking at the huge bird in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He recognized the origin of this huge bird. The vermilion bird was an extremely terrifying origin beast. Its body also contained the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. However, the bloodline of the vermilion bird was much less than that of the firebird, so its overall strength was much weaker than that of the firebird. Even so, a mature vermilion bird's strength could reach the level of an ultimate 9-wheel emperor. Furthermore, this vermilion bird was so huge that it was obviously a mature vermilion bird. Its strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary ultimate nine-wheel emperor. Flames burned the sky. Two figures stood on the vermilion bird's huge back. One of them was tall and straight, like a bamboo pole. He wore a ghost mask, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura that he faintly exuded was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuo could not help but tremble when he looked at him from afar. This person's strength definitely surpassed Zhuo's. Otherwise, Zhuo would not be able to feel such a strong sense of danger from him. This sense of danger caused Zhuo to tremble uncontrollably. This person is too dangerous. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo looked at the person with the ghost mask on the vermilion bird's back. His face was filled with fear. Zhuo's sense of danger was far stronger than that of ordinary people. He could feel that the person with the ghost mask was extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting. The other person on the back of the Zhuo bird was a slender and elegant figure. Her figure was slender and graceful, with a light veil wrapped around her body. She was like a pure and holy fairy that had descended to the mortal world. This was a young girl about the same age as Zhuo. A pair of bare feet stepped on the back of the vermilion bird, forming the shadow of a lotus flower behind her. Zhuo was different. She stood aloof from the world, like a lotus flower rising from the water. This woman's face was covered by a veil, so it was impossible to see her true appearance. However, the unique temperament that she exuded attracted the gazes of countless cultivators below. This temperament was very unique and also very outstanding. Just by raising her hand, this woman was able to display the most gentle and beautiful feeling. This was a beauty that came from the inside out. Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the beautiful figure that stood out from the crowd. He actually revealed a trace of absent-mindedness. The temperament of this woman's every move was like a drug that firmly attracted him, causing him to be completely addicted and unable to extricate himself. What a unique temperament! What an elegant and wonderful person! Involuntarily, Zhuo silently praised in his heart. On top of the vermilion bird, the beautiful figure seemed to have felt Zhuo's gaze. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and a pair of cold and elegant autumn eyes met with Zhuo's gaze. Immediately, Zhuo keenly discovered that this woman's originally cold autumn eyes actually revealed a rare trace of strangeness. This trace of strangeness was like a stone falling into water, causing waves of ripples on the surface of the water, breaking the calm. However, this trace of strangeness only lasted for a moment. The ripples in the woman's autumn eyes disappeared, and she regained her calm. She only glanced at Zhuo indifferently, and then naturally turned her head away. A clear bird cry resounded through the clouds. The gigantic vermilion bird suddenly flew through the air and directly entered the imperial city. The enormous dragon-shaped chi above the imperial city did not obstruct it in the slightest, allowing the vermilion bird to enter. That pair of eyes, so familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Lowering his head, Zhuo muttered to himself in deep thought. Just now, when their eyes met, Zhuo felt that the gaze of the woman on the vermilion bird gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Is it my imagination? Shaking his head, Zhuo once again gazed deeply in the direction of the imperial city. He knew that to be able to use the vermilion bird as a mount, and to be able to enter the imperial city so casually, the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird were extraordinary. Throwing away the wild thoughts in his mind, Zhuo no longer thought about the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird. Instead, he found martial warriors on the road, and after asking for directions, he followed the directions of a passerby and headed towards the Drunk Spring Pavilion. What Zhuo did not see was that when he turned around to leave, the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird that had not yet landed suddenly turned her head slightly. A pair of ink-like, beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhuo's back. A trace of strangeness spread out in her eyes like a tide. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not notice it at all. In the center of the imperial city that was like a huge coiling dragon, there was an extremely large square. This square was filled with hundreds of stone pillars that pierced the sky and the earth. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike dragons that seemed to soar into the sky. Screech! A clear bird cry rang out. A gigantic fiery red bird, like a falling meteorite, suddenly stopped in the middle of the square. Its flame-like feathers emitted a frightening light. At this moment, in the center of the square, a group of people wearing heavy armor and riding dragon horses quietly stood in place. This group was the Imperial Guard, and the strong man in front of the group was the commander of the Imperial Guard. Under the command of the Qing Emperor, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, respectfully welcomes the arrival of the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. The Qing Emperor is very happy that the Saintess has come to a small place like our Qing Xian Empire. He has personally arranged a banquet in the throne room to welcome the two distinguished guests of the Burning Heaven sect. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, was very humble. He was very clear about the strength of the Burning Heaven sect. It was a powerful existence comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall. Although its sphere of influence was not in the Eastern land, its strength was so great that it could destroy the Qing Xian Empire with a wave of its hand. Now, the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect was actually willing to come to a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. How could the Qing Emperor dare to neglect her? Li Jing was personally instructed by the Qing Emperor. It could be seen how much importance the Qing Emperor attached to this guest. Then I'll have to trouble the Qing Emperor. A melodious voice like that of a lark came from the vermilion bird. Soon after, two figures slowly descended from the vermilion bird. The extraordinary woman, whose face was covered by a veil, was quietly floating in the air with bare feet. She was pure and holy like a fairy. Looking at this woman with an otherworldly temperament, Li Jing was stunned. However, he quickly recovered and quickly lowered his head, saying, "It's no trouble at all. The Qing Emperor said that this is his honor. Please follow me to the throne room. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lead the way." The woman chuckled and said indifferently. Li Jing cupped his hands and led the way with a straight figure. They walked along the red carpet in the square toward the huge throne room. The Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect and the man with the ghost mask slowly followed behind Li Jing. At the entrance of the throne room, Li Jing humbly saluted and said, "Please come in. I'm not qualified to enter the throne room, so I can only send you here." The two nodded. Immediately, the Saintess glanced at the man with the ghost mask beside her and said softly, "Elder Qiu." The man with the ghost mask nodded, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He suddenly stomped his feet and a terrifying aura burst out. It soared into the sky like a pillar that held up the sky. The dragon Qi above the imperial city was affected by this aura and roared in horror. "Qing Emperor, since when did you have such a big reputation? We've already arrived at the throne room. Are you still going to hide inside?" The man with the ghost mask said coldly. Li Jing, who was not far away, looked at the terrifying aura of the man with the ghost mask and trembled. This man was too terrifying. Just this aura alone made him feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Even the dragon Qi of the Qing Emperor was shaken by this aura. Only an Emperor Power Realm warrior with similar strength as the Qing Emperor could do this. He knew that the man with the ghost mask was actually an Emperor Power Realm warrior who was no weaker than the Qing Emperor. "Haha, please don't be angry. I was dealing with some matters just now, so I neglected you. I hope you don't take it to heart." A hearty laughter burst out from the throne room like rolling thunder. Immediately, a green figure slowly walked out from the throne room. His aura was as terrifying as the sun, the moon, and the stars. The green figure slowly walked out, surrounded by green Qi. This man looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was white and he had no facial hair. His eyes were like bright moons and stars. The green Qi around him transformed into many green dragons. The green dragons crawled under his feet as if he was stepping on thousands of dragons. He looked down on the world like a deity. This man was the highest leader of the Qing Xian Empire. He was the #1 expert and the guardian of the imperial city. He was the only terrifying expert who had reached the emperor realm in the Qing Xian Empire. The man with the ghost mask squinted his eyes and stared at the high-spirited Qing emperor. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect a peerless figure like you to appear in such a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. If I am not wrong, you should have reached the second Heaven Emperor realm." The corner of Cyan Emperor's mouth held a smile as he said, "You should be Burning Sky Sect's Elder Funju, Qiuyan, right?" As expected of an expert at the second level of the Emperor realm, to actually be able to see through this Emperor's cultivation realm with a single glance. "You flatter me. You are quite talented to be able to reach the second Heaven Emperor realm in such a small place. My lady and I have come without notice. You will welcome us, right?" Qiu Yan said indifferently. "Haha, Elder Qiu, you must be joking. It is my honor to have the two of you here. Come in. I have already prepared a banquet for the two of you in the throne room. Come in quickly." The Qing Emperor was very enthusiastic. Qiu Yan and the Holy Maiden nodded and followed the Qing Emperor into the throne room. There were many banquets in the throne room. There were many people sitting at the banquets, and most of them were the upper echelons of the imperial family. Chapter 645. Huangfu Wuji. The throne room was extremely large and was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling manner. In the center of the room, there was a huge table that divided the throne room into two parts, like a waterfall. Many people were sitting on the table. These people were dressed appropriately. Their movements were elegant, and their faces were filled with warm smiles. They were basically the upper echelons of the imperial family, and it was Emperor Qing's order to gather here. "Everyone, these two people are honored guests from the Burning Heaven sect. This person is the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden, and beside her is the Burning Heaven sect's Elder Funju, Qiu Yan." Emperor Qing had a smile on his face as he introduced the two people beside him to everyone present. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely grand and echoed in the surroundings. "It's actually the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. I never thought that the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden would actually come to our Qing Xian Empire. Looks like this is all due to Qing Emperor's face. Even the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was invited." Everyone on the table was silent at first, but soon after, an uproar broke out. Their gazes gathered on the veiled woman, and they all had a bit more reverence. The Burning Heaven sect was high and mighty, and was the dominant force of the southern barbarian. Its status was on par with the dominant force of the eastern lands, the Blue Dragon Hall. The Holy Maiden was one of the symbols of the Burning Heaven sect, and her status was extremely high. If nothing unexpected happened, the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden could inherit the position of the Burning Heaven sect's sect master and become the master of the entire Burning Heaven sect. This was the future overlord of the Heavenly Armor Continent, someone who could affect the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. Who would have thought that she would actually come to their small Qing Xian Empire? How could they not be shocked? Although many people knew that it was the Burning Heaven sect that came, they did not expect it to be the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. The corners of the Azure Emperor's mouth curled up in a smile, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Actually, he was also extremely puzzled by the sudden arrival of the Burning Heaven sect. Previously, he hadn't notified them at all. It was only when the Vermilion Bird arrived at the imperial capital that Qiu Yan suddenly transmitted a message to him from 1,000 miles away. Only then did he know. The Lotus Emperor did not know why the two of them had suddenly come. However, since these two distinguished guests had come, the Lotus Emperor naturally would not neglect them. "I've long heard of the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden's name. Wuji greets the Holy Maiden." "What is the Holy Maiden's name?" A figure slowly walked over from the other end of the table. This person was over 20 years old. He wore a purple robe with the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. A noble aura that could not be concealed gushed out, forming traces of an indescribable aura around him. This person had slender limbs, delicate features, and a calm and gentle expression. At first glance, he seemed like a scholar, but from the bright light that flickered in his eyes, it could be seen that this person was not simple. Haha, holy maiden, this person is the imperial family's second prince, Huang Fuwuji. He can be considered my junior. In terms of literary and military skills, in terms of the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry, song and martial talent, he is the best of the best. He has the talent to be a great general and has the talent to rule the world. He can be considered one of the most outstanding juniors of the imperial family. Looking at the purple-robed youth walking over, the Lotus Emperor curled his lips. He pointed at Huang Fuwuji and enthusiastically introduced him. The veiled woman gently nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as water from beginning to end. Her cold voice slowly sounded out, "Mushiwe, greetings to the second prince." The veiled woman's cold response caused the smile on Huang Fuwuji's face to stiffen. However, this person was clearly quite shrewd. His expression was still as warm as the sun. He said, "So the holy maiden's name is Mushiwe. This is a good name." Mushiwe has the meaning of admiration. It seems that Miss Mushiwe likes to look at snow. The second prince has misunderstood. Blood is blood as in fresh blood, not snow as in white snow. Moreover, I don't like to look at snow, Mushiwe coldly said. Huang Fuwuji's expression froze once again, his face filled with embarrassment. However, Huang Fuwuji was extremely shrewd. Even though he had been thwarted twice, he still continued to speak to Mushiwe. His elegant demeanor and handsome face was filled with gentleness, giving off a feeling as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. If it were an ordinary woman, they would have already had a favorable impression of Huang Fuwuji. However, Mushiwe had been extremely cold from beginning to end. She could feel that this Huang Fuwuji was extremely scheming, and he was also an expert at scheming. Mushiwe was well aware that the reason Huang Fuwuji was so enthusiastic towards her was because of her status and status. The status of the Burning Heaven Sect's holy maiden was enough to cause many handsome young men to break their heads in pursuit of her. Even if she was ugly, there would still be countless people chasing after her. Mushiwe was well aware that these people were not chasing after her heart, but rather her status and status. Thinking of this, Mushiwe became even more fed up with Huang Fuwuji's face. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of a wanton and unrestrained figure. Perhaps only he treats me with sincerity and sincerity. He is the only one who truly loves me. Thinking of that figure, Mushiwe's cherry lips under the veil curled up slightly, and her cheeks turned slightly red. The banquet continued. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Huang Fuwuji was undaunted. Even though Mushiwe was neither cold nor indifferent, he still tried to find something to talk about in order to attract Mushiwe's attention. "Miss Mushiwe, for what reason have you too come to my Qingxian Empire? After all, one does not visit a temple without a cause." At the center of the table, the Cyan Emperor raised his wine cup and stared at Mushiwe and Qiuyan. "This time, your Qingxian Empire's War of the Nine Counties is about to begin. Every time the War of the Nine Counties occurs, it can be considered the most prestigious event of your Qingxian Empire. Old Qiu and I just happened to be passing by and wanted to stay here for a period of time, so we wanted to see your Qingxian Empire's War of the Nine Counties." Mushiwe slowly said, "So that's how it is. Since Miss Mushiwe wants to see the War of the Nine Counties, this emperor will not neglect her. This time I will personally preside over the War of the Nine Counties, so I will certainly arrange a good seat for Miss Mushiwe." Although there were some doubts in the Cyan Emperor's heart, he didn't care. He drank the wine in his cup, a carefree expression on his face. "Then I must thank your Majesty, Cyan Emperor." Muxiue lightly smiled and bowed. There is no need to be polite. For Miss Muxiue to come to the imperial city is an honor for this emperor. If I don't properly entertain you, then this emperor will seem stingy. The Cyan Emperor smiled. Time passed, and the banquet came to an end. Muxiue gently stood up and said, Your Highness Cyan Emperor, Muxiue is a bit drunk and would like to return to my room to rest. I wonder if you can provide a room for me? Haha, it's just a small matter. Wu Ji, quickly bring Miss Muxiue and Elder Qiu Yan to the 2 best rooms. Do not neglect them, the Cyan Emperor heartily said. Huangfu Wuji's expression was calm and light. Hearing the Cyan Emperor's words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly bowed and said, Your Highness can rest assured. Wu Ji will definitely take care of this matter. As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji turned around and gracefully bowed to Muxiue. He smiled and said, Miss Muxiue, please follow me. I will arrange a good room for you. Then I'll have to trouble the second prince. Muxiue lightly nodded, a light smile hanging on her lips. Then Huangfu Wuji brought Muxiue and Qiu Yan out of the throne room. At the same time, everyone else in the hall also stood up and bid their farewells. Suddenly, the originally lively throne room became quiet. Only the Cyan Emperor remained on the table. At this moment, the hearty smile on the Cyan Emperor's face had already vanished. His eyes narrowed into slits as he faintly faced the empty hall and said in a low voice, Have you investigated? Do you know why the Burning Heaven sect saintess suddenly came to our Qingxian Empire? Your Highness, this matter is not easy to investigate. After all, the Burning Heaven sect saintess always has an emperor-level powerhouse like Qiu Yan by her side. Wanting to find any trace of her is extremely difficult. However, from some clues, this saintess came from the excellent Divine Institute. In the depths of the empty hall, a hoarse voice slowly sounded out. It was clear that someone was hiding in the shadows of the hall. Excellent Divine Institute? I've heard that the Holy Ice Fire Talisman of the 9 Great Holy Talismans exists within the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. The Burning Sky sect has always wanted to obtain the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. Back then, they had sent many holy maidens to the Holy Ice Fire Talisman to obtain the qualifications to obtain it. Unfortunately, the Holy Ice Flame symbol is a heavenly treasure. Moreover, it has been sealed by the excellent Divine Institute for a long time. Wanting to obtain the Holy Ice Flame symbol's approval is far too difficult. Even the inner disciples of the excellent Divine Institute have never succeeded, let alone the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. The Qing Emperor nodded. He wasn't surprised that Muxiue came from the excellent Divine Institute. However, he was puzzled. The Qingxian Empire was considered a small power in the eastern lands. Why would Muxiue want to come to the Qingxian Empire? Although the Battle of the 9 Countries was the highest level event in the Qingxian Empire for the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, this event wasn't even worth mentioning, let alone personally coming to watch. Your Highness, what do we need to do? In the hall, the hoarse voice sounded out again. Do nothing. The saintess of the Burning Heaven sect has a noble status. She isn't someone we can touch. Once we touch her, even the Blue Dragon Hall won't be able to protect us. Since she came to watch the Battle of the 9 Countries, then let her watch. The Qing Emperor shook his head. After he finished speaking, the entire hall turned pitch black and became silent once again in the intoxicated spring pavilion. In the side room where Zhouwen was, Lu anxiously paced around the room. Apart from Lu, the charming lady was also present. At this moment, her brows were tightly knitted and there was a trace of anxiety in her beautiful eyes. Mother, what should we do? Young master, Zhua, hasn't returned for 3 days. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Why don't we talk to the leader of Muqing County? Lu suddenly came in front of Mother Su and said anxiously, Don't talk about it first. You said that Zhuo Wen actually offended Feng Xiang of the Feng family and Master Yanhua of the Arcane Guild at the same time? Mother Su asked solemnly. Lu Er was so anxious that she was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still recounted everything that happened in the appraiser hall. Chapter 646. Sun Yang was shocked. Sun Yang was one of the managers of the Drunken Spring Pavilion after all. She was much more mature and steady in her actions. Although she heard Lu Er's story, she was also very shocked and furious. She was annoyed that Zhuo Wen was really a troublemaker. Although Feng Xiang was a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he could only be considered an ordinary genius. Sun Yang wasn't too worried about offending Feng Xiang. However, not only did Zhuo Wen offend Feng Xiang, but he also offended a high-ranking member of the Arcane Guild like Master Yanhua. This made things much more troublesome. Although Mother Su was not afraid of Master Yanhua at all with her strength, Master Yanhua's father was the second elder of the Arcane Guild, Elder Glaze. He was a true elder of the Arcane Guild and could kill her with a wave of his hand. Even she didn't dare to offend Master Yanhua. That Zhuo Wen was really stupid to offend such a person. Moreover, Master Yanhua was very powerful. If that Zhuo Wen left the appraisal pavilion, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Master Yanhua's hands. Mother, what should we do? Don't we care about young Master Zhuo Wen? Lu Er had a good impression of Zhuo Wen and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Ai, that Zhuo Wen is a guest of our Drunken Spring Pavilion after all. Moreover, it was you who brought him to the appraisal pavilion. I can't not care about this matter. Sun Yang patted her head with a slight headache. She had already cursed Zhuo Wen in her heart. This kid was too good at causing trouble. She was unlucky to be staying at the Drunken Spring Pavilion this time. That's great. Lu Er knows that Mother is the best. Lu Er immediately smiled through her tears. All right, stop crying. If you continue crying, you'll have wrinkles. I'll go to the appraisal pavilion personally. As long as that Master Yanhua's loss is compensated, my reputation is still useful. Sun Yang sighed softly. Her face was full of helplessness. Lu Er's face was instantly filled with joy, and she was quite touched. Let's go. Let's go to the appraisal pavilion first. As she spoke, Sun Yang pulled Lu Er out of the room. After walking out of the Snow Moon region, they arrived at the Windflower region. At this moment, Lu Hantian, who was dressed in Rag's Flower region, was looking around as if he was looking at the surrounding girls with a wretched expression. Looking at Lu Hantian's wretchedness, Lady Su and Lu Er were speechless. Lu Er's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disgust. She hated wretched people, like Lu Hantian the most. Mother Su, on the other hand, didn't show any disgust. Instead, she showed a hint of admiration. Mother Su had been in love for many years, so she had an extremely keen sense of observation. Although Lu Hantian was looking around with a wretched expression on his face, if one looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Hantian was standing on the path that Sun Yang had to pass when she came out of Zhuo Wen's room. Coupled with Lu Hantian's posture, it was clear that Lu Hantian was deliberately standing here to wait for them. Young Master Lu. Sun Yang wanted to call out to Lu Hantian, but she realized she didn't know how to address the old beggar. She could only brace herself and call him young master. Oh, is the young Master Lu that everyone loves. Flowers bloom when they see him. Men feel inferior when they see him, and women blush when they see him? If so, then it's me. Kaka! Lu Hantian, that slut, stroked his messy hair and struck a pose that he thought was handsome. His face revealed a lonely expression as he stared at Mother Su and Lu Er with blurred eyes. Sun Yang and Lu Er were speechless. They stared at Lu Hantian with strange gazes. I saw the two of you come out of Zhuo Wen's room. Why didn't that brat come out? Lu Hantian suddenly became serious. He stared at Sun Yang and asked. Lu Hantian trembled. She looked nervous. Sun Yang narrowed her eyes. It was as she had guessed. This Lu Hantian was waiting for her. He must have sensed something. Young Master Joie is still cultivating in his room. Young Master Joie is working very hard for the 9 Counties War. We came out first. Sun Yang laughed dryly. Oh, is that so? Why did I hear the two of you say that Zhuowen was stopped at the entrance of the inspection treasure hall? Why is Zhuowen cultivating in his room? Lu Hantian said indifferently. His gaze became extremely sharp. You were in your room. Sun Yang was shocked. She couldn't help but turn pale. This Lu Hantian actually heard their conversation from his room. She didn't notice it at all. For this to happen, it was either Lu Hantian's concealment ability was extremely strong, or the other party's strength was far greater than hers. Either way, this sloppy Lu Hantian wasn't simple. Tell me, Zhuo Wen is your father's brother. If anything happens to him, your drunken spring pavilion won't need to continue operating. No matter what background you have, your father will still turn it upside down. Lu Hantian crossed his arms and sneered. A terrifying aura faintly leaked out. With Lu Hantian as the center, the surrounding space started to distort. What terrifying strength! Sun Yang's face turned pale when she felt the terrifying aura faintly emitted by Lu Hantian. This Lu Hantian's strength was too terrifying. Just this part of his aura made her unable to resist. Young Master Lu, please calm down. Since you were in your room just now, you should know what happened. I don't need to repeat myself. Sun Yang could only brace herself and say, take me to the appraisal pavilion. I'm not familiar with the imperial capital, so you can only take me there. Lu Hantian said coldly. All right, I'll take you there now. Cold sweat had already appeared on Sun Yang's forehead. This Lu Hantian was too terrifying. He wasn't someone she could contend against. Moreover, Lu Hantian's aura had locked onto her. If she didn't follow Lu Hantian's words, she would probably suffer a calamity. Helpless, Sun Yang could only follow Lu Hantian. When the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, a young man with shoulder-length black hair and a green coffin on his back slowly walked over. His gaze was extremely calm. Zhuowen! Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. His originally cold face became much gentler. He laughed heartily as he patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, Zhuowen, you're not loyal at all. You didn't even take your big brother to a good place like the appraisal pavilion. Zhuowen also didn't expect to see Lu Hantian, Sun Yang, and Lu Hantian the moment he entered. Moreover, from the looks of the 3 of them, they should be preparing to go out. In addition to Lu Hantian's words, Zhuowen knew that the 3 of them should be aware of what happened to him at the appraisal pavilion. From the looks of it, Lu Hantian was obviously planning to go to the appraisal pavilion to help him out. Seeing the joy in Lu Hantian's eyes, Zhuowen felt a warmth in his heart and was slightly moved. It's my fault this time. Next time, I'll definitely take you with me. Zhuowen said with a smile, Young Master Zhuowen, how did you escape from the appraisal pavilion? Could it be that Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang didn't find trouble with you? Sun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with some doubt. Zhuowen was so young. She didn't believe that Zhuowen's strength would be that great. The peak of the 5th Wheel Emperor realm was most likely the ultimate Emperor realm. With such strength, how did he escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang's group? I was just lucky. At that time, I also took advantage of the time when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention to me to sneak out. Otherwise, with my strength, I really might have been left there. Zhuowen didn't want to talk too much about this matter. He casually gave a perfunctory reply and didn't talk about this topic any further. Oh, then your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to escape when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention. Sun Yang nodded and believed this explanation, although Zhuowen's explanation had some loopholes. When she thought of Grandmaster Yanhua's strength, Sun Yang didn't have too many doubts. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my room first. Zhuowen nodded indifferently. After chatting with Lu Hantian for a while, he brought Lu Hantian back to his room in the Snow Moon region. Chapter 647. Moon Pavilion Time flowed by like a white steed flitting by crack. It had been over 20 days since Zhuowen returned from the appraiser pavilion. A month's time had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Zhuowen had basically been in seclusion in his room. The power of Master Yen, whose black flame sky explosion was too terrifying. Although he had barely escaped with the help of his advanced spear intent, Zhuowen had suffered serious internal injuries. Zhuowen had spent half a month recuperating from his internal injuries. He had basically used the remaining time to meditate and cultivate. At the same time, he had used the earth fire to temper the strength of his body. Zhuowen had a feeling that the great Nirvana Sun might have a breakthrough in the near future. If I use the Phoenix blood essence to temper the body, I should be able to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun to the second stage, the destruction realm. In the room, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was flickering. He waved his right hand, and a drop of dazzling golden liquid floated before him. It was the drop of Phoenix blood essence that he had extracted from the firebird's plume feather. The Phoenix blood essence contained extremely hot energy. It was most suitable for tempering the body. Moreover, the great Nirvana Sun had a certain relationship with the Phoenix. The combination of the two would definitely allow Zhuowen's body to reach an extremely powerful effect. Now is not the time. When the great Nirvana Sun is about to break through, it will require an extremely large amount of hot energy. That would be the best time to use the Phoenix blood essence. His eyes flashed slightly. Zhuowen still kept the Phoenix blood essence in front of him. Although the Phoenix blood essence was extremely powerful, Zhuowen only had one drop. If he used it now and did not succeed in breaking through, then the loss would outweigh the gain. How good would it be if I had a few more drops of Phoenix blood essence? Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not help but sigh softly. Dong dong dong. A hurried knock on the door caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. He said, "Come in." The door was opened, and the sloppy Lu Hantian walked in. "Big brother? Why are you here today?" Seeing Lu Hantian come in, Zhuowen revealed a smile. "Brat, you're really a freak. You've already arrived at the Imperial City, yet you've been cooped up in your room all this time. Tomorrow, we'll be heading to the World Suppressing Formation and entering the Imperial City. Don't you plan to go out and play today?" Lu Hantian sat at the table in the middle of the room without any trace of politeness. He casually took a sip of herbal tea and looked at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the praying mat like an ascetic monk. He couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. The War of the 9 Counties is imminent. How can I slack off? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lu Hantian could not help but nod. Zhuowen had talent, perseverance, and luck. It was not a coincidence that he was able to walk step by step from a low-level city to where he was now. Although what you said is not wrong, today is the last day. Even if you cultivate, you won't be able to gain much. Go out and play with your big brother. I heard that today there will be a grand event in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Countless young talents from the Imperial City will be participating. You can't miss it. Lu Hantian very casually came to Zhuowen's side. He revealed a vulgar smile and put his arm around Zhuowen's shoulder. Zhuowen knew that Lu Hantian's attitude meant that his desire to continue cultivating was basically dashed. It just so happened that he also felt that there was nothing to gain from continuing to cultivate. Therefore, he spread out his hands and said, "Okay, today I'll relax a little." "Haha, that's my good brother, Lu Hantian." Lu Hantian laughed and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He suddenly said, "Zhuowen, do you know that during the time you were in seclusion, a big event happened in the Imperial City?" "Oh, big event?" Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately became interested and asked, "It is said that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heavens sect personally came to the imperial city. She wishes to observe the War of the Nine Counties tomorrow. For this reason, many young talents in the imperial city are rubbing their hands together. They want to perform well in the War of the Nine Counties. This time, the War of the Nine Counties will undoubtedly become very intense." Lu Hantian suddenly said in a serious tone, "What? The Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect came to the imperial city?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but think about 20 days ago. In the sky above the imperial city, there was a beautiful figure with a light veil covering her face as she rode a huge vermilion bird into the imperial city. Although that beautiful figure had a unique temperament and her background was definitely not weak, he didn't expect her background to be so deep. She was actually the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. The Heavenly Armor Continent was divided into 5 major regions. Their Qing Xian Empire was located in the eastern region of the continent called the Eastern Land, and the largest power in the Eastern Land was undoubtedly the Blue Dragon Hall. The southern region of the Heavenly Armor Continent was called the Southern Barbarian, and the strongest power in the Southern Barbarian was the Burning Heaven sect. Speaking of which, the Burning Heaven sect's power wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. They were both colossal powers in the Heavenly Armor Continent, and the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was personally selected by the Burning Heaven sect's sect master. She was the most outstanding monstrous genius of her generation. Her status and identity were lofty existences in the Burning Heaven sect. If there were no accidents, she could basically become the next sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. It could be said that the status of the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was definitely much higher than the Qing Emperor of the Qing Xian Empire. She was a peerless heaven's pride comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall's Holy Maiden. The arrival of such a character in the imperial city would naturally cause a huge uproar. "Zhuowen, the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. Brat, if you can catch the Holy Maiden's fancy, your future will definitely be smooth and limitless." Lu Hantian licked his face and said with a rather vulgar smile. That expression made Zhuowen only want to give him a slap. Shaking his head, Zhuowen really didn't have any interest in the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. She was a heaven's pride. Her status was even higher than the Qing Emperor's. How could she possibly fancy a lowly brat like him? Zhuowen's principle had always been to be down to earth and not to reach the heavens in a single bound. In his opinion, only things that he obtained through his own efforts could truly belong to him. As for relying on a huge power as his backing, Zhuowen didn't really like it. "This kind of thing is too far away for me." Zhuowen shook his head and said rather calmly, "That's right. The Burning Heaven sect is really too big. We really can't climb up to them. Let's go. Let's go to the Windflower District first. I heard that there's a big gathering in the Windflower District tonight. All the young talents in the imperial capital will basically gather here." Lu Hantian said with a big laugh. "Big gathering? What gathering?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. Hee, you'll know when you get there. There's still people waiting for us downstairs. Don't let them wait for too long." Lu Hantian said mysteriously. Zhuowen helplessly shrugged his shoulders and could only follow Lu Hantian out of the room. He saw that there were indeed 6 people quietly waiting downstairs. These 6 people were none other than the genius representatives of Muqin County: Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, Qin Batian, and Ling Wushuang. Beside the 5 of them was the dignified Lu Nantian, who wore a purple robe. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen greeted the 6 people and walked towards the Windflower District in front of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After not coming out for a long time, Zhuowen discovered that the number of people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion had actually increased by several times compared to before. At a glance, all of them were basically martial artists with powerful auras. Moreover, these martial artists' ages were basically similar to them. During the time you were in seclusion, the geniuses from other counties basically arrived in the imperial capital. The Drunken Spring Pavilion is one of the largest inns in the imperial capital. Naturally, it attracted many geniuses from other counties to stay. Seeing Zhuowen's puzzled expression, Lu Hantian softly explained a few words, which made Zhuowen suddenly feel enlightened. It seemed that the Drunken Spring Pavilion's reputation was indeed quite big. It could actually attract so many geniuses from other counties. After passing through the Snow Moon District and entering the Windflower District, Zhuowen was astonished to discover that the Windflower District was actually bustling with people coming and going. Looks like many people arrived much earlier than us. I wonder if there are any seats left? Looking at the sea of people in the Windflower District, Lu Hantian frowned slightly, and his expression was slightly displeased. After some squeezing, the group of 8 finally arrived at the core area of the Windflower District. The core area of the Windflower District was naturally the enormous stage that stood in the center. Around the stage were numerous pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The positions of these pavilions were just right, and one could clearly see the graceful dancers on the stage. At the very front of these pavilions, there was an enormous pagoda-shaped pavilion. At the top of the pagoda-shaped pavilion, there was a large area. At this moment, there were many people sitting in that area. These people all had powerful auras and were dressed in luxurious clothes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. This is the Moon Embracing Pavilion, the most luxurious and high-end pavilion in the Windflower District. It is also the best place to view the scenery. Let's go up as well. Lu Nantian softly laughed. As he spoke, Lu Nantian led the people behind him and headed towards the Moon Embracing Pavilion. After confirming that Lu Nantian was the Lord of Muqing County, the guards of the Moon Embracing Pavilion did not stop them too much. The Moon Embracing Pavilion was the most luxurious pavilion in the Windflower District. Normally, the people it entertained were all people of prominent status. Lu Nantian, as the lord of a county, naturally had the qualifications to bring people into the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The area at the top of the Moon Embracing Pavilion was indeed extremely large. At a glance, it could accommodate hundreds of people without a problem. At this moment, there were not many people in the Moon Embracing Pavilion. In such a large area, it seemed rather deserted. Brother Lu, you guys are here too. You guys came quite early this time. A warm voice suddenly sounded. Lu Nantian and the others looked over and immediately saw a smiling Qiu Changsheng leading Qiu Xiaoyun and a few other juniors towards Lu Nantian and the others. Brother Qiu, you came even earlier. We just arrived and saw you here. Lu Nantian said politely. We also just arrived not long ago. Come, let's sit by the window and chat slowly. Qiu Changsheng said rather enthusiastically. Lu Nantian nodded and led Zhuowen and the others to a seat by the window. Through the window, they looked down at the densely packed people below like a swarm of ants. Zhuowen felt a feeling of looking down at the mountains, as if everything was under his control. No wonder high officials and dignitaries like to climb up to the Moon Embracing Pavilion. This feeling of looking down on all living things and being high above was extremely enjoyable for those people in high positions. Thinking of this feeling, Zhuowen could not help but shake his head. This Drunken Spring Pavilion really knew how to do business. They could actually figure out the psychology of these high officials and dignitaries. No wonder people were willing to spend a lot of money in this Drunken Spring Pavilion. Chapter 648. Flame wing below the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The originally noisy crowd had become much quieter at this moment. Soon after, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, a fiery cloud that was like the sun was suddenly rushing over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this huge fiery figure shuttled through space and suddenly arrived above the Moon Embracing Pavilion. Only then could everyone clearly see that the fiery figure was actually a giant bird that was dozens of feet in size. Vermilion bird, Within the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he immediately recognized this giant fiery red bird. Wasn't this the vermilion bird that had entered the imperial city? And the appearance of the vermilion bird also meant, as he thought of this, Zhuowen's gaze shifted upwards and immediately saw the graceful woman on the back of the vermilion bird. Her face was covered by a veil, and she stood barefooted. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, and stood out from the crowd. Beside the veiled woman, a man with a ghost mask silently stood. He was like a dedicated bodyguard that constantly stood beside the woman. The instant the vermilion bird appeared, another dazzling brilliance swept over from the horizon. It was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived beside the vermilion bird in the sky above the moon-embracing pavilion. The brilliance converged to reveal a magnificent flying boat that shone with gold and jewels. Miss Mushiue, this vermilion bird mount of yours truly possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. It can spread its wings and soar thousands of miles in a single leap. Wuji is very envious. A refined and clear voice was slowly transmitted from the dazzling flying boat. Following the voice, a handsome young man wearing a purple long robe with purple hair draped over his shoulders stood on the flying boat. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a refined smile. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird. Isn't that the second prince of the imperial city, Huangfu? I never thought that the second prince would actually come here. In the past, the imperial city and Blue Dragon Hall would not participate in such a grand event. Only the geniuses of the 8 large counties would participate. I never thought that even the second prince would come this time. I'm afraid that the second prince did not come for the grand event of the intoxicated spring pavilion. Don't you see the woman on the vermilion bird? If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be the burning heaven sect saintess. Everyone's gazes from top to bottom of the moon-embracing pavilion converged over. They all knew that this woman should be the holy maiden of the burning sky sect who had suddenly descended upon the world and stood alone on the vermilion bird. In an instant, a wave was set off in the surroundings of the moon-embracing pavilion. Everyone's gazes were blazing as they stared at the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. They all understood how noble the holy maiden of the burning heaven sect was. At this moment, she had actually descended to the moon-embracing pavilion. How could everyone not be indescribably excited? Ouch! Your Highness, the second prince, I didn't expect you to come as well. Mother Su is truly honored, and this noble holy maiden. Quickly come to the moon-embracing pavilion. Mother, Su will choose the best seats for you. A flattering voice instantly sounded out from within the embracing moon pavilion. A woman who still retained her charm leisurely walked over from who knows where. Her voluptuous figure swayed like a lily, and her face was full of smiles. Huangfu Wuji faintly smiled. His gaze immediately fell on the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. He smiled and said, "What does Miss Mushiue think?" The veiled woman did not reply. She faintly glanced at Huangfu Wuji. Her jade feet lightly tapped the air, and she floated down to the top floor of the moon-embracing pavilion. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this woman actually sat not too far away from Zhuowen. Because Qiu Changsheng, Lu Nantian, and Lu Hantian were chatting with each other, Zhuowen, LV Tao, and the other juniors naturally did not disturb the mood of the 3. Instead, they casually found a seat near the window and silently watched the performance below as they sipped their wine. The arrival of the vermilion bird naturally attracted the attention of Zhuowen and the others. At this moment, Mushiue was like a fluttering butterfly, gracefully landing not too far away from them. Huangfu Wuji did not care about Mushue's attitude. He faintly smiled, and with a step, he gracefully landed in the moon-embracing pavilion. He casually sat across from Mushiue, the corners of his mouth filled with a warm smile. Mushue's willowy eyebrows wrinkled. Huangfu Wuji's behavior of sitting across from her caused her to feel a little displeased, but she did not show it. Mu Xue's ethereal temperament was like that of a goddess descending to the mortal world. She was like a lotus flower rising from the water. Even Luo Xing and Clear Lotus felt a sense of inferiority in their hearts. Although Mu Xue's face was covered by a veil, and one could not clearly see her true appearance, her temperament had already far surpassed theirs. This caused the two girls to feel a sense of inferiority in their hearts. It's rare to find such an extraordinary woman with such extraordinary skills in this world. No wonder she was able to become the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. A rare ripple appeared in L.V. Yitao's calm eyes. Even he was unable to remain calm in front of Mu Xue's ethereal temperament, and it was difficult for his heart to calm down. Qiu Shaoyan and Qin Batian were even more unbearable. Their eyes were infatuated as they stared at Mu Xue's peerless figure, unable to extricate themselves. Zhuowen's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his eyes tightly staring at Mu Xue's body. He felt that this woman's temperament gave him a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity caused him to involuntarily recall that peerless figure. Mu Xue? Mu Qinxue? No, although their temperaments are somewhat similar, the feeling they give me is that they are not the same person. Perhaps the two of them know each other? Looking at Mu Xue, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of thoughtfulness. Although Mu Xue's temperament was very similar to Mu Qinxue's, if one carefully observed, there were actually subtle differences between the two. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Mu Qinxue is currently in the Jiaxin Academy. How could she possibly come to the Qingxian Empire? Shaking his head, Zhuowen's gaze slightly shifted, no longer paying attention to Mu Xue. Although Mu Xue's temperament was otherworldly and elegant, Zhuowen's heart was already occupied by someone else. Naturally, he did not have any other thoughts in his heart. Mu Xue, whose face was covered by a veil, shifted her starry eyes slightly. She discreetly glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. When she saw Zhuowen's absent-minded appearance, there was a trace of resentment in her soul-stirring eyes. Time passed by minute, second by second, and the crowd surrounding the moon-embracing pavilion grew. Furthermore, other than Muqing County and Luyan County, the other 6 county lords had basically brought their genius representatives into the moon-embracing pavilion. The other 6 commanderies were Ganmeng Commandery, Shijiang Commandery, South Maple Commandery, Chuangue Commandery, Icebound Commandery, and Lihua Commandery. In the previous war of the 9 commanderies, Icebound Commandery and Lihua Commandery were the 2 most powerful commanderies other than the Imperial Capital Commandery. It was said that Icebound County's number 1 genius, Wen Ao Shui, was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. He was only 1 rank away from the top 10 on the Green Emperor leaderboard. His strength was unfathomable, and he was much stronger than L.V. Yitao. As for Lihua County's number 1 genius, Prince Lai Yin, his ranking wasn't bad either. He was also ranked 13th on the Green Emperor leaderboard, and his strength was also above L.V. Yitao's. Furthermore, the number of geniuses from these 2 counties that entered the top 100 on the Green Emperor leaderboard was second to none among the 8 counties. This was also the reason why these 2 counties were ranked at the top. Their overall strength was also much stronger than the other counties. The county lord of Icebound County was a white-haired old man in a white robe. Beside the old man was a dignified and elegant lady with a bun on her head. This lady had long snow-white hair, but strangely her pupils were snow-white, making her look exceptionally demonic. This lady was Icebound County's number 1 genius, Wen Ao Shui. Her strength was unfathomable, and she had always kept a low profile. The county lord of Lihua County was a middle-aged, bald man with a sturdy figure. Beside him, young Master Lai Yun's figure was not any worse than this bald man. His fiery, red short hair looked extremely dry, and when he breathed, there were wisps of hot air exhaling, but it was quite strange. The The county lords of Icebound County and Lihue County walked side by side at the front, while the remaining 4 county lords silently followed behind them. When the county lord of Lihue County passed by Lu Nantian and Chiu Changsheng, his footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at Lu Nantian and said, "Lu Nantian, did you bring a bunch of trash from Muqin County to participate in the Great War of the 9 counties again? This time, do you plan to take the last place or the second last place?" The county lord of Lihue County's voice was forceful and loud. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words spread throughout the entire embracing moon pavilion like a thunderclap. Some of the weaker people could not help but cover their ears, and a look of discomfort appeared on their faces. Lu Nantian stopped and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the county lord of Lihue County and said, "Flaming Bird, don't be too arrogant. You were lucky to take the 3rd place in the Great War of the 9 counties last time, and you are already so proud of yourself? Lucky? Lu Nantian, back then the geniuses from Muqin County were almost eliminated by our Lihue County. You actually dare to say that you were lucky? I really don't know if there is something wrong with your head or if you think too highly of yourself." Flaming Bird crossed his arms, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Zhouwen, Lv Tao, and the others turned ugly. The county lord of Lihue County, Flaming Bird, had brought up the Great War of the 9 counties the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to intimidate them. Humph! Back then, if my big brother, Lu Hantian, had not been trapped in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil, your Lihue County would not have been able to act so arrogantly. Back then, when you saw my big brother, you were like a rat crossing the street with your tail between your legs. You did not even dare to fart. Lu Nantian mocked. Lu Hantian? Hee, it is fortunate that Lu Hantian was not here. Otherwise, that Lu Hantian would have been in an even worse state. The number 1 genius of your Muqin County back then was not even worth a fart in front of me. You still want to use Lu Hantian to scare me? That guy probably died in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil long ago. He is just a dead man. The cold smile on Flaming Bird's face became even more intense. His words were filled with disdain for Lu Hantian. Oh, it seems that the small fry back then has become so arrogant now. Back then, who was the one who kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in front of me, calling me Uncle Lu and Father Lu? Chapter 649. The wild and domineering Lu Hantian's mocking and disdainful voice slowly rang out in the moon-embracing pavilion. Flamewing's expression froze. It narrowed its eyes and focused on a sloppy figure sitting across from Lu Nantian. It was Lu Hantian. "Who do you think you are? You actually dare to preach to me? As for the 3 bows and 9 kowtows you spoke of, they are completely unwarranted." Flamewing's eyes were sinister as it stared coldly at Lu Hantian. "And who do you think you are? Back then, you came to Muqin County in high spirits, wanting to rub our prestige in the face. In the end, you were beaten like a dog by me. Back then, you even called me your father and your mother. Have you forgotten in the blink of an eye? It seems that your pig brain is somewhat stupid." Lu Hantian slowly stood up and stared indifferently at Flamewing, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Flamewing frowned slightly at the sight of Lu Hantian dressed like an old beggar. 100 years ago, he had indeed never been to Muqin County. Moreover, he had set up an arena in the county capital and defeated countless geniuses there, ruthlessly rubbing the edge of Muqin County. Unfortunately, a freak like Lu Hantian had appeared in Muqin County. Even he, Flamewing, had been easily defeated by Lu Hantian. Moreover, he had been so ruthlessly beaten that he had to beg for mercy. That memory was still fresh in his mind. "Oh, are you trying to say that you're Lu Hantian? Don't joke around. Lu Hantian was trapped in the Blood Devil's land of inheritance 100 years ago. Who do you think you are? If you want to pretend to be Lu Hantian, you need to find a more reliable disguise." Flamewing shook his head and sneered. Even though Flamewing was now much stronger than before, he still felt a tinge of fear when he thought of Lu Hantian's terrifying strength. Back then he had suffered too miserably. It had been a one-sided battle. If it had not been for the elders who had stopped him, Flamewing would not have known what would have happened. Flamewing was overjoyed when it heard that Lu Hantian had been trapped in the Blood Devil's legacy. However, Lu Hantian's absence in the War of the Nine Counties had caused Muqin County's strength to drop drastically. Their top fighters were much weaker than the other counties, and they had suffered a crushing defeat. Because of what had happened to Lu Hantian, Flamewing had taken special care of Muqin County's team during the War of the Nine Counties. This made things worse for Muqin County's team. It could be said that the relationship between Muqin County and Flamewing County was extremely bad. This was also the reason why Flamewing had spoken so arrogantly when it passed by Lu Nanshan's position. The two counties could be said to be like fire and water. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am your father. What a disgraceful bastard. You don't even recognize your own father. Lu Hantian pointed at Flamewing's nose and scolded it. He didn't care about his image at all. This scene immediately silenced the surrounding atmosphere. Flamewing's face turned gloomy. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. This was too presumptuous. You are the one courting death. Flamewing snorted coldly. With a stomp of its foot, a terrifying aura surged out, causing a series of spiraling hurricanes to appear within the moon-embracing pavilion. With Flamewing as the center, the hurricanes were accompanied by blazing flames. In an instant, the temperature within the moon-embracing pavilion had reached a terrifying level. You've broken through? Lu Nantian, who was sitting in his seat, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. He knew that Flamewing's strength was also in the Xuanzuan realm. It was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. After so many years, Flamewing had actually broken through to the Supremacy realm. Its talent was indeed not weak. It should be known that breaking through the 4 minor realms of the Supremacy realm was extremely difficult. Every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Flamewing had spent more than 10 years at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm before breaking through. At this moment, Flamewing's head was held high with a smug smile on its face. A Supremacy realm expert was only 1 minor realm lower than a Xuanzuan realm expert, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. In front of a Supremacy realm expert, a Xuanzuan realm expert was nothing. Even if 10 Xuanzuan realm experts joined forces, they might not necessarily be a match for a Supremacy realm expert. This seat will give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and 9 times, break your own arms and apologize. Then this seat will consider sparing your lowly life. Flamewing looked down at Lu Hantian coldly from high above. Inside the moon-embracing pavilion, the confrontation between Flamewing and Lu Hantian immediately attracted the attention of the other people in the pavilion. The geniuses of the other regions, including the Ice Seal County's county lord, all stared at the two with great interest. I really didn't expect Flamewing to have broken through to the Supremacy realm. It seems that the Lifefire County is getting stronger and stronger. That old beggar is in for a bad time now that he's angered Flamewing. The second prince gracefully spoke to Mu Shui from a seat near the window. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed and her eyebrows raised. Just now, Qiu Yan had transmitted a message to her saying that the old beggar's strength was unfathomable and that he should be a heavenly venerate expert. She knew that the one who would be in for a bad time wasn't the old beggar, but the snobbish Flamewing. You're as stupid as a pig. How dare you say that in front of your father? Well then, your father will teach you a lesson today. Lu Hantian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Flamewing. With a stomp of his foot, an even more terrifying aura swept over like a tidal wave. Flamewing's aura and Lu Hantian's aura were like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Flamewing's face turned red. To its horror, it found that it couldn't move at all. Bang! In an instant, Lu Hantian arrived in front of Flamewing. He raised his right hand and slapped Flamewing across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the moon-embracing pavilion. Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all when he slapped Flamewing. A powerful palm wind whistled through the air, and Flamewing was sent flying like a willow in the wind. It spun 720 degrees in the air and finally fell heavily on the ground. Flamewing fell to the ground, but Lu Hantian didn't stop there. He raised his foot and stomped down on Flamewing's face. When his dirty foot came into contact with Flamewing's face, a dirty footprint appeared on it. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all. Slap, slap. Poor Flamewing. It had just been stunned by Lu Hantian's slap, and now it was being trampled by Lu Hantian's smelly foot. Such humiliation almost drove Flamewing mad. However, no matter how Flamewing tried to circulate the energy in its body, it was shocked to find that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on it. A terrifying energy was pressing down on it, and no matter how it tried, it couldn't break free from Lu Hantian's smelly foot. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Flamewing's face was filled with shock and anger. Lu Hantian's terrifying aura was pressing down on it, making it impossible for it to turn around. The entire moon-embracing pavilion became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The only sound inside was the sound of Lu Hantian's foot slamming into Flamewing's face. At this moment, the sound was exceptionally clear and loud. The originally high-spirited Flamewing had been reduced to such a sorry state in the blink of an eye. Not only was young Master Lai Yin beside Flamewing stunned, but the other lords of the Icebound County were also stunned. Even Huang Fuwuji, who had a scholarly smile on his face, froze. What a piece of trash! You dare to show off in front of me with such little strength? In the future, you better polish your dog eyes and see clearly. I am your father. Try calling me father. If you don't, I will continue to kick you until you do. Lu Hantian's foot stomped on Flamewing's face, a mocking smile on his face. His indifferent voice slowly rang out, causing an uproar in the moon-embracing pavilion. This person was too arrogant. Flamewing was the lord of Lifefire County, and the Qing Marquis that Emperor Qing had personally conferred upon him. But this person had indiscriminately reduced Flamewing to such a state. What was even more shocking was that this person wanted Flamewing to call him father. Cough, cough. Senior, I am Huang Fuwuji, the second prince of the imperial family. Everyone has come to the moon-embracing pavilion to enjoy the grand event happening on the stage below, so please do not disturb everyone's mood. After all, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Huang Fuwuji had an elegant demeanor. He wore a purple robe, and his temperament was otherworldly. A refined smile hung on his lips, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. Since the second prince has stepped forward, this person should give second prince Huang Fuwuji some face. This person is able to stomp on Flamewing, who is a sovereign. His strength is at least at the Golden Venerable realm. Such a powerhouse can actually appear here. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in Muqin County? Huang Fuwuji's appearance had also attracted the attention of many people. After all, Huang Fuwuji had an extremely high status within the imperial city. He was elegant, courteous, and had a refined demeanor. Many people sought after him, and he was one of the strongest competitors for the position of imperial city's ruler. Once he became the ruler of the imperial city, he would command the entire Qing Xian Empire and control millions of soldiers. His status was only below the imperial family's guardian, Emperor Qing. It could be said that he was an existence that stood above tens of thousands. Huang Fuwuji, I've never heard of you before. Since you want me to release him, then naturally I can. Have this dog call me father, or kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll let this dog go. Lu Hantian glanced at Huang Fuwuji, the corners of his mouth curling up. He simply didn't plan on giving Huang Fuwuji any face. It had to be known that Lu Hantian's strength had reached the peak of the Emperorian realm. If Emperor Qing were to find out about this, he would definitely be placed in an important position. At that time, his status would absolutely be above Huang Fuwuji's. Lu Hantian really didn't place Huang Fuwuji in his eyes. Huang Fuwuji frowned. He didn't think that, even though he was the dignified second prince of the imperial family, this Lu Hantian wouldn't be able to tell good from bad. This caused Huang Fuwuji, who was used to living a high and lofty life, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Senior, offending our imperial family is not a wise choice. I think that you should be a smart person, so you should know what to do. Release Flamewing. I will not report this matter, Huang Fuwuji said in a heavy voice. At this moment, Flamewing, who was being stepped on, let out a light breath of relief as it saw Huang Fuwuji plead on its behalf. It knew that with Huang Fuwuji's status, he should be able to suppress this lawless old beggar. Chapter 650. Fear as Lu Hantian's words left his mouth. The atmosphere of the moon-embracing pavilion fell silent once more. Everyone looked at the sloppy Lu Hantian with strange expressions. They never thought that this sloppy beggar would be so unscrupulous, to the point that he didn't even place Huang Fuwuji in his eyes. What did you say? Lu Hantian's rude words caused Huang Fuwuji to feel as if he had lost face. Moreover, this was in front of Mu Shui. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Old Shadow, this person has no regard for the laws of the land, and even insulted a member of the royal family. Do you know what you should do? Huang Fuwuji's face was gloomy as he spoke to the air beside him. The faint shadow beneath Huang Fuwuji's feet suddenly began to wriggle, instantly turning into a human figure. A hunchbacked, ugly, one-eyed old man slowly stepped out from the shadow. With a sinister smile, he said, "This person truly has no regard for the laws of the land. Since this person's cultivation is not easy, we only need to beat him half to death." Then we'll do as you say. Huang Fuwuji gently nodded, no longer paying attention to Lu Hantian. In his opinion, with Old Shadow's help, this person would inevitably be captured without a fight. Miss Mu, Old Shadow will quickly capture this troublemaker for disturbing your mood. Huang Fuwuji's handsome face revealed a warm smile as he spoke. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth curled up, but she did not reveal Lu Hantian's strength. This Lu Hantian had always been pestering her, and she had long since grown tired of him. Now that she was borrowing Lu Hantian's hands to rub off on Huang Fuwuji's spirit, she was naturally happy to do so. You really don't know the meaning of death. His Highness the Second Prince is already thinking highly of you by calling you senior. Not only do you not appreciate his kindness, but you also dare to speak rudely. Your death is not enough. Fortunately, His Highness the Second Prince is merciful and doesn't intend to take your life. He only needs to beat you half to death. Senior Shadow's back was stooped, and his only remaining eye was emitting a cold light. He stared at Lu Hantian as if he was staring at his prey. An aura even more terrifying than flame wings erupted from Senior Shadow's body. It actually seemed to be able to contend against Lu Hantian. What a terrifying aura. This old man is definitely a golden exalt. Just the aura he exudes is much stronger than flame wings. I wonder how the old beggar will deal with him? When the one-eyed old man unleashed his aura, everyone around him was visibly shaken. The one-eyed old man was simply too terrifying. His strength was definitely above Flame Wings. Flame Wing, who was under Lu Hantian's foot, revealed a look of joy. This one-eyed old man was a golden exalt. He could be saved. A mid-stage golden exalt dares to act all high and mighty in front of me? Scram! Lu Hantian didn't make a move. He just roared, and the aura on his body rose again. The one-eyed old man's aura was suddenly suppressed by Lu Hantian's aura. Dang! 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 The one-eyed old man's ugly face was filled with fear. He kept retreating as he stared straight at Lu Hantian. How can he be so terrifying? What is his cultivation level? Just his aura alone is enough to make me unable to resist. The one-eyed old man retreated a dozen steps as he thought to himself in shock and anger. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. At this moment, Lu Hantian's aura was like a rainbow. His messy hair danced in the wind. His originally unremarkable turbid eyes were now bright and full of spirit. They were as cold as ice, and there was a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Feeling this terrifying killing intent, the one-eyed old man felt a chill run down his spine and a cold sweat dripped down his back. This person was far too terrifying. If he really took a step forward, this person would absolutely be able to kill him. You are an Empyrean powerhouse. The one-eyed old man's eyes flashed as he asked, his lips trembling. The moment these words came out, the moon-embracing pavilion suddenly became silent. At the same time, it was accompanied by some sounds of sucking in cold air. No one would have thought that this old beggar in front of them, who had not been heard of, was actually an Empyrean realm powerhouse who concealed his strength deeply. Huang Fuwuji, who had been happily chatting with Mu Shui, suddenly froze as he saw the one-eyed old man retreat more than a dozen steps. Now that he heard the one-eyed old man's words, he stood up and stared at Lu Hantian with a cautious gaze. An Empyrean powerhouse. This was the peak of the Four Saints realm. In the Azure Profound Empire, there weren't many martial artists that could reach the Empyrean realm. Once one's strength reached the Empyrean realm, they would receive the favor and attention of the Azure Emperor. Being granted land was nothing difficult for them. Even the Azure Emperor had to treat such an existence with caution. Huang Fuwuji was only a prince. It was impossible for him to be negligent. Huang Fuwuji's eyes flashed. He suddenly smiled and said, "Old Shadow, come back." The one-eyed old man nodded and respectfully returned behind Huang Fuwuji. He stared at Lu Hantian with dread in his eyes. "Wuji offended you a moment ago. I hope that Senior won't take offense. I will not interfere in this matter. Senior can do whatever you want." Huang Fuwuji elegantly cupped his hands across his chest and apologized. There wasn't the slightest trace of discomfort on his face. Zhuowen, who was sitting on the side, narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholarly Huang Fuwuji. He thought to himself, this Huang Fuwuji's schemes are truly deep. He had been planning on having Old Shadow teach Lu Hantian a lesson. But now that he saw Lu Hantian's formidable strength, he had actually directly apologized and admitted his wrongs without losing his grace. Whether it was in terms of scheming or shrewdness, this Huang Fuwuji was far more terrifying than an ordinary person. This person was extremely dangerous. It wasn't because Huang Fuwuji was strong, but because he had a deep understanding of the Emperor's schemes. His schemes were terrifying. If one offended this person, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was secretly on guard against this Huang Fuwuji. It was best not to come into contact with this person. Once he did, there was a high chance he would be plotted against. As Huang Fuwuji's words fell, Flamewing, who was being stepped on by Lu Hantian, turned incomparably pale. He never thought that this sloppy old beggar would actually be a terrifying Empyrean powerhouse. In his heart, he screamed that he was finished. "It's best if you don't care." Lu Hantian grinned. He stepped on Flamewing's cheek and said, "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times and call me father. Then I'll let you go." Flamewing's face darkened as he heard this. It was impossible for him to submit, but now that he knew that this person was an Empyrean powerhouse, his heart began to waver. "Pa, hurry up and decide. Otherwise, I'll really cripple you," Lu Hantian coldly said as he kicked Flamewing again. Plop! Flamewing fell to his knees, a look of humiliation on his face. He kowtowed 3 times to Lu Hantian, suppressing his anger as he coldly said, "Father!" "Haha, you really are a good child. In the future, when you see your father, you have to be obedient, okay? Otherwise, I won't give you candy." Lu Hantian wildly laughed, his voice loud and clear. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearly fell over. Flamewing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He suppressed his anger and said, "Can I go now?" "Haha, scram for me. Pay attention to your father in the future. Don't embarrass me." Lu Hantian grinned and sent Flamewing flying with a kick, his face full of ridicule. "Father, are you all right?" Young Master Lai Yun hurriedly supported the stumbling Flamewing, his eyes full of hatred as he stared at Lu Hantian. After all, Lu Hantian had made such a scene. Their Life-Fire Prefecture had lost all face. "Who exactly are you?" Flamewing shook his head, his eyes red as he stared at Lu Hantian. "Didn't you call me father 100 years ago? You called me father again today. Why are you still asking such an idiotic question? I'm Lu Hantian. I came out of the blood demon's inheritance," Lu Hantian said indifferently. "Lu Hantian." Flamewing's pupils constricted and his face trembled. If he hadn't believed that this person was Lu Hantian before, now that he had seen how terrifying this old beggar was, he knew that this person wouldn't bother to lie to him. In other words, this person was Lu Hantian. The scene just now was so similar to what had happened 100 years ago. Flamewing's cheeks burned as he recalled how he had been humiliated by Lu Hantian in front of everyone. "Lu Hantian, consider us unlucky today, but when the War of the 9 Counties begins, your Muqin Prefecture will suffer. You are indeed powerful, but the geniuses of your Muqin Prefecture are nothing but a bunch of trash. When the War of the 9 Counties begins, your Muqin Prefecture will be completely destroyed by our Life-Fire Prefecture." Flamewing's face paled. Since he wasn't a match for Lu Hantian, he could only suppress Lu Hantian with the strength of a prefecture. He wanted to regain his face through this. Although Lu Hantian had appeared out of nowhere, Muqin Prefecture's overall strength was ranked second from the bottom in the Qing Xian Empire. There was a huge gap between them and the Life-Fire Prefecture. He believed that the geniuses of the Life-Fire Prefecture would be able to wipe out the geniuses of Muqin Prefecture. "Oh, do you really want to die?" Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Hey, this is the imperial capital. Lu Hantian, although you are powerful, you can't be so lawless. Are you so sure that the trash of your Muqin Prefecture can compete with the geniuses of our Life-Fire Prefecture?" Flamewing's face froze, but he still mustered up his courage to say those words. This was the Azure Emperor's territory. He didn't believe that Lu Hantian would dare to kill him. "Trash every time you open your mouth. Are all of you brilliant geniuses from the Life-Fire Prefecture? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Even you, the Prefecture Lord of the Life-Fire Prefecture, kowtowed before Lu Hantian of our Muqin Prefecture and called him father. Then the so-called geniuses under your jurisdiction should also call the geniuses of our Muqin Prefecture father. A son calling his father a good-for-nothing. This is a disgraceful act. Looks like everyone in your Life-Fire Prefecture is a bunch of uneducated bastards. If the Prefecture Lord can call someone father, then the others can even call him grandfather. Bastards are uneducated." A faint voice slowly rang out. It was clear and loud, and it resounded throughout the entire moon-embracing pavilion. The sneer on Flamewing's face slowly froze. These words were extremely vicious. They stuck to Flamewing's previous actions and smeared the names of all the geniuses of the Life-Fire Prefecture. Chapter 651. Moyin, without death, this person was tall and slender, with shoulder-length black hair and a strange green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly stood up, his sharp eyes fearlessly meeting Flamewing's cold gaze. "Are all the people of Muqin County so uncultured and ill-mannered? How dare you speak to me, you little bastard? What right do you have to speak to me?" Flamewing's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuowen, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. He. As the Lihua Commandery's county lord, you are the one who calls Big Brother Han Tian father. You are the one who doesn't have the right to speak to me. Speaking of which, Big Brother Han Tian treats us like brothers. You should call us uncle. Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he fearlessly met Flamewing's gaze. Flamewing had insulted the geniuses of Muqing County as a bunch of trash from the very beginning, which had already angered Zhuowen and the others. Naturally, Zhuowen would not show any mercy. Little bastard, shut your stinking mouth, or I'll tear it apart. The veins on Flamewing's forehead bulged. Having lost so much face in front of Lu Hantian, Flamewing was completely enraged. He didn't dare to touch Lu Hantian, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to touch a nobody like Zhuowen. I think you're the one who should shut up. Zhuowen is the genius of Muqing County. As my son, how dare you speak so rudely? Get out of the moon-reaching pavilion immediately. I feel a wave of disgust whenever I see a wastrel like you. Lu Hantian's vigorous voice instantly rang out. Immediately, the expression of Flamewing, who was about to flip out, turned ugly. It coldly glared at Zhuowen and coldly snorted. Then, it brought Lai Yin and left the moon-embracing pavilion. Once Flamewing left, the originally noisy moon-reaching pavilion became somewhat quiet. Whether it was the second prince or the lords of the other commanderies represented by Icebound County, none of them dared to underestimate Muqing County. Muqing County had a peerless expert like Lu Hantian. Even if the results of the Battle of the Nine Counties were not ideal, Emperor Qing would not mistreat Muqing County. With Emperor Qing's favor, Muqing County's future development would undoubtedly be much faster. Congratulations, Brother Hantian. You actually managed to escape from the inheritance grounds of the Blood Devil. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. The profound ice old man smiled and cupped his hands at Lu Hantian. He had a sincere smile on his face. This Lu Hantian's cultivation was higher than his, so he naturally wouldn't neglect him. Following profound ice old man's example, the other commanderies behind him also enthusiastically greeted Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian only responded with an indifferent expression, but he was sneering in his heart. In the beginning, when LV Nantian had been targeted by Flamewing, these people had gloated over his misfortune. Now that he had displayed his strength, they had become so enthusiastic. Naturally, this was because they valued his strength. Beside old man Xianbing, when Ao Shue, who had snow-white hair and white eyes, lifted her pretty face slightly, she merely glanced at LV Tao in an indifferent manner. As for the other geniuses, they were basically ignored by her. In any case, Louis Tao was ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor ranking and the number 1 genius of Muqing County. Among all the geniuses in Muqing County, only Louis Tao was worthy of her attention. As for the other geniuses, they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at. Although Zhuowen's courage in mocking Flamewing was commendable, when Ao Shue still didn't put him in her eyes. She only recognized strength, not courage. Without strength, no matter how courageous one would only be a brute. Such people would die the quickest. In Wen Ao Shue's eyes, Zhuowen's mocking of Flamewing was extremely stupid. If it wasn't for Lu Hantian, she knew that this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would die without a doubt. How could she put such a person in her eyes? Louis Tao, I heard that you've also advanced to the peak 6-wheel Emperor realm. It seems like your talent is pretty good. You've improved quite quickly in the past 2 years. When Ao Shue directly ignored the others around Louis Tao and stared at Zhuowen with her snow-white eyes, her cold voice was like a world of ice and snow, causing the surrounding people to feel bone-chilling coldness. It's all right. However, I still can't compare to you when Ao Shue. Lu Tao nodded faintly and said softly, It's natural that you can't compare to me. The gap between us is too big. When Ao Shue nodded and said very naturally, His casual attitude of being high and mighty immediately caused the others, aside from Lve Tao, to frown. This Wen Aoshue was really too arrogant. This kind of invisible contempt was even more infuriating than deliberate contempt. However, Wen Aoshue did have the right to be arrogant. She was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list and was the only monstrous genius who was closest to the top geniuses in the imperial capital. She could also be said to be the #1 genius of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Zhuowen glanced at Wen Aoshue indifferently and shook his head inwardly. This girl was too arrogant, just like a proud peacock. She simply didn't put anyone in her eyes. Although he didn't like her attitude, Wen Aoshue wasn't him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to her. The gap between us is indeed not small. However, I, Louis Tao, am not the strongest representative of Muqing County. The strongest representative is someone else. His strength might not be as good as yours, but it won't be too far off. Louis Tao didn't show any anger because of Wen Aoshue's words. He was still as calm as before. You're not the strongest representative? Are you joking? Wen Aoshue curled her lips, her face filled with disbelief. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I'm not the strongest representative of Muqing County. As Louis Tao spoke, he glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. The smile on his face became even more intense. He was very confident in Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as good as Wen Aoshue's, Zhuowen was a monstrous genius who had grasped the spear intent. This spear intent was enough to make up for the gap between his cultivation and Wen Aoshue's. Wen Aoshue instead shook her head and sneered endlessly in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Lve Tao was only deliberately mystifying her, and it was a strategy that intentionally made her feel anxious and uncertain. The so-called strongest representative that was even stronger than her was utterly false. The 8 counties have been gathered. Everyone, let's have a good drink and chat in the moon-embracing pavilion. Let's celebrate the opening of the Battle of the 9 Counties tomorrow. Later, the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion, Moyen Wushang, will appear and play a song for everyone. Lady Sue's loud and clear voice slowly sounded. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the moon-embracing pavilion. Miss Wushang will appear today. It's really rare. Yes, usually there are not many opportunities to see Miss Wushang play a song. I heard that Miss Wushang is peerless. She is good at singing and dancing. She is good at poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is an all-around talented woman. I also heard that this woman's identity is extremely mysterious. A year ago, she suddenly appeared in the Drunken Spring Pavilion and sang a song. Her song shocked everyone and shocked everyone. It was because of that song that Miss Wushang became the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. As soon as Lady Sue's words came out, there was an uproar around. Obviously, the so-called Moyen Wushang was extremely famous in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Brother Lu, this Moyen Wushang was the star of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Even in the imperial city, his fame spread far and wide. This woman was proficient in music, and a single song she sang was like a heavenly melody, leaving people with endless aftertastes and thoughts running wild. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the imperial city are willing to spend a lot of money just to hear this woman's music. Today, Miss Wushang actually appeared in person and played a song for us. It really shocked us. This is really a treatment that can't be bought with money. Qiu Shaoyan grinned, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Obviously, Qiu Shaoyan was also extremely excited to be able to hear Moyen Wushang's music. Miss Muxiue, this Moyen Wushang is the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. His music is famous in the imperial city, and his songs can move the entire imperial city. This song only exists in the heavens. Miss Muxiue, please enjoy it. The corners of Huangfu Wuji's mouth curled up. Within his deep eyes, there was a trace of excitement. Even Huang Fuwuji was looking forward to hearing Moyin of Wushang's music. If it's really as Second Prince said, then I'm really looking forward to hearing it. Mu Shua nodded. Her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhuin's back and landed on the stage below. At this moment, a group of graceful dancers had appeared on the stage. They were dancing gracefully, swaying with the wind. Their bodies were covered by light gauze, and they looked like fairies in the wind. They were as natural and unrestrained as birds. This scene was too beautiful to be imagined. Dong! The clear sound of a guzheng slowly spread out from the stage. It was like high mountains and flowing water, like a stream passing through a crack, like a stone falling into water, like a cool breeze caressing grass. The faint sound gradually spread out from the center of the stage. The music was slowly played out, and like a cool breeze, it brushed past everyone's hearts. It actually caused everyone in the moon embracing pavilion to quiet down. Everyone was quietly standing or sitting as they quietly savored the song. The artistic conception of the song, the beauty of the song, was vividly displayed in this melody. It caused everyone's hearts to obtain an unprecedented tranquility, as well as a trace of sadness. The cold cicada's mournful cry, facing the long pavilion at night. The rain has just stopped. The tent of the capital has no place to drink, just lingering. The orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go, 1,000 miles of smoke. The evening mist heavy, Chu Tinqua. Affectionate since ancient times, the sorrow of parting. Even more so, the cold autumn festival. Where will I wake up tonight? The willow bank, the morning breeze, and waning moon. Gone for many years, it should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings waiting to be told to anyone, the beautiful melody, accompanied by the elegant lyrics, was slowly recited in a clear voice. Faint sadness, faint emotions. At this moment, it was like a gushing spring. It surged in everyone's hearts, causing everyone to unknowingly fall into this melancholy mood.